Alrighty, hello and welcome everyone. I do apologise if the sound is a little bit different today. I am using a backup mic, so essentially my mic here, unfortunately, I did a recording the other day and it kind of broke. And yeah, I was a bit mad about that. So Ducky came to the rescue and threw me a mic. He said, try this one. And I was like, alright, cool. We'll give this one a go. And yeah, it's certainly very different. I'm trying to get used to it. I might be a little bit too loud. So, hey everyone, how are we doing? If it's too loud or whatever, or I need to change some things around, just let me know and I'll make sure I get all those things done. Cool, so let's have a look here. So essentially I want a backup mic until I get the new one that I'm looking to get hold of, essentially. Hey Bobman, how you going? Yeah, so just let me know if there's any issues there. So we have Contende, we have Haldelmo, hi. We have Showtime, Mr. Bowmore, of course, and we have CJ DJ. Mr. Zaneski, hello my friend with the Fartoons. You sound good, thank you very much sir, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm going to be getting a new one that's actually going to like sit in front of me, so it should be a little bit better. But welcome, big day today. So it's going to be the Enticity RCL Bronze Silver Playoffs, which is you know, super cool. The winner of this will actually be getting I think they get a bit of cash, I think $50 if I remember correctly, and they'll be getting an opportunity to play in the big almighty tournament that will be happening, I believe next weekend, which will be with Mr. Who will that be with? That'll be Mr. Human Boy. That'll be Mr. Human Boy. So yeah, you can feel free to go chat there. So yeah, fantastic. So it looks like both are going to be ready here. We are going to be on the Southern Chaos Waste, thanks to the almighty shuffle god of the map variety. We are going to be on the big one. Lobby is bugged. Nope, all good. Yeah, you can't start without me. This is exactly why I take control of the lobby, so you guys don't start it without me. Yeah, so it looks like here we're going to be going with the Druchi, who are yeah, particularly good here, but up against the Greenskins, it's a pretty tough one. Pretty tough one here. Let's have a little look here. So it was Greenskins Dark Elves from Big JP, and it looks like Greenskins was Dark Elves was picked. Yeah, to force the Greenskins, I guess. I don't particularly rate that pick. There's many things you could have done there that I think probably would have been better, actually. Interesting stuff. But anyway, we're going to be moving on. Otherwise, pretty much the same, yeah. You sound the same. Okay, cool. Awesome. That's what it was. Hey, Nevermore, how we doing? Welcome, everybody. And let's have a look here. So... So we're going to be here with Mr. Big JP, and then we're also going to be having Tids. So JP did come in second, so let me just very quickly chuck this on this side for you guys. I forgot I didn't do the scoreboard. So we got Big JP. That's on the wrong one actually, sorry. That's going to be Tids, and then we're going to have Big JP here, and we'll fix that up in a minute. So Big JP looks pretty fine, actually. Big JP looks pretty fine. So we'll come back to that in a minute, and we'll sort that out shortly. We'll go through the armies, and if I got a moment, I'll fix that up. So here on the side, we are going to have the double stone trolls. Yeah, pretty strong. The Mortgage Magging Marauders, also a very good pack here. Of course, ITP, bucketloads of armor piercing, fire whilst moving. Poison here from the Spider Riders, more goblin of the 360 shooting variety. 6 skirmish cav, yeah, it's pretty standard. Double here with the Forest Goblin Spider Riders. Backed up here by Goblins, Savage Orc Biggins, the Night Goblins, more Goblins, Savage Orcs, and Goblins here. We are going to have the Fanatic variety, and in the back here we are going to have the Giant Rotor Hag with Spirit Leech for the Spirit Leech spam, and then we are going to have Grom the Paunch here with the Lucky Banner and all of the usual kits. So yeah, pretty good stuff there from the Greenskins, nothing out of the ordinary. One place I would expect to see some difference is here with Tids. So Tids is going to be having the Blackheart Corsairs, mixing in here with the Bleak Swords as well. More Bleak Swords here, the Hella Bronai Bro, the Bad Boys here with the Poison Tip Spears, bonus versus large, and coming in with this nice, really gorgeous pink. Now we are going to have the Double Shades here with Great Swords. This is going to be the anti-infantry variety, so they can fight here at combat. Double K-Knight Assassins, yeah, pretty strong here with the Murderous Mastery, backed up here by Barathi on foot, which is an interesting one. The Wonder Coridon, as well as the Soul Stealer, Heartrender, Enchanting Beauty, Great Arcane Conduit, and then the Life Leeching. Here with the double Reaper Bolt Throwers and double Dread Spears. So, yeah, Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. So once these two get together here, we'll certainly sort this out. Let's centralize Mr. Big JP, and then we'll sort Tids out as well. Make him a little bit bigger, a little bit more centralized, and there we go. Perfect stuff. Alrighty, so just like here we have the Spider Riders getting bolted here into the face by the Reaper Bolt Throwers. You know, coming here with the anti-large shot should do some nice work here indeed. Also here shooting up against Grom the Paunch can also be a pretty naughty one as well. So got a buckload of Skirmish Cav, got some of the Goblin Spider Riders. They're pretty strong actually, Goblin Spider Riders. They're really underrated, but you know, Bronze Shield, 45 armor, pretty tanky, poison as well. It just goes a long way really, and you know, they can do some pretty good melee combatant stuff here in the back. Of course, Dread Spears here are going to be a little bit of a problem. But it's going to be double Blackout Corsairs mixing in here with 4 the Bleak Swords, 4 the Dread Spears. Yeah, it's pretty standard here. That'll beat most Goblin and sort of Orc Boy infantry. But for the most part, they will suffer here up to the Savage Orc Big Guns. So, yeah, got to be careful there. In the back here, the Stone Troll's going to be kept back. Shots here are just piling into the Savage Orc Big Guns. Yeah, pretty good shots. So I'm going to go with the Spread Shot. But you know how I feel about Spread Shot. I feel like actually overall, even against infantry, I just don't think it does as much from my testing. I've never particularly found that it does, you know, any sort of significant difference. You know, I think, yeah, because a lot of the bolts actually miss. Yeah, interesting. And switching between the two as well, I believe can also have some, like, a bit of a glitchy reset there for the firing animations. So Goblins here, the Silver Shields, they're going to be moving into the front, and now we are going to see the Night Goblins, and that's where you kind of need to, you know, panic a little bit and kind of charge a unit out, and kind of meet that, really, because you don't really want that sort of coming down the line and going wah straight through your front line, really. That's going to be quite painful indeed. So you've got the Paunch moving through the middle. He's going to cycle charge here. Actually going to catch on top of the Shades with the Great Swords. No real mass here, so he's just going to push through. Weapon Shadows here could be used to slow down, but Lucky Banner has been activated, so a lot of damage resistance will be applied there to him. And the Wire is also going down there with the Greatness here, which is given that leadership, melee attack as buffs as well. And now we're going to be punching in the middle here, the Stone Trolls. They kind of got in scot-free. Not so much, but they're still going to be having 12 and 12 models, so regeneration will be at optimal peak. And now we're going to be charging the back here with the Forest Spider Riders. They're going to be clawing in, shutting down the Reaper Bot Thrower crews. That's why you actually need to have the Dread Spears, in theory, sitting actually on top of it, really. Even to the side is just not good enough. Here in the middle, though, we are going to get the Web of Shadows activated. That's a really good damage spell here. And keeping these bad boys on foot, they can be quite difficult to snipe here, especially for the big Stone Trolls. Stone Trolls are not happy, they're going to be broken here in the front. Shades will do an absolute butchery here. These bad boys just kind of stay in combat a little bit, really. I wouldn't mind seeing them kind of... Obviously, they don't want to be amongst the Dread Spears, but, you know, you certainly want to be applying some pressure here. But it looks like here we are going to get the Murderous Prowess here, going map wide. We are going to have Savage Orcs. It looks like here they are moving in on top of the Hellebronai. Now, they'll struggle to get up against the Hellebronai. Very good melee defense and poison will keep them going. In the back here, the Reaper Bolt Thrower crew is getting shut down. And these are going to be some key tools here for taking down some of the dreaded War. So we do lose the second one as well. Some of the Bleak Swords in the front are going to be falling. Balance of power pretty even. You maybe even suggest it's slightly in the green skin favour here. Yeah, I'd be tempted to say it's in the green skin favour. So it's like a Wonder Cry Dog coming down on the Stone Troll. Still 12 models here. Can't quite see the other units. It's still going to be 12. That is huge. Get that out, get that regenning, and then get it back in. In the middle here, you can see the Night Goblins have been dealt with below 25% HP, so they'll actually be getting no more loons here coming out. I haven't seen any so far, but considering the Blackhawk Corsairs are not really here anymore, I'd assume at least one was present. In the middle here, the Dread Spears a little bit away from the pack, but here, of course, if we are going to sort of get around here, we can now start shooting with the Shades. Going to charge in here with the cavalry. This is kind of where the Shades have, you know, no real place here, even with great swords. Yeah, cool, they're fight up against the infantry level of the goblins, but, you know, they're not going to really trade any better up against most of the micro cavalry. So Soul Sinner is going to be catching the Stone Trolls. It's also going to be catching here the Night Goblins, and now Grom is going to be moving in as well. Don't know if that will catch him after the fact, but there is going to be some nice damage here in the pocket. Spider Riders and Co. are going to be moving in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units are just going to be shooting into this pocket. And that's pretty much going to be the end here for the Druchi. There's not really too many other ways back into this. The mobility, that side of things, is going to allow them to kind of just clear off this backside. You need to be getting the Bolt Thrower crews back in and start pushing out these forces. But there's not really too much to tie down the skirmish here. They can pretty much just pick this army apart. Sort of what I would do is start getting them around the sides and start getting them around the back here, and then just start shooting from all different angles here on the Druchi, and then you're going to slowly start taking them apart. So it's like here, Spirit Leech is going to be activated on the Shades. Great Swords, yeah, great one indeed. That's actually going to shut down the kind of the prevention of the skirmish. And looks like 2 here, 29 models and 33. So it looks like the Drum Hag, she's going to be healing in the back, regeneration. Balance power is going to be back to even here. The Druchii are holding pretty strong. Of course, Morathi here is going to be that massive cornerstone to kind of hold on to. But and this is the problem, you brought no mobility here coming from the Druchii. That's why these Reaper Bolt Throwers now need to keep pounding on the Stone Trolls to make sure that they don't return. Because there's going to be nothing to push this out. Because anything that does push out, you are going to use the Morgulf's Mangy Marauders and the Goblin Wolf Riders here with Grom just to prevent it. And now Morathi is going to be out of position here in the middle. And you're going to find most of these forces, if you want to win, are going to have to now start rotating. Because even with all the debuffs, well, it's actually going to force quite a nice Soul Stealer. Grom does get away, and that's huge. Grom gets away, but it is going to catch a bunch of the Skirmish Cavalry. Morathi actually gets away with it, surprisingly. I guess on foot, she's quite difficult to deal with, but you are going to return here with the Stone Trolls. So, yeah, pretty much worth it there, I'd say. Pretty much worth it. Stone Trolls here, going to be regenerating in the background. You are going to see 10 models, so that's why you can see the Healing Cat now starting to come through. Of course, here with not maximum models, you're not going to see maximal healing. And you can see here, looks like the Stone Trolls, 3,000 HP, still 11 models. You're going to see a lot of healing here. Shots coming in, Morathi going to be getting shot. Definitely want to be shooting with the Skirmish Cav here. Multiple different angles on the Great Swords, making sure that we're not overlapping. So you need to make sure you've got these nice and spread apart like so, just so that the Shades can't get a 2-for-1 value. Now the Shades will fight very, very strong. Spirit Leech is still going to be donking on the front door here. So going to be doing some nice work. 27 models here alongside 32. So not too much damage since we last spoke, but still going to be doing pretty well. Hello, Bro 54 models. These boys are actually way more tanky than you might believe. 52 melee defense makes them just incredibly hard to punch through with melee, and you know, they're going to be holding true. Those silver shields will certainly pay dividends as well. I would actually want to be getting some of the other Dread Spears forward, because ammunition is still going to trade just as efficiently against the Hellebroni as it will here up against regular Dread Spears, because they don't pay for physical resistance or anything, they just pay for melee defense. So the Wonder-Crydon, the second and final one, does actually donk on the Stone Trolls, but it's actually not going to do any sort of effect. Still 11 models, so we're still going to get that regen. And the Greenskin's going to be careful here. Now, I've seen a couple of times where, and you know, these guys are clan mates from RTK, so you know, they can decide who was or wasn't attacking. And you know, if it does come to that question, then we'll move it on to the judges. So Goblins here, they're going to be moving back in as well. They've got to be careful. Got to make sure that you can see these ones are tired. If you get these back up a little bit more, you can maybe get a little bit of fight out of them before they break. But you can see they're wavering and they're not really in combat yet. So their sort of utilization is actually not to fight. Just keep them there and keep that sort of unit on the battlefield. And, you know, keep that vigor nice and high. In the middle here, we can see Forest Goblin Spider Riders. Looks like they are trying to get a bit of an angle here to shoot it on the back. Looks like they're actually going to be shooting here. You've got to be careful of that ammunition. That ammunition must be spent on the Shades. The Shades is where you're going to get that return from investment quite heavily. Also going on the Reaper Bolt Thrower crew could be quite nice. Getting balance of power could be good if we get the Reaper Bolt Thrower crew onto a Bolt Thrower, but I can't see any right here. But Spirit Leech here is going to be just taking down the Shades to a pretty nice number. And the Shades are going to be shooting the cavalry, though. It could be pretty tough here for the Greenskins. Could be pretty tough here, but in the back, the Spider Riders are going to be clearing up the Reaper Bolt Thrower. It's going to be a bit of a shame there in the back. So it looks like we are kiting on the left-hand side here. 3 of these are going to be shooting up against the Dread Spears. Yeah, doing some pretty good work there indeed. Hey, Zachary, how are we doing? I personally don't like DE at all. They're just emo elves. Nah, it's fair to say. I do like the Druchii. They don't have a particular wide spectrum of play, but you know, they're pretty fun to play. I must say that. And here we go. We are going to be back on the Reaper Bolt Throwers. That's big wins there for the Druchii. That is actually going to force some action out of the Greenskins. Can't really be sitting and kiting here anymore, because those Bolt Throwers are going to rip apart your Stone Trolls. No matter what you regen, they'll start taking down models. So you've got to start being careful. So it looks like in the Morgulf's Mangy Marauders are going to be running out of ammunition. Can they get in and do the dirty work, though? I'm not too sure. If we get these round, you can see there's a small little gap here to get on top of the Great Swords. You can see some of the weaknesses in the build. So you're going to see a bit of a weakness here. There's a ginormous weakness here to kind of pop in and get on the Great Weapon Shades. And, you know, there's a little one here as well. So you can see there's angles here that you can certainly work with fast cavalry. You've got 92 speed. You can certainly do it and get the good work done. So Goblins here on the front, they're going to be fighting here with the Savage Orcs. They're going to be punching through the line, but the double K-Knight Assassins are going to be difficult to deal with. Grom has to cycle charge through this infantry and hope that the Stone Trolls can beat the living daylights out of the K-Knights. I think here it's going to take a lot for the Druchii to fail this, I think. You know, on foot Morathi with the double K-Knight Assassin is going to be so difficult to stop, I think. K-Knights, though, don't want to take too much damage. Web of Shadows has been activated as such a strong ability. This could win the game right here. That Web of Shadows hit everything. everything was hit here, apart from a few cheap units of infantry that you're not really too bothered about. But yeah, lots of damage on the stone trolls. Very nice stuff indeed. Looks like a Spirit Leech. I did hear a Spirit Leech go off in the back here somewhere. Didn't quite see where it went down, but you can see K-Knight's still pretty strong. Marathi's going to be pretty healthy as well. She doesn't pay much for armor. She's only got 40 melee defense. You also got to be careful there, but Grom could get in and do the good work. Looks like it's going to be a returning Soul Stealer as well. That should be able to catch the Stone Trolls. Heal up Marath. Oh, big chunks coming down there for Grom the Paunch. The big man here is doing all the work up against Marathi. Greenskins aren't going to be taking the favour now. That's very interesting. Allowing Marathi to get absolutely slapped by that is certainly going to take a big troll toll. Now, she's going to break. Now, it's not army losses yet, so we could still work our way back in this, but pushing off Marathi like this is going to be painful. And that's going to be a pull out for the Drushi. Damn. Damn. Yeah, Grom did cycle through the lot. I didn't think Grom would be able to slap and butter the bread of Marathi as well as he did. I thought, you know, Web of Shadows and Soul Stealer might be able to help the fight there if the double K-Knight Assassins. If the K-Knight Assassins took the brunt of the fight, I think we could have kept this going. Yeah, it was tough. Maybe keeping the Hellebrand Eye closer. Yeah, it's a tough one. It was a tough one. You know, Greenskins had all the mobility, but you know, this is the key way to play Greenskins. Always has been, really, even since the WWC. Maybe even for the last year, up until like Grom came out. It was the key way to play, which was just Grom, River Troll Hag, and bucket loads of skirmish with Stone Trolls. But yeah. Yeah, the Grom skins, you know, they certainly did pretty well there. Big JP, 120 kills, you know, 2,400. Yeah, pretty good for him. 501 there for the Giant River Troll Hag. I really thought that the Dark Elves had a strong chance to win there. I think there was ways back into it, but you had to keep Grom out of the picture. If you kept Grom out of the picture, I think you could have actually, and you started to see it happen there, is you got a chain reaction of breaking of the infantry, and then if you managed to do enough damage to Grom, you could have sparked army losses, and then you probably could have got the win there, but yeah, I'm surprised. 270, we got 200 with 400 and 250 there for the Gobos. We have 770 for the 8-peak Loons. We got 650 and 700 for the Savage Orcs, with 630 and 550 for the Forest Spider Riders. So 320, 270, 270 there for the Goblin Wolf Riders, 200, 350 and 480 for the Morgan Smanky Marauders. 455 and 420 there for the Stone Trolls. Yeah, they were pretty well dealt with. I must admit. Marathi 2.2, 800 and 780 there for the K-Knight Assassins. 306, 305, 213 and 250 for the Bleak Swords. With 300, 275, 270 there for the Dread Spears. And the Hellebrand Eye coming in at 513. So yeah, pretty good overall. Black Arcs 420 and 480. They're just kind of suffering this matchup, really. With 950 and 1,150 for the Great Swords. So 580 and 250 there for the Reaper Bolt Throws. Yeah, very nice indeed. And a really nice attempt there from Tids to, you know, bring Dark Elves in a pretty terrible matchup, I must admit. Pretty terrible matchup. But certainly one you can see that he has certainly practiced. How does the next map look? Good. Thanks for asking. So it's going to be MP Peak Pass there for the next map. Oh, I love it. MP Peak Pass. At least, I always like it when people can take just a little bit of banter. I like it. Alright, it's MP Peak Pass. There we go. Oh! Ignore my typing skills. Right, so it's going to be the Dubski here coming in for the big JPS. Let's get him on the board. So, scores on the board here. The Gromskin is taking the big fat Dubski. For archers, cheap arty. What's the answer to Skirmish Cav? The answer to Skirmish Cav, normally just foot range. Depending on how expensive the Skirmish Cav is as well, like Spirit Leech can also be quite a nice answer. It can be pretty good. Throw guns in there. Yeah, the range. Dogs are very, very good. Like Poison Warhounds or... one of the best answers in the game is the Norscan Warhounds, the Regiment of Renown, the 700 gold. They have like 50 missile resistance, 50%. Just like, cool, shoot my dogs. They're faster than you and they're going to rip you apart when they catch you, but you shoot them. Yeah, they're pretty good. You know, guns, artillery, these kind of things are all good. Anything that can, you know, kind of outrange them and, you know, kind of force them into uncomfortable situations. And also sometimes just sending out a cheap unit of shielded infantry, you know, something just like, you know, spearmen with shields, just sending it towards them so that they have to keep away from your expensive troops. It is also quite good, you know, just keeping your forces a little bit wider, but not wide enough that the gaps are open that they can kind of slither their way in there for sure. Yeah. Alrighty, so okay, so it's going to be Dark Elves for the second time, and then we're going to be, I'll go Dwarves and Beastmen. Yep, Dark Elves. I think Beastmen is a terrible choice here. I think it actually favours I think actually the matchup now for the Dark Elves against Dwarfs is actually Dwarf favoured. I certainly would have taken the Dwarven matchup here. I think for the Beastmen this can be one. I think it can be one for both, for sure. I think it can be one from both sides for sure. An MPP pass as well could be interesting. Be interesting to see what. Be interesting to see how Tids wants to play this. I certainly have my way to playing this. Also, JP is going to have a slight favouring into support or like slash winning. So got some good support here for Mr. Big JP. So both of these boys are going to be ready. So let's load in. Alrighty, so we're going to be here. MPP pass. Big map. MPP pass. Very, very large map. It's okay for the... it's a day for the Sims. Indeed, it is a day for the Sims. So, more Druchii on the other side. So pretty classic here. Double Manticore and the Ravens Heralds. Yeah, pretty standard. Marathi, bucket load of cheap infantry, triple of the Scourge Runners, and a double Canine Assassin. Nothing we haven't seen before. So we're also going to have Goreheads in the front. 1, 2, 3, 4 units of Goreheads. But here by Ungor Spearman, with Morgan the Shadow gave a Brave Shaman of Beasts and a Deathcaster. Okie dokie. That's an interesting one. That's certainly an interesting matchup. So Spirit Leech here, yeah, pretty good. Brave Shaman of Beasts here for the transformation. And Morga the Shadow gave. So Morga the Shadow gave the big boy here in the front with the Stave of Ruinous Corruption, the Spirit Essence of Chaos. And let's have a look here. So bucket loads of throwing axes. So 3 throwing axe Centaurs and I believe 3 regular Centaurs. Yeah, I kind of like also the Ungor Raiders. Ungor Raiders can do quite nice in this matchup. Yeah, for sure. I assume Web of Shadows. One Web of Shadows. Just Web of Shadows. Marathi coming with everything. Sweet. Yep, cool. Yeah, it's gonna be a pretty gnarly skirmish off to begin with, and then we'll get into it. Hey, LOL, love Dark Elves. Well, listen, man, you're in the right place. Man, I voted for JP because I hate Dark Elves, and he goes and portrays me like this. I love it, Zachary. I love it. Oh dear God. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah, so they're going to be coming forward here on the flanks with the Scourge Runners. Yeah, pretty good stuff there. You can see they're just going to be coming around the sides here, and then they'll be looking to sort of donk down the lines, and these will be coming around to do exactly the same. We're certainly trying to see if we get some shots here on the Centaurs. Yeah, quite a few shots through there. Good. I tell you what, interesting spread out from JP. The lines of distance here between these units of infantry is quite large. Not sure how I feel about that. Goreheads, though, are going to be a pretty good answer here, I think. Goreheads can do quite handsomely into Bleak Swords. Dread Spears, they'll do okay. They'll win, of course, but it'll take them quite a while. Yeah, they can do some pretty good work indeed. The bad boys are going to come around the back here and do some lovely juicy work here up against the Centaurs for sure. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Raven's Heralds are going to have an absolute juicy laugh. Now, we will be seeing Ungol Raiders. Now, BMC, yeah, that's exactly what I expected to see. Ungol Raiders are going to be charging away there. And, you know, rightly so. Rightly so. And the reason being is that, you know, these Ungol Raiders will rip them a new one. Because these bad boys, I believe, have 30 armor or 15 armor or something. It's certainly low. Yeah, 30 armor. It's just ridiculously low. These things got 80. You don't really care if you get a couple of bolts to the face of the arrows of the Ungol Raiders. And this is going to be a bit of a problem. You can see Centaurs now going to be chasing after. With those throwing axes, they are going to be faster, 93 speed. And now we're going to punish these Scourge Runner chariots. These bad boys are going to fall here. Bit of an overextension from JP. Kind of no help here. Marathi is coming, but, you know, it's a little bit too late. It looks like it might be. We are going to be getting caught in combat. We are actually going to kind of tie them off. And, you know, you've got to be careful here. Marathi's coming over. As soon as you see that circle coming, because you will see it come in here. Once that Soul Sealer comes in, spread, spread, spread. It looks like there we are going to catch all three. So that's going to be a lot of damage there in the middle. So that's going to catch a lot of the Centaur throwing axes. That's a bit of a mistake there, unfortunately, from Tids. And now we're going to get a wand coming down here on the skirmish throwing axes. Of course, more of the Centaurs are moving over in this direction. And you can see, look at the damage return here. Yeah, there's going to be some good stuff there. As the Beastman player, we certainly need to be going forward here. I understand that, you know, this is the important element, you know, taking down the Scourge Runners to prevent the play on the Tentacles. But, you know, we need to get forward and start pressuring this infantry line. You need to get in and start doing the work. Of course, Marathi's not with the Manticores, so you're not going to get that same effect. We certainly could have got an advantage over there in the front that I think we've more missed on here, unfortunately. Scourge Runners also aren't supporting, so they're not going to be cycle charging through the front line. So you can certainly win that infantry duel a little bit better. Hey, Mr. Pantelinard, how are we doing, my friend? Welcome, welcome. Sorry for everybody that's joining. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I do apologise if I do sound a little bit different. Mr. Robert Uckerwall was so helpful. He came in and gave me a backup microphone. My other one fell apart. Well, it didn't fall apart, but I cast one game, and I was just screaming in the mic for the whole thing, and I was just talking like this, really. But on the other side of things, the recording, it just sounded like I was screaming. So, yeah, I'm on a backup mic today. So we're going to be having Centaurs here. Some of the throwing axes, but we are going to break a bit of an interesting one that we're not going to be chasing those off. That's an interesting choice, Cotton. But we are going to have in the middle here three. They're going to come forward. Are these part of the same pack, or am I dreaming? This one here is going to shatter. Is it just the one? It's two. The game can't count, I don't think. Apparently there's three of these, but I can only see two of them. You know, one of them is not there, clearly. We are going to be seeing here, yeah, the Raven Heralds, yeah, they're just going to be shooting here on the Brave Shaman. We're just going to be kiting there with the Scourge Runners. Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be here for a while, I think. We're going to be here with the good old-fashioned skirmish, I think. Now, if they stay away, actually, you will actually have to force the Druchi forces to come to you, I guess. But you can see here they're going to be kind of shooting in the front anyway. Throwing axes are coming over. You know, kind of get the good old-fashioned throwing axe bonk here on the back of the Scourge Runners. Marathi in the sky, she's going to be kind of just doing this the whole time and just being ready for, you know, the juicy Soul Sealer that is needed. Throwing axes here, you can see it's going to do some good damage up against the Scourge Runners here. They do have 80 armor. They can do some nice work. Marathi's coming over, you know, just in case we've got a bit of a flip around Marathi in as well. We could do some good damage here up against the Centaurs. More throwing axes are going to come through. There's going to be a juicy bunch here of a group as well. Spirit Leech does get put down here on the Scourge Runner Chariots. Of course, Spirit Leech alongside Transformation. Transformation is an expensive spell, and being you've got 60 winds of magic to utilise. Actually, I believe one of these has the... Yes, it does have the... does have the Watson's... not the extra mana. The extra mana, I forget what it's called, actually. Wild Heart. It has Wild Heart. So it should give us a little bit extra mana when you cast Transformation of Gadon. So we can basically keep it nice and topped up and hopefully keep those Spirit Leeches ready to go when we need them. So in the back here we are going to move in with the Centaur throwing axes. Both of these are going to come in the back again. More Ungors just moving to the back here. Really good luck, have fun from both. Like to see that. Also having, you know, good respect for each other is always great. You know, great sportsmanship is always needed. This is a bit of a problem here. You're going to see a lot of damage here come on the Scourge Runners, but they can just cycle all over the face of these Ungol Raiders. They're a little bit far away from home. Just a little bit far away from home here. Yeah, so they're going to cycle through the front, and yeah, as we see, knife like butter here, straight through the forces of the Ungol Raiders. So over here in the back, we are going to see minimal engagement. We are going to see one unit of Scourge Runners shooting here up against the Centaurs. Raven Heralds are going to come out of hiding, being that the Centaurs are a little bit far away here from their Ungol Raiders. They might get a couple of free shots here, but throwing axes, they're not really going to do too much here against the Raven's Heralds. So taking these off fire at will, that's a mistake. You take those off fire at will. Like, you got a little bit of damage, but a lot of those throwing axes are going to miss. Let's have a look over here, though. Looks like over here, Ungol Raiders, looks like they're going to be pushing away with the Scourge Runners. Scourge Runners still going to be kiting here up against Centaurs. And Raven's Heralds are going to be, kind of staying away and taking a couple of pop shots when the Ungol Raiders aren't in. Looks like here one of the throwing axe units does break. 7 models left there. That's going to be moving off the battlefield. We're going to see a return from this bad boy. What are we looking at? -9 leadership, so it seems they're probably not. Going to be moving forward here with the Gore Herds. Gore Herds going to go forward. The Dark Elves are... I don't know what they're doing. They're doing some sort of rotation here for some reason. Looks like they're going to be rotating over towards the Scourge Runners, perhaps. There's going to be a Web of Shadows here in the middle. Web of Shadows is going to catch here on the Centaurs. Going to do a bit of damage here. The double Canine Assassins can get those nice... I think... Is it throwing stars they have? Or I'm not really too sure what their throwing weaponry is. It's only 70 range. I know it's some quirky, weird, really awesome thing the Canine Assassins have. Is it miniature crossbows? I think they have miniature hand crossbows, actually, these ones. Yeah, they have miniature hand crossbows. Nice. They have miniature hand crossbows, and they sort of do like 360 dances with them, and they kind of fire them in all directions and just absolutely slay everything because because Canine Assassins, of course. So throwing axes here over the top, they're going to be shooting into the Dread Spears. They're going to get some nice work there. Cycle charging with the Scourge Runners all over the face of the Gore Herd Infantry. And we are going to get the anti-large Ungol Spearmen in. A transformation of Godon in the sky here. The Manticore is going to go strong. We are going to see at the frontier Dread Spears fighting up against Gore Herds. Bleak Swords going up against Gore Herds. In the sky, so we're sort of get the Raven's Herald a little bit more free. Get these bad boys in doing the good work. Manticore is going to be chasing off here. The Centaurs. Centaurs are shattered. In the back there, Centaurs are going to be breaking as well. More Centaurs moving into the middle. Should be able to catch up here against the Scourge Run Shadows. Do some nice work there indeed. Maybe Spirit Lich could do some juicy work as well. Looks like here we have Marathi bonking on the Brave Shaman. Canine Assassin got thumped here by a Manticore summon here from Tids. Looks like we are going to get some of the Ungors moving in. Trying to see get a bit of pressure here. It needs to be careful of the Brave Shaman. He's getting absolutely bullied here in the middle. In the sky, Manticore not doing too much. I'd see him get a little bit more involved here with the summon. Looks like he is going to rampage, and now he's going to go after some spearmen. So that's gone well. In the sky, Manticore is here going to be maybe chasing after the Ungol Raiders. A balance of power here is going to be pulling into the Beastmen favor, supposedly. That's an interesting one. It's like Tids here is going to be taking the balance of power. Of course, here very healthy is going to be Morga. We should have some summons here, so it looks like here we have a Chaos Summon in there in the middle. It looks like both of them have been activated. Spirit Lich was activated here on the... Yeah, so it's going to be here on the Manticore. I actually wouldn't mind seeing it on the Raven's Heralds, actually. These bad boys can certainly take a lot of attrition damage there from Spirit Lich. Throwing axes moving in. They can actually do a bit of bonking here on the Raven's Heralds in the trees. More throwing axes coming in as well, so it's a lot of throwing axes here. Ungol Raiders should be ready to shoot. Get the Ungol Raiders actually shooting here up against the Manticores. Only 45 armor, you can do a lot of good work there. Looks like it is going to be a Spirit Lich here, catching Chaos Spawn, Gore Herds, Morga the Shadow Gave. Should be some nice work. 25% magic resistance though for Morga. Should do a lot of negation there against the incoming magic. Now, could we get another summon here from the Brave Shaman? I certainly would hope so. We've seen 2 Spirit Liches, that's 14, plus a 18 summon. Is it 18 or 20 now for Manticore? I believe it's 20, I think. Yeah, it's 20. So we've seen 34 Winds of Magic so far. So I would expectedly hope to see at least one more Manticore and then maybe another Spirit Lich if we can farm enough magic. So Dread Spears here going to get charged in. We are going to counter them there with the Brave Shaman. We need to get some Ungol Spearmen in as well to support the hero, otherwise we're going to be losing that transformation of Godon. More Gore Herds alongside the Ungol Spearmen here. Should be fighting up against the Manticore. Arrows firing in, and that's some lovely work there on Manticore. That will certainly take him down. Balance of power more even here. But these Raven Heralds are very, very good up here. They need to be shooting up against these Centaurs, and they need to be doing all the good, juicy work. Centaurs here, we can certainly get in on top here and do some nice work on those. You know, good cycle charging, shooting, and stuff like that. Could do some nice work there from the Raven Heralds. They still have some pretty good charge bonus, like 20 charge bonus, I think, there with 105 speed. They'll certainly do some good work indeed. Marathi there is going to be fighting. Morga is getting absolutely bullied here in the middle. That will unfortunately probably cause the loss here for the Beastmen. We need to have something over here to save him. So we need to get these Tentacles round. We need to get something in here because Morga has broken. He will regen quite a bit. I think this is a mistake. This is a mistake from the. If you need to kill Morga here. You kill Morga, you win the game. You kill Morga, you win the game. I think. It looks like the Ravens Heralds are going to be pushing him off. Possibly. Not too sure. I think they're trying to. I'm not sure here. Yeah, it's like some are fighting him. The others are kind of floating around. I don't really know. But he's going to regen pretty quickly there if you're not careful. So in the middle here, it looks like it is going to be another Soul Stealer. That's going to catch here on the 1, 2, 3, 4 units. 5 units. So pretty good there. 4 infantry, 1 range there from the Ungol Raiders. Ungol Raiders also still going to be shooting in here up against the Bleaksword Infantry. And it looks like here the Brave Shaman of Death, which is probably the important one at this point, is still alive. Brave Shaman can certainly get some Spirit Leeches here on the Ferromanticores. It says balance of power is even, but I'm pretty much favouring probably now the Beastmen pretty heavily. If Morga dies, a lot of this infantry is just going to shatter. That negative 16 leadership is so huge. But this is on a teeter edge right here. It could go either way. Manticore is going to break. He's certainly going to return. He's going to come out of the Ungol fire range. We need to have some pressure over here as well. We need to pressure off the infantry. Blink's also going to return. Manticore's going to return. It's just going to give them a second opportunity to fight here. So Manticore here, alongside the Ravens Herald, is going to be beating up against Morga. Morga does return. We are going to charge in here with the Centaurs. We're actually going to be wavering there with the Ferromanticore. If we get in and actually do some damage to the Ferromanticore, he's going to be losing in combat. And that's probably going to be a break there for the Manticore. Very nice stuff. Now we're going to get the return from Morga. He's going to be regenning as well. And I don't think we're going to have the melee prowess from the Raven of Heralds to finish off the big man. Morga is going to get charged here. Good 55 melee attack, actually, sorry. And poison. I thought, yeah, 55 melee defense. But, yeah, you can see, oh, nice bonk there from the Ferromanticore. Ferromanticore could finish this off here. It's going to be waver him. He does have immune to psychology, I believe, as just standard. Raven's Heralds could do a shoot at the Centaurs. It says it favours the Beastmen, but I think we need to kill Morga. If we kill Morga, it's game over. Because this is all just going to break. It's all going to break. A lot of this here is going to be on pretty low leadership values. Morga is going to be down to negative 37. Can we kill him 460? Manticore comes in. Manticore gets a miss. Now we're going to be shooting here. Ungol Raiders need to entirely shoot the Ferromanticore. We do get a hit there, so oh no, we don't get a hit. 505 HP there for Morga. Marafi's coming over, so Marafi could do some work. Marafi also wants to get a Soul Stealer here if possible. 105 there for Morga. Brave Shaman is not quite close enough. Morga gets hit, but doesn't die. Oh, he does die. So this is going to be army losses here. Sorry, it's going to be breaking for quite a few units. When a few break, you'll then get a massive chain reaction of the more break, the more negative to leadership. And you can see, look, wavering, break. And you're going to see a lot of this infantry breaking. Manticore's going to come in. It's going to cause terror. Friends are going to be routing nearby. Look at all these negative to leaderships coming in. They certainly shouldn't be winning in combat. Once that winning in combat gets turned, it's going to be pretty dire there. Oh my god, he actually does get destroyed by the Manticore, but you can see they terror out, and look at all the infantry, it's breaking. Now we can come in with our infantry and start doing all the good juicy work. Gore herds are going to be the main thing they're going to stand here, so they need to be focused quite a bit. So a Soul Stealer here would be very strong indeed. Beastmen is going to be falling here, I'm pretty sure. It does say that, oh, actually it could be, is this going to be army losses? It's suggesting army losses here for the Druchi. Brave Shaman would be very nice to take care of. We can take care of this Brave Shaman. We'll teeter back army losses. We'll teeter back Bands of Power, I think. Yeah, so now a lot of these are going to stabilize because you'll go down to Lord as negative 10 now rather than negative 16. That 6 leadership is huge. Marafi cannot get shot. But you need to kill this Brave Shaman. Oh, I think it's going to be army losses for the Druchi because the Regiment of Renown is going to take too much damage. Yeah, that's got to be army losses. Yeah, there we go. Oh, damn. GG's well played. Yep, GG's well played. It was close. It was close. They're basically Vayne from League of Legends. Oh, sorry, Contender. I don't know who Vayne is. All right, so yeah, great game there between these two. We are going to see 2,400 from Marathi, with 670 there for the Canine Assassin, with 800 for the other unit. So we're going to get 402, 201, and 500 for the Bleak Swords, with 162, 370, 370, and 380 for the Dread Spears. So 750 for the Ravens Heralds, with 850, 1000, and 85, with 720 for the Scourge Runner Chariots. 1.4 and 412 for the Fair Manticores. With let's have a look at here. Tids is going to get 480, 25 and 800 there for the Brave Shaman, with 380, 265, 300 and 360. So 460, 1050, 980 and 340 there for the Goreheads. Yeah, performing pretty much the level that I would expect them to perform. They're going to be very, very good in this matchup. So it's a nice win here from Tids for sure. I think with a bit more pressure on that Brave Shaman was just absolutely holding this entire force together, the Deathcaster. But 1,150, 1,200, and 614 for the Ungol Raiders. And that's a performance that you're never going to see. Yeah, Ungol Raiders putting an absolute performance on their back for sure. 1,280 and 307. And I said this at the beginning, right? I said that Ungol Raiders are very good in this matchup. They are very underrated in this matchup. They are very strong indeed. 280, 170, 880 there for the Centaur throwing axes. Yeah, so GG's well played. GG's well played indeed. GG's well played. Sorry, I just got a message here. Let's have a look here. So it's going to be one apiece here between the two. Yeah, with a pretty nice come around there. Pretty nice come around indeed. Just give me 10 seconds. Alright, so for the next game, we are going to have Oakenhammer, game 3. Yeah, GG's well played indeed. GG's well played. Right, give me 10 seconds, guys. I'll be right back, and then we'll kick it off with game 3. Alrighty, we're back. Apologies, I heard a wild duck in the house, so I had to go say hello, of course. So, looks like here we are going to be having the Dowie up against the Warriors of Chaos. I think most people would say this is probably Warriors of Chaos favourite. I'd be inclined to agree. But I think there are some great builds here that you can certainly utilise for sure. There are some really great dwarven builds that can really catch a good Chaos player offhand. Now, I played against Big JP in this matchup, and he certainly knows what he's doing. He is a Sigvold main, and you know, Sigvold does pretty nicely in this matchup. Of course, you can ignore Sigvold, but you know, Sigvold's pretty strong as well. We're interested to see how Tids goes about this. You know, for myself, you know, you're certainly looking at dwarf warriors. You're looking at longbeards. You know, you might go like dwarf warriors with longbeards with great weapons. You know, some sort of mixture like that. A couple of quarrelers is quite nice actually. You know, you don't need any sort of heavy armor duty because you've got the longbeards, and then quarrelers are just used to shoot. And they have sort of the good arc to shoot into sort of skirmish cavalry. So you just shoot into the skirmish cavalry there with the quarrelers, like, you know, 3-4 units of quarrelers. You know, they've got pretty decent armor as well, and they can do some nice work as well. You're going to go, of course, go Thoric, and then you can just go a couple of miners with blasting charges, and you just kind of, you know, mix it in, you know, 4 blasting charges, 5 dwarf warriors, maybe 5 longbeards with great weapons. You can go with Regiment Renowned if you like, and you're sort of going 3 or 4 of the quarrelers. And then you're going to be having Thoric Ironbrow on top of that, you know, sort of 19-20 stack, and you know, that's sort of what you would expect from the Dowie in this kind of matchup. You know, because obviously Thoric, you know, the wider your force is going to be, the more you're going to get value from that Rune of Doom and the Rune of Speed as well. I think Rune of Doom, Rune of Speed is an absolute world changer for the Dowie. You know, having a unit that's just uber tanky with low melee attack and high melee defense, you know, having that melee attack buff is just so goddamn juicy. I think even in this matchup, people might go, okay, but what about chariots? Cool, you got Longbeard Great Weapons. Longbeard Great Weapons will do the business when it comes down to dealing with those chariots. And that's why you have the Great Weapons on the Longbeards as well, because they come with immune to psychology, so those Manticores aren't going to be terrifying off the Longbeards, and they'll be able to finish off the chariots in the late stages. So that's why you have the Great Weapons on the Longbeards rather than the Dwarf Warriors. Dwarf Warriors sit at the front there with the shields, and you know, you bring them with the 40 melee defense, 85 armor, and then you have the blasting charges coming over the top. That's roughly sort of the setup you would expect from the Dowie, and from the sides there of the Chaos, you probably expect in this matchup, I'd certainly be expecting maybe like a Firecaster, a Deathcaster, one of those two, and then you probably would be bringing, I imagine for Big JP, it's going to be Sigvold, a Mash, because just because he's so goddamn cheap and powerful. You then be going wide with Marauders and Marauders great weapons, and then you'll be going Chaos Warriors with great weapons as well, and sort of thumping through the line there. A couple of units of Marauder Horsemen throwing axes, and then yeah, maybe coming in with a Manticore too for a couple of terror routes in the cheeky later stages. That's certainly what I would expect here from both sides. But it really depends. It really depends. Maybe there's some new things that have come in from the meta side of things. It looks like it's going to be a cannon. Cannon's going to be an interesting one. Don't know how I feel about the cannon. Not a big fan of that, but we'll have a look. So we are going to have Chaos Throwing Manticores, double of those. We are going to have throwing axes, 1, 2, 3 units. Was that 4? Sorry, 1, 2, 3 units. Chaos Warrior great weapons here in the front. Quite a lot of them as well. 5 units to Chaos Warrior great weapons. Chaos Marauder great weapons as well. 5 of those. So it looks like it's going to be like 10 of those in total. Backed up here by a Firecaster and Sigvold. So yeah, pretty much hand by hand. Kind of guess what we're going to see here. Fireball, Kid of Flame, and Flamestorm. Pretty good. He's going to be on foot. With Prince Sigvold here with all the kit. Except Slippery. I would rather take Slippery than Stand or Die, actually, I think. Maybe? I don't know. I quite like Slippery. I think Slippery is extremely cost efficient. But if you have to drop something, yeah, it's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. So, for the Dwarven Forces, we are going to be having the Dwarf Warrior great weapons here in the front, which is going to be quite an interesting choice. Blasting charges over the top, and it's like, yeah, Thunderers in the back, Thoric Ironbrow, the Grumbling Guard, mixing them with Slayers, and more blasting charges. Yeah, pretty good setup here, pretty good setup indeed, and then just regular miners by the looks. Okay. So a lot here to be terror routed, so a lot to be careful for, and just 1 unit of cannons, so of course the Dwarves there don't have to break ranks, and you know, they can certainly engage in the front. Mr. Humor Boy, how are we, my friend? How are you? Welcome. Howdy, howdy, howdy. How are you? How are you? Hope you're doing very well. Hope you're doing very well. How did the 2 vs 2 streams go? Hopefully they went well. Hopefully they went well. Alrighty. Hubby sending over. Hey, Danielle, how are you? Hi there. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much, Mr. Human Boy, for the juicy rage. A couple of rats coming over. Fantastic. Thank you very much for the raid. How was the 2v2? 2v2 was good. Nice. Awesome. Who was the overall victor today of the 2v2? Hey, Sillers. Zocket. I think I said that right. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. So let's pop off here. So it looks like here we are going to get some chaos. This is a really interesting formation. It's sort of like it was sort of like extended out this way, but also trying to pivot around the corner. That was really weird. Yeah, so it looks like here the Chaos Marauders, they're going to be super wise. So they need to have a nice slow approach here, get a good juicy sort of surround and sort of a little bit like this. And then, you know, sort of be pressing in constantly, get a full surround of this force. There's not too much here that can deal with this amount of Slayers. Throwing axes will do okay, but they're less on the ammunition. They pay a lot for armor piercing and certainly lose on that range. So, could be tough. Thunderers as well, really going to give the good stroke and poke, and they'll certainly push off at the skirmish cavalry. So that's from the front, we're going to be hitting here up against the Chaos Warriors. So a lot of damage here in this middle pocket. You can see we've already lost 20 models. We've lost probably about 2,000 HP. Let's have a look. About 1.5k. No, sorry. It's 2,000. I can't count. Never mind. So, then we lost a little bit here. I'd now actually be tempted to shoot into a different model and then start slowly whittling down on the Chaos Warriors with great weapons. You know, just kind of whittle down all of them a little bit, because the more you do damage here to this unit, the harder and harder it's going to become to do further and further damage. So if you can, you know, slowly whittle down quite a few of them, you know, it ends up being the impact force is going to be a lot less for sure. So quite a slow approach here from the Chaos, considering we've got a big juicy cannon kind of spraying downtown. So it looks like here we are going to be doing that exactly here, coming in for TIDS. Nice work indeed. Looks like some of the miners aren't going to be getting set up here. They're going to be waiting for the Chaos Marauders. So Chaos Marauders are only going to be having 15 armor and no shields, while the Chaos Warriors with great weapons are going to be having 100 armor. So the blasting charges, of course, do pretty well there up against lightly armored infantry, which is where you would expect them to come in and do the good juicy work. Just sillies is good. You have to explain that again. I had to explain what again? Sorry. What happened? What did I miss? What did I miss? I probably did something. I don't know what I did. All right. So looks like Thunderers here shooting in up against the Chaos Marauders. Oh, and for those that have joined us, welcome to Game 3. This is Game 3 between Tids and Big JP, both from the RTK clan. So these bad boys are going to be fighting up in Game 3 here. Winner takes all and moves into the final. Final of today's event, we'll be going through to the Big Enticity ladder event, which will be held by none other than Mr. Human Boy, and he'll be holding that, I believe, next weekend for the big juicy prizes. So Fireball downtown. Fireball is going to be the absolute bane here of the Dwarven cannons, and we get a big juicy miss. All Big JP is going to be going all spicy about that. I certainly would be as well. The big juicy miss on the cannon. They came in with the good old-fashioned Dwarven Duke, and now we're going to be firing here, putting some good pressure on the. Oh my God! An absolute cannonball to the face there. God damn, he took that like a champ. Absolute champion. Yeah, so I'm all about getting us around, but I'm all about getting us around this week, kind of. You know, the surround has been a little bit slow here. We are going to be getting in, but we've taken some considerable damage. You can see two of the Chaos Marauders the Chaos Warriors with great weapons certainly have taken quite a bit of damage. So it looks like here the Chaos Sorcerer is in the trees. Sigvold is doing Sigvold things. Any other Lord here in the game would certainly be getting absolutely splattered, but he's going to take this like a champion. Silver Shield, 110 armor. He'll certainly be getting at the front and do the good work. But then come in the back here, we can see there's some juicy pockets opening in it. As a Dwarven main myself, you can see these pockets are starting to open, where you can start to see units just kind of pouring in and doing all these juicy things, where you'll find units just slither their way in, and they just start doing all these annoying things. Manticore is just going to kind of evade all of that, charge straight over the top here on top of the Thunderers. Now he could pull out. It's looking like there's going to be a rune of slowness here. Thoric Ironbrow is going to be on foot. I didn't even look at that. I didn't even have to question that, but he is going to be on foot with the rune of speed and the rune of slowness. Very interesting. Very interesting. Thunderers here firing in the sky. Rune of slowness does catch the Manticore. He is going to rampage and fall down here up against the Dwarven Warriors. In the back, we're going to move here with the Chaos Marauders with great weapons. Get those here. Just keep pushing them, keep pushing them, keep pushing them, and move them here on top of the Thunderers. Now, the Chaos Warriors with the 100 armor are going to be pretty good here up against the Slayers. Slayers do struggle with a good level of armor piercing. So, Flamestorm at the front here is going to catch a lot of the Grumbling Guard and the Dwarven Warrior great weapons. In the back here, looks like we do have the bucket load of the Chaos Marauders fighting on the flanks here. They should do some good work here up against Miners. Might struggle up against Dwarven Warriors, but with the great weapons, they are going to have a much reduced melee defense compared to their shielded brothers. So in the sky, the Fairy Manticore is going to be absolutely splattered by Thunderer range. And looks like here we are going to be breaking the front line. And look at this juicy pocket starting to open here in the middle. Slayers are going to have to be thrown in to kind of fix up that hole, but it's not looking too great here for the Dowie. Thoric Ironbrow is going to be chasing off the Chaos Marauders with great weapons. No, looks like he's going to give up that chase. What is this going to be? Rune of Speed activated here in the middle. That's going to be catching 1, 2, 3 units. Very nice stuff indeed. Can really help them fight here up against the Chaos Marauders with great weapons. Now we're going to be shooting over against the front. The throwing axes need to get in the back. They need to get in the back. Look at this juicy pocket at the back here that is just open for cavalry to get in and do all the work. I think here as well, getting that Manticore back in. Manticore is going to be rampaging here up against the cannons, doing some nice work indeed. We do actually have the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire. He could get in as well and, you know, start putting a few Flamestorms throughout the pocket here. You've got two juicy units on the front. Flamestorm would certainly rip apart most of these models. And, yeah, you'd lose your Chaos Warrior great weapons, but you'd open up this middle pocket for an absolute harass. So it looks like they are going to move away. Thunderers, and this is the problem here, you're not compromising the Thunderers, so they're just going to shoot you, and they're going to shoot you hard. So you need to make sure you can get in there and do the good work. Thunderers are going to drop, of course, there's not too much pressure, but the open pocket here, you need to get in with those miners and, you know, fill up that pocket. It won't hold too well up against Chaos Marauders, but it might do some okay stuff. Flamestorm on the back is here to catch the Slayers, and you can see now the cavalry is starting to come around the back, but I think probably a little bit too late here, but it's better late than never, I guess. In the middle here, Chaos Fairy Manticore doesn't need to be chased by Slayers. Get Slayers back in the pocket here to protect the Thunderers. That's actually going to shatter from the Chaos Fairy Manticore. That's a big shame indeed. Where is the second one? Second one is going to be in the middle. That's probably going to be a shatter from this one as well. That is going to be a shatter from that one. And that's going to be all terror off the battlefield. Now in the middle here, Priest Sigvold is going to chase in. He can take down Slayers pretty comfortably here. In the back, these throwing axes need to get in, even if they have to fight in combat. Like just compromise these Thunderers, stop them from spreading apart your force and really ripping up your Chaos Warriors. In the middle here, Thoric Ironbrow is going to be holding here up against the Chaos Warrior great weapons, and for most of the infantry here for the Dowie, it's looking pretty done. It's looking pretty done. Miners going to be at the front. They can certainly push out and meet this force. Some units are returning, but I don't know if it's a little bit too late here. Thunderers have done the work. Thunderers have done what they've needed to do this entire time. They're now going to be charging in, but, you know, sort of 8 minutes into the game, it's looking to be a little bit late. The Thunderers done all the good work, unfortunately. Coming over here, looks like the Dwarven Warriors and the Miners going to be meeting up with the forces here. And you can see, as soon as they get away, they get spread by 2 units of gunfire. And you can see one here is going to be breaking. The other 2 are going to return, but, you know, their power comes in from their mobility rather than their armor-piercing potential. So Slayers here, there's going to not be too many models left. 10 models there left in the middle, and Sigvald needs to get in here as well and start compromising those Thunderers. In the front is going to be a Flamestorm here on this mass infantry force. We should be able to get away from most of that. That is going to be a break there from the Chaos Warriors, but we should be able to get a Flamestorm that's going to really rival the old beards here. And actually it's going to be catching a lot of the young beards. The Miner's going to get hit pretty hard. A little bit. I was expecting a bit more there, but it's like the Flamestorm not going to quite catch. RNGesus is not going to quite be on the favourable side here of the Chaos faction. So in the middle, it looks like we are going to get a Heroic Killing Blow, maybe a Slowness coming down here. It is going to be a Rune of Slowness that's going to activate here, and Thoric Ironbrow is going to get away. I really want to get Sigvold here on top. He's going to be slowed down to 22 speed. It's going to be 32 there for Thoric. Now, he should be able to catch. I suppose Slippery comes in quite nicely. Slippery can give that a bonus of speed. You can see in the middle here, the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire. Can we get a Fireball into the face of Thoric? That'd be quite nice as well. He's not going to get as much magic resistance here. He does have fire resistance, so like Fireballs and stuff aren't going to do as much damage. But it's an interesting one, Throwing axes are trying to move in and compromise the Thunderers, but here there's enough Dwarven Warriors around and not enough infantry to do enough work. But in comes here with Prince Sigvald. Sigvald is now going to butter the bread pretty comfortably here of Thoric Ironbrow. Well, maybe there are a bucket load of miners coming in. Oh, he is going to get away. He's going to with this track star athlete. No, keep him microed. No, JP. No, JP. You might throw this game if you stay here. Ah, no. Yeah, this is looking pretty bleak. Yeah, and he's now going to get trapped in by miners. Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. The micro wasn't quite there for the. Oh, he's going to get through. Oh, one athlete, one absolute athlete. Thunderers here. They're going to be shooting down here up against the Chaos Warriors. What can we see here? Oh, nice. He's going to get caught. Can we kill him though? If we can kill him, Thoric Ironbrow. Oh, he's going to get away. This boy is an absolute nuisance indeed. Sigvald is in. He's going to be fighting here alongside the Chaos Warriors. Slayer's moving in as well. No, Slayers are going to stay alongside Thoric. Rune speed activated to give him up to 47 speed. Speaking about athletes, Thoric Ironbrow, he's been on the treadmill. So the boy in the back here, the Chaos Sorcerer, Flamestorm does catch a lot of the miners here on top of Sigvald. And Thunderers are now just going to be pouring fire. Yeah, we've got to be careful here, I think. Although we are nearly a healing cap for Prince Sigvald. Can Sigvald actually get on top of these Thunderers and compromise them? I think that would be actually optimal. Because otherwise we're going to lose the Chaos Sorcerer. And there's going to be nothing to take care of these infantry forces. No, it looks like both units are just going to be firing into the Sorcerer Lord. Sorcerer Lord can run away he likes, but he's just going to get absolutely splattered here. Throwing axes need to charge in. They need to shut down this firing range. And just stop it here. They're now going to be shooting the Marauders. The Marauders are in. They are going to do the work, but I don't think Sigvald is healthy enough to take on all these forces. We do break there with the Chaos Sorcerer. If we get that -5 off him, I'm under missile fire. So flank secure. He's now going to be in full leadership, so he does have an opportunity to return. I don't know, though. Oh, he does return. That is goddamn huge. Can we get a fireball here on Sigvald? Rune of Slowness, Stand or Die has been activated, so we're not going to quite catch Thoric. Can we get a fireball out? No, he's going to immediately break here. He's going to immediately break. I don't know why he broke. I don't know why he broke. He's on 12 leadership. I don't know why he broke. I don't know why the game does that. I don't know why the game does that. But yeah, he shouldn't have broke. But that Thunder of Fire now is going to be spreading apart Sigvald. These Thunderers, like, I'm telling you now, if you don't deal with Thunderers, they will win you the game single-handedly. So yeah, GG's well played to the Dowie. Yeah. Very well played indeed. It's the Sigvald show now. It always is the Sigvald show. It always is the Sigvald show. Zucket means something like gaming in German, so it's just an extra to the name, just calling me Sills. Oh, okay, fair enough. I'll just call you Sills. No worries, Sills. So yeah, Sigvald is going to be in the infantry, but you still got lots of ammunition here for the Thunderers. Just pull your infantry away. Just run your infantry away. Just land and shoot Sigvald. He'll break. Yeah, GG's well played. Yeah, GG's well played. I think well played to the Dwarven player, the Tids. He single-handedly won the game by just not allowing that cavalry to get in the back and shut down his Thunderers. Yeah. Thunderers did absolutely monstrous work. 1.5k and 1.5k, so 3k between them for a unit that, you know, over doubles both their value. So exceptional work. 661 there for Thoric Ironbrow. Front line, okay. 430, 380, 520. Pretty good there, 520. 500, 560, 400, 340 with 177. So 750, 750, or 770 with 1,150. 710 there for the Grumbling Guard with 1,200 for the cannon. Yeah, very nice. Yep, can't complain. 1,200 for the Chaos Sorcerer Fire, so nice work. 1.7k for Sigvald. And the rest of the line's pretty interesting. So 200s there, 500, 400, 200. So a little bit up and down, 900, 840, 300, 900, 200. You can see some of these up and down as well. We got 317, 312, 341. We also got here 143 and 616. So the thing is, you've got a bucket load of armor. The one thing I'd say for JP, maybe just like a small thing for him, he's got a bucket load of armor piercing here to punch anything that has heavy armor. So these throwing axes, I don't particularly think they're that necessary to have this much armor piercing. I think dropping the extra 100 gold per one and then picking up maybe say, you know, 3 horsemen, and bringing in some extra money, and then, you know, if you go, you know, you save 300 gold, you're going in with an extra marauder, or you can just use those javelins to take on just the slayers. You know, they need to be shooting slayers all day. You know, and they're also going to come with extra ammunition. Yeah, I don't know. I just think, you know, there was more that could be done with this. But it's a good build. It's a good build. You know, you certainly can't complain. GG's all play, gents. Thanks for the games. See you in the final. Tids. So well played there to Tids. He's going to be in the final. He'll be in the final here, which will be against either is it Artisan Tech Priest? Yes, Artisan Tech Priest or Nevermore. So that's going to be the next game of the best of threes. GG's. See you in the final, Tids. So, let's invite the boys here. Where are the boys? There's Nevermore. Let's get a big juicy invite for him. We'll update the scoreboards as well. So yeah, well played to Tids. Yeah, really brought out there in the end. He was put up against the Y, you know, with the green skin victory in the first game. There for the big JP. So he's really put up against the really put up against the edge, and then came back pretty strong there with the Dow in the Beastmen. Two very, very tight games indeed. Very, very tight games. Nevermore is in, and then we're waiting for Mr. Alpharus. He's probably Alpharus on this. I don't really know. Alpharus. Alright, so we'll play the Tids. We're now going to be having Mr. Artisan Tech Priest from Sinva going up against Mr. Nevermore from the LS clan, from the Lover Squad. So let's go here. So who are we supporting today? And we got the Sin. Right, I'm going to have to reset the lobby because one of the players can't join, so 1 second. Let's reset the lobby. Alright, so you're going to be on the Southern Chaos Wastes again, so let's find that map, Southern Chaos Wastes. Cool, Alphas is in. Sweet, so gonna be Neil there and Neil here, and then we'll be having Tids change to Artisan, Mr. Artisan, and then we'll be having Nevermore. It's not gonna quite fit, I don't think. Unlucky. Alrighty, so it looks like we got some good support here for Nevermore so far. Let's just see what Mr. Nevermore has to say. So Artisan doesn't have a keyboard. Yeah, so Artisan doesn't have a keyboard, so I'm typing for him. Okay, Dark Elves. So, yeah, Dark Elves again. It's going to be some more Dark Elves. And it's going to be Greenskins. Cool, so it's going to be another Dark Elves Greenskins. Let's go Nevermore, yes! And of course, speaking of LS and the gorgeous clan that they are, because they are full of wonderful human beings, like my big friend here, Mr. Contende. So for those who don't know Contende, he is a lovely person who's been doing some good content creation here on Twitch. And so feel free there to go, try and follow him here. This is going to be Contende there on Twitch. So feel free to go give the big man a multiple controller player. Mouse duelist, yeah. Yeah, sadly no keyboard. And how's he meant to play? You do it? I don't know, man. I don't know. But he says he doesn't have a keyboard, so we're going to try to fill in where we can. Yeah, so if you guys don't know Contende, do go check him out. He does, I think, a lot of his own point of view and playing, and I believe you do some tournaments, or we've discussed that you're going to be doing some tournaments in the future, which should be really, really cool. So feel free to go check out Contende and all of his awesome stuff. Him and Murphy, of course, are going to be the representatives for LS. So, you know, brilliant guys in the community. Lovely to have them here, and, you know, certainly bringing the clan together, and bringing some really nice competitive players like Nevermore here to the table. And, you know, these boys are certainly turning up pretty strong here in the community. Yeah, for sure. So we saw the matchup before. We saw, of course, Greenskins, and then we also saw and Jushi. Now, Alfarius, or otherwise known as Artisan, is not always known for going, you know, to the meta per se. So it's really hard to say what he's going to do. Also, he doesn't have a keyboard, so I don't know how this is going to work for him. If he doesn't have a keyboard, it means he's doing everything on his mouse, which means you have to pin with your scroller wheel, I think. I don't know. I feel like 6 units of skirmish cav without a keyboard could be pretty tough, so perhaps we're not going to be expecting that. This could be the quickest 2-0 victory you've seen here, but we'll have to see what's going to be said. So, guys, we are going to be in the second semi-final, so I hope you guys have had a good time so far. If you're enjoying today's content, do feel free to, of course, to like here on the live stream. Really does help a lot. You know, of course, it helps spread the live streams to the wider audience, you guys, and hopefully we can bring in more new players here to the community. And of course, do feel free to subscribe as well. It really, really does help. I'll be doing some Warhammer 3 content. My embargo actually goes live in 5 days, so essentially I have unlimited stuff that I can bring to you guys. So I think the likely way I'm going to do it is I'm probably going to have like a video live stream on YouTube. So it'd be like a multiplayer sort of stream on YouTube, and it'd also sort of like, say, multiplayer games in videos also on YouTube. I'll do a YouTube sort of voting system for you guys soon, so I can see what you guys want. I'll be throwing one up today, so it should be interesting. And then during Twitch in the evening, I'll be doing Warhammer 3 as well, where I'll probably be doing some campaign stuff. I'll probably do some sort of campaign, and maybe I'll do like some ladder stuff. Maybe some best of threes or something like that. You know, I'll come on live stream. We'll do some more stuff like this. So, you know, it'll be some good stuff to you know, certainly sink your teeth into, which would be nice there for Warhammer 3. You can ask me some questions, and yeah, we can have a good old time with it. We can have a good old time. Had some crazy games so far. I've had some absolutely crazy games. Me and Duck have gone at it quite a few times, and dear God, some of the games we've had have been uber close, uber close. I'd say probably, you know, probably 75% of the time he whoops my ass, but there are times that we have really close games, and yeah, damn, it's close. It's close. Yeah, so just gonna wait for these two boys to get ready. Looks like Nevermore is ready. Been trying to see what Nevermore decides to do here with the Dark Elves, but I assume it could be probably not the same build, but it could be a similar build. I generally think Druchii just going super wide, like 5 Bleak Swords, 3 Dread Spears, Black Ark Corsairs, Dark Shards, cheap Skirmish Cavalry, Barathi Double K Knight is pretty strong. I don't even think you need Manticores in this matchup, personally. I think just going super wide is really, really good. It is really, really good. Double Biggin could be a play, DJ. It certainly could be a play, especially for a man who can't micro too much. The only problem is if there's mass Dark Shards or any sort of bolt throwers, it's going to be pretty painful. It's going to be pretty painful for Artisan. But the man does memes, so we could see it. We could see it. Warhammer 3. CA kept this one quiet. Yes, Aldamo. They kept they kept Warhammer 3 super quiet. But yeah, next week should be super fun. So next Thursday, which will be the 10th for me, I'll be kicking off with pretty much multiplayer every single day. We'll be doing multiplayer every single day here on YouTube. And then there'll be some variant of multiplayer, or there'll be some variant of single player in the evenings for me on Twitch. So you guys will be getting 2-3 bits of content every single day from me in the run to Warhammer 3. I actually haven't touched campaign at all yet, and actually even haven't looked at any, just because I've been so excited by Domination. I just haven't looked. And my God, it is so much fun. It is so much fun. But there we go. So, double front Manticores, it looks like here as well. Triple Scourge Riders here from Nevermore. Looks like we have some Dark Riders with shields as well as Morathi in the sky. So, Morathi double Manticore here with the Sisters of Singing Doom, coming in with a bit of added terror. The Hellebronai backed up here by Dread Spears and Bleak Swords. 1 unit of Dark Shards. Looks a little bit small for the Force here, up against the Gromskins, but we can see. So, in the middle here, we are going to have Orc Boys, backed up by Black Orcs. 1, 2, 3 units here with the Alpha Centauri boys at the front here with the Orcs, and it looks like we are going to have the Giant River Troll Hag with the Goblin Big Boss and Gromsy Paunch. So here with They Need Stabbing and Slippery, very good there on the Goblin Big Boss. I actually like him with Slippery on his Spider, he's super tanky. Gromsy Paunch with Lucky Banner, Greatness here, and Language of the Boys there with Regen. We are going to have the Stone Trolls, looks like just 1 unit, and we are going to have the Goblin Rock Lobber. Savage Orc Arrow Boys as well. These boys can fight in combat. Don't have great melee defense, but they do pay for a lot of physical resistance. I believe 25%. Yeah. Frenzy as well, which, it really bolsters them. They can actually fight pretty well in combat. Yeah. And Black Orcs, of course, are just ultimately tanky. Like, things like Spirit Leech and stuff and Soul Stealer it's just not as comparable to the Black Orcs. They're just uber tanky. Hey, Mr. Caradoc, how are we, my friend? How are we? How are you? How's things? How have you liked the look of Warhammer 3, my friend? How have you liked the look? Actually, how's everybody liked the look of Warhammer 3? You guys enjoying the content? Are you enjoying Ducky, Turin, Darv, and all the other guys bringing the big, juicy content? What have you guys thought? I haven't seen you in a while as well, my friend. I haven't seen you playing in a while, Caradoc. And you, Aldamo, you said to me that we would play some games, and we never did. And for anybody that is joining a little bit late, just a reminder that this is my backup. Ducky came in with a backup microphone for me because my other one fell apart. So if I'm a little bit loud, or it sounds a little bit weird, or I sound a bit different, that's just going to be why. There's nothing really more to it. So yeah, just so you know. Alright, so the boys are coming forward here. It's going to be an Overcast Spirit Leech here, going immediately down on the Giant River Troll Hags from the... Sorry. Going down on the Scourge Rider Showers from the Giant River Troll Hag. Shoot Overcast, but we are going to get a bit of healing here. Arrows shot in the front, going to be shooting the Orc Boys. But yeah, not too bothered there for sure. They Peak Lunas at the front, they're going to be doing all the good juicy swells. The bad boys here with the fungi. the lunatics indeed. These boys certainly do some mentalist damage up against pretty much any level of infantry. It looks like Dark Elves aren't going to come forward, and they're certainly going to have to here because of the Goblin Rock Clubber. Looks like the crew is going to go off. It's actually going to chase the crew, which means it won't kill a mortar model, which is really, really good. Or mortar model won't kill a... it won't kill an artillery piece, should we say. Pretty low, though. The Goblin Rock Clubber might break here. No, it's going to stand. It's going to hold. The Grom's close enough, I think. Arrow's going to shoot over the top here against the Scourge Runners. Just keep Spirit Leeching here on the Scourge Runners. Even if you have to overcast it here with the Giant Rifter or Hag, it's fine. Just make sure you can wither these down to a pointless amount. ITP as well here for the Black Orcs, the 3 units, is pretty good as well. It's going to be good at negating the terror here from the Ferromanticores. These Black Chalks care for absolutely nothing here. Look at these bad boys. They look so goddamn sick. They're amazing. So arrows in the front here, they're going to be shooting up against the Bleak Swords. Bleak Swords do, of course, have silver shields, but they will take some damage over time. 30 armor is not huge. I haven't watched much, so I am eager to test myself. Yeah, man, it is good fun. It's good fun. I think you'll be a big advocate of the juicy new Warhammer scene. So pocket opens up. You can see the infantry is going to come forward. Can we get the Black Orcs in, maybe? I don't know if the Orc boys are going to be able to close out the gap, but it certainly possibly will be. Coming forward here is going to be the Goblin Big Boss, because you can see Marathi's coming down, so we are going to meet to here. Sneaky Stabbings could be activated for Marathi, and then we can move in. It looks like Slippery here going down. It is going to be, they need stabbing here on Marathi, and Marathi is going to get away. That is going to actually make her have to get out of here, which means now the Manticore is going to be getting absolutely ganged on by Alpharus. Scourge Runners pushing through. I haven't seen enough Spirit Leeches yet. Black Orcs here are not going to be protected. We can actually slither our way in here on the back of the Goblin Rock Clubber, but we can also move in here with the Dark Riders as well. So another Spirit Leech here going down on the Scourge Runners. It is going to be a juicy Soul Sealer in the front. So Grom here is going to be activating Lucky Banner and the Great One, and also here we are going to be having the Goblin Big Boss and the Stone Trolls getting hit relatively hard. In the back here, the Dark Shards are going to be holding true, but they are going to be getting shots here by the Savage Orc Arrow Boys. In the middle, the Singing Sisters are going to charge forward here up against the Orc Boys. Terror is certainly on the cards here. I really do like the Sisters singing Doom. Having that added terror there on the infantry is going to be quite nice. But of course, they are susceptible here to shooting, so taking it up against those Savage Orcs, yeah, pretty nice. I want to get those Black Orcs in so we can start shooting the ladies. Dark Rider's going to be waiting. Black Orcs, they're going to be just patiently waiting their turn next to each other here. This is absolutely hilarious, being pretty much on top of each other. Black Orcs move in, now they're going to start butchering the side of them. Savage Orc Arrow Boy is going to shoot in the middle here against the Sisters. You'll be seeing this unit getting an absolute absurd amount of value. In the middle, the Grom Skins are going to be holding pretty hard. The big meat sack here for the Giant River. She's going to be doing all the big work. She's going to be slamming here up against Dread Spears and all of that juicy infantry. In the back here, Dark Riders, they're going to get a little bit out of here, but the triple of the Scourge Runners, pardon me, are going to be shooting here up against these, up against the Chungus Orcs. Black Orcs in the middle, they're going to be getting those big battle axes and thumping up against the Dark Riders. You can see a bit of a blob here. If you could actually spread them out a little bit, we could actually probably mitigate a lot of the damage coming here, but it looks like it's going to be a juicy punch in the face. Let's have a look. You can see the swirls. Yeah, that's a lot of damage there on the Black Orcs because they were really tightly compact. That's going to be a lot of damage indeed. In a minute, Orc Boys fighting up against Bleak Swords. You can see Orc Arrow Boys were shooting. Where are the Sisters here? Casting Sisters, Hellebronite are pretty weak as well. Marathi is in the pocket. Dread Spears charging in. Grom's doing pretty well. You can see the Goblin Big Boss here with Slippery has been activated. Giving him 25 melee defense, which is going to hold pretty strong. Arrows are firing over the top here up against the Dark Shards. These are the shielded varieties, the Silver Shields. Will negate a lot of the incoming damage. Where are the Sisters? Sisters have got to be dead at this point, I would have thought. You see the Magical in the Sky does return. It was broken previously, but three leadership. Yeah, you're going to need to wait to get. It's going to be winded to give it some time to get back some of that mana. We could get a little bit back there on top of the leadership. So Scourge Runners here, they're going to be cycling through the back, but Black Orcs, they're going to thump so goddamn hard here up against these chariots. All Black Orcs as well, so we'll be getting those in the mixture. I see it tough here for the Greenskins to lose this one, I think. Dread Spears here, yeah, oh, there's the Sisters. Sisters 15 models, they got no health, so no wonder I missed them. But yeah, they got no health, they're going to be breaking here, 14 models. Terror will still activate even if they're broken, so you've got to be careful there, but of course, ITP from Grom is pretty nice. He'll be coming there with the language of the boys. Arrow is firing over the top here into the pocket. Wouldn't mind seeing some of the Orc Boys actually coming forward here and compromising this Dark Shard unit. Black Orcs in. 2 units fighting against 1 unit of Dread Spears. That is going to be a hard time for the Dread Spears, that's for sure. You can see in the back there, Giant River Hag is going to be getting chased off by the Scorch Runner Chariots. One Manticore is going to chase off the Savage Orc Arrow Boys. And it looks like there's going to be another Soul Stealer here in the pocket. One Scorch Runner does break. The second one going to be down to half health. The other Manticore is going to get pushed off here by Stone Trolls. So Stone Trolls is going to be doing the good juicy work indeed. So on the back here, the Archer is going to get compromised here by Marathi. We can see the Goblin Big Boss. He's going to be getting whacked by her. He kind of wants to get out of there if he can. Maybe sneaky stabbing. But it looks like here, Big Troll. The big Troll time is coming in. The Troll Toll is going to get affected here on top of Marathi. And she's going to be trapped in. The big boys here with the big, juicy... I don't even know what these things are. They're like massive tree trunks with rocks strapped to the end. I don't even know what to call these weapons. But they're going to be doing all the good stuff here up against Marathi. Now, if we get they need stabbing here on Marathi, it's pretty much end of the game there for the Dark Elves. The big chunguses, the 1, 2, 3, still going to be very healthy. 2 of them are half health, one here at about a third. Dark Riders getting in here. If we could get a recharge here on the Stone Trolls, we could see a break. Negative 14 leadership is huge, considering your base is about 40. In the middle, we are going to be having the Orc Boys here, fighting up against Bleak Swords in the middle. Now, you're going to get the good, juicy recharge here from the Dark Riders. Look at that leadership. That leadership is now going to bring it down to Wavering. That is what is so powerful about this mechanic here, especially up against Stone Trolls. 4 leadership is going to be holding 9 leadership, probably because they're winning in combat, I would imagine. Yeah, so you can see negative 14 there. Damage sustained as well. Very tired and getting flanked. But now they're going to be inspired by Lord. Enemies routing. Yeah, it's looking pretty rough here for the Druchii. I think that is going to be pretty much army losses. Cycle charge all you want all over this Orc Boy infantry. I just don't think it's going to be enough. We come in here and tear out. We certainly are going to tear out these Stone Trolls, that's for sure. We'll certainly get a flank charge there. And then we'll also get... Oh, no, we're actually going to break it. And then we're going to shatter, and that's army losses. There we go. GG's well played. GG's well played. Everything's great, just a little concerned about the demise of pitch battles, but I'm looking forward to playing Warhammer 3 in Domination. Yeah, I think, you know, obviously this will be the end of days for pitch battles for now. I can't say forever, but it certainly will be the end for now for pitch battles, which, you know, it depends if you're, it depends how you see that, if you see that as a good thing or a bad thing. Yeah, it really depends, We'll talk about that in a moment. So, for Nevermore, we are going to see 2,200 there for Marathi. Yeah, pretty good stuff there. Marathi also always a very good choice. 570 there for the Bleak Swords, 180 with 280. It's like 110, 260, and 230 there for the Dread Spears and the Hellebronai. So pretty low there on the Dread Spears. And these bad boys certainly thumping the whip. So 320 there for the Sisters of Sing and Doom, 1,000 gold cost for them. And you can see why Sisters of Sing and Doom specifically very rarely pay for their weight. Very rarely. But for the 200 gold bringing in, if you are going to bring them in, I think the extra 200 gold to bring Terror is very nice, especially with the increased melee stats. So 250 there for the Dark Shards. Sorry, 750, sorry, yep. With 260 and 250 for the Dark Riders. 700, 730, and 830 for the Scourge Runners. Okay. Roughly what you would expect. These are, 950 each, so they're all coming under par here. So, they certainly haven't done the God's work here, unfortunately, with 280 and 550 there for the Manticores. Yeah, I think, Black Hawks were just a really, really good juicy counter. What, sort of 530, 700, and 250. Because these things are going to be your target, but they're just so difficult to take down. Grom 1,150, 820 there for the Goblin Big Boss, and 1,755 for the Stone Trolls. 870 for the Giant River Hag, which is what you expect, with 300, 570, 140, and 640 there for the Orc Boys. 93 there from the Goblin Rock Lobbers, with 1,077 for the 8-bit Loonies, 916 and 250 there. So I told you one of them was going to absolutely thump because they were just deleting Sisters. So yeah, very well played. Very well played indeed. Right, let me just translate this. So, alright, so it looks like Empire's going to be picked up against the Lizardmen and Chaos. So Lizardmen's going to be the pick. That's an interesting one. Generally think this favours the Empire. From my experience. So we're going to be in the MP Peak Pass. MP Peak Pass. Yeah, GG's indeed. I'd say I'm going anime protagonist mode there without a keyboard. I know, man. I know. I think that's why we saw the triple Black Orcs and we saw like all the easy infantry, just to make sure it wasn't too hard on the micro, but there was enough staying power that we could hold off. But I think triple Black Orcs was probably not expected in this matchup. If he brought like if he sort of brought the build that I had suggested, I think he just would have wiped the floor with Artisan, because you just get 5 units of Dark Shards just pinging on Black Orcs, and it's a rough day. It's a rough day. Bum 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 bum. That's yeah. Triple Black Orcs was a good idea to make up for the lost micro. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Right, let's get rid of that. Sorry, guys, just trying to do something at the same time. Cool. Artisan does have the 1 in the lead, so he's going to be in the lead here. And if he gets into the final with only using a mouse and no keyboard, I mean, it's a bold strategy, Cotton. It's a bold strategy, and if it works off for him, listen. Interesting. Alright, so it's like Nevermore is ready. We're going to be here with the Empire as well. So what do we expect here from both of these sides? What I see a lot of people do is go like Bucket Loads of Saurus here with Elizabeth. Soul Soulblood, Kroggar is pretty good in this matchup, I think. Yeah, Kroggar will butcher almost anything on the force of the lizard men. Hand of the Gods as well does absolute juicy damage. Oh, I'm making a list here of other suggestions, units for lack of micro, so keep them coming. I love it, Eldamo, I love it. Keep giving me lists. Yeah, you me, Eldamo. You write it down, and I'll write them down with you. Oh dear God. I tell you what, Eldamo, like all jokes aside, for anyone that struggles for like a macro, lack of micro in the high levels of things, go and check out the stream that Ducky did for Teach Me Total War on the it'll be on the YouTube channel. It'll be on Total War's secondary, it'll be Total Warhammer Live. It'll be their secondary YouTube channel, and go look at some of the Falcon builds that he gave to his student. They're actually really, really cool builds. Like some of the Dark Elves was like full of Witch Elves and like Foot Heroes. It was like Foot Marathi, double Knight Assassins, and it's just really hard to deal with. Like just a Foot character with 2 heroes that takes minimal micro, and they're just really hard to snipe, and like just really wide infantry forces. That he had some really, really good builds that were just easy for his trainee to use, and there's actually some really cool builds in there that are like, they're not like super optimal or anything, but they're like decent builds that you can use. Like anybody can use them really, and they're like suggestive for new players or like players that might have like reduced micro. So all jokes aside, like there are some of those builds that people want to go ahead and check that out. Don't say that, CJ. He was rather unlucky to not spot triple Black Orcs. Oh, to not expect triple Black Orcs. Yeah, it is a bit hard, CJ. It's why I didn't say it out loud, but it was a bit harsh. Yeah, it was a bit harsh. And also, like, for the most part, you wouldn't expect triple Black Orcs. So, embarrassed, I don't think so. I don't think you can get embarrassed in this game. There's no such thing as getting embarrassed. Sometimes we have our days. This is a game that takes certainly takes a lot of energy upstairs, it takes a lot of micro awareness and understanding, and some days you could be the best player in the world and you just get some things wrong, you make some mistakes, and there's just some games you go in, you make 2 or 3 mistakes, and then you're catching up for the whole game on those mistakes, and you're like, oh, I wish I'd done it like this or done it like this, and you could play the games 100 times, and 50 of them that go your way, but the ones you play on live stream, all 3 of them didn't go your way. So it's just the way it is. So we are going to have Terran Riders here at the front. 1, 2, 3 units of Terran Riders. I don't like them in this matchup. This is for Nevermore now, from me. From me to Nevermore, I don't like Terran Riders in this matchup because Pistoliers deal with them so easily. Terran Riders are very expensive, and Pistoliers are just going to have good mobility. They shoot pretty well here, and yeah, they can return fire, but I think they're for the model counts. I think they always trade more efficiently and more cost efficiently for the Pistoliers. Outriders as well will just destroy them. I generally bring Outriders in this matchup, and Outriders do pretty well. Outriders will also rampage Feral Cold Ones pretty quickly, and they'll do all the big juicy work. And if they get around the flanks of the Saurus Warriors, they'll just beam through that 60 armor like it doesn't exist. But I do like the Spirit of Tepok. If you get the Spirit of Tepok sort of over here, and then sort of put all of your Terran Riders in, it could be an interesting one. Can be an interesting one. I probably would have gone wider with Skink Javelins to deal with a bunch of state troops and allow the Saurus Warriors to kind of get into the back a bit more. But I'm not a fan of Pterodons. I think they're too expensive for what you would want them to do. So yeah, we are going to have Tic-Tac-Toe. I absolutely love it. He's going to be here with the Master of the Skies, the Drop Sphere of Tepok, and the Focus Instincts. Yeah, I love it. So the Spirit Tepok here, of course, is going to have the Lesser Banishment, Shield of the Old Ones, and of course the Master of the Sacred Places. It's going to be Feral Cold Girls, yeah, triple of those bad boys, and Skin Cohorts with the Cohorts of Sotek. Of course, Unbreakable, Proof to Die, blah blah blah, and 4 more units here of the Saurus Warriors, triple of the flying, terrifying Terran Riders, and here for the main forces. Oh, we're actually going to get some in the back here, so we are going to get Chameleon Stalkers. Yeah, Chameleon Stalkers is great in this matchup. Can't complain. So a bunch of Spearmen here in the pocket. It's going to be a really, really tight Doom Force here with the Great Cannons. It's going to be Boris, okay, and a Bright Wizard in the sky. The Royal Outdolf Griffites, backed up here by the Great Swords, as well as the Sterling's Revenge, of course, Meter Psychology and bucket loads of AP. Backed up here by Double Huntsman and some more Great Swords from the Empire. No Halberdiers, which is a rather interesting one. No Halberdiers indeed. Yeah, I think embarrassed is probably not the word you meant, CJ. I think it's also probably not the word you meant. Yeah, for sure, it's probably not the word you meant. But yeah, he certainly took a big L for the loss of the keyboard. That's for sure. Getting beat by a man with just a mouse is certainly a different loss indeed. But listen. If there's a man that can meme outside of the normal realms of possibility, it is Artisan Tech Priest. The fact this man doesn't run XMT, I don't know why, but he certainly should. Sorry, I just got a quick message. Alright, ready, good luck, have fun. Looks like we're going to be shooting off here. So, Terran Riders come around the flanks. They're going to have to be... So luckily, I guess the idea of Terran's here as well, which could be interesting, is the fact that he doesn't have a keyboard. So, perhaps you're not expecting Pistoliers. But I'd say in any other matchup, Pistoliers and Outriders just going to decimate your Terran Riders for sure. I actually generally think in quite a lot of matchups, double Pistoliers and quadruple Outriders it can be really strong. Especially with the Sky presence. You go with a Light Wizard here in the sky, and you bring Shemsburn and Gaze, and you bring Net of Amtok. Yeah, you can do the business. Yeah, so there's some nice things you can do for sure. Hey, Eldrin, what's up, my friend? Welcome. How are you? So we've got some big support here for Nevermore and Artisan, so nice and pretty even there. But got quite a bit of support here for the big Nevermore. So going to be coming around the back here with the Terran Riders. A good bit of poke and stroke here on the Royal Outdolf Griffites could be quite nice. No healing here from the forces of the Empire. The same could be said as well here from the side of the big juicy lizards. Kind of going strong. Where's he going to be shooting? Yeah, this could be a problem. Chameleon Stalkers, now if they shoot here up, oh, they could actually get in if they play it careful. In the middle here, we are going to be having a lesser banishment on the Stellan's Revenge. Looks like we are going to see that. Good movement forward. We are going to catch a few, but nothing really too much to write home about. Stellan's Revenge as well can get forward. Pockets are going to be open here for Saurus Warriors to move in. Saurus Warriors will get butchered by the Great Swords, but we are going to move in here with the Community Stalkers. Now we're going to see them. The Royal Outdoor Gryphites need to get in and do the work. I don't know if we're going to see this. Yeah, Royal Outdoor Gryphites are going to charge here. We need something in the back to deal with these ones, though. Yeah, look at that blasting charge damage here up against the Great Cannons. Yeah, lovely stuff indeed. Here in the front, it looks like it is going to be a Manticore summon. So the Skin Priest of Beasts there from the Lizardmen is going to be having the Wilson's Wild Form and Transformation. So, yeah, pretty cost efficient there. And you can see the Great Cannon crew down to 2 models is going to be falling. Burning Head at the front there, coming across. That's going to be catching a lot of the Saurus Warriors. Actually catching a lot of his own Spearmen, which that's not so great. We can see here the Huntsman going to be firing over the top here up against the very large Pterodon Riders. They'll be doing some good work there. We are going to move in the back here with the Great Swords. Great Swords could move through here. We pull out the Juicy Huntsman and keep those nice and alive. So in the middle, the Stellan's Revenge getting compromised by the Ferromanticore. This is going to be a pretty quick win here for the Lizardmen, I think. We are compromising everything under the sun. It's looking pretty bleak here, I must admit. Tepok fighting up against Boris. Yeah, I think Boris should do okay here. Yeah, should do okay for sure. But Shield of Thorns activated, given that resistance here in the pocket. And the Spirit of Tepok probably should just get pulled through. In the sky, oh nice, the Royal Outdoor Gryphites have managed to circle him. March of the Skies activated for tic-tac-toe. 90 melee defense, but the Royal Outdoor Gryphites do come with a bunch of bonus first large, so you've got to be careful. Manticore in the back there alongside the big juicy Spirit of Tepok is going to be moving through the forces. And can we get the big Boris? Can we get the old school Boris moving in here? Because of course we all know about the new Boris. But we are going to move him through here with the big boy, I hope. Pterodons, they're going to be scooting and shooting in the middle here up against the Toddbringer. And here on the back we are going to see the Stellan's Revenge getting pushed off with a big juicy break there from the Feral Cold Girls. In the middle, I'm sure we're going to be seeing. Can we? I don't think we can snip. We can't really snipe the Skink Priest here. It's probably a little bit too late before the next Manticore summon comes out. But we certainly will be getting another one. Looks like Burning Head here. Okay, looks like it is going to catch a lot of the Chameleon Stalkers. Nice work there in the middle. But yeah, certainly going to be winning on balance of power here for Nevermore. Imagine a faction similar to Chaos Demons Undivided, but the Order Tide Undivided, with elves, dwarves, and humans united in the same factions, maybe with modding. Or maybe with modding, yeah, maybe modding that certainly be possible, yeah, for sure, 100%. So in the middle here, Great Swords fighting up against the Cohort Sotek. They'll do some nice work there, getting shots in from behind here of the Pterodon Riders. We are going to break in the middle there with the Huntsman. The Huntsman can get out and do some scoot and shoot, but it's going to be pretty hard. Of course, for those that don't know, Arslan here is going to be playing without a keyboard, so it's going to be pretty hard for him. Focus Instincts have been activated. It looks like it is going to be Boris in the middle with the Royal Outdoor Gryphites. Another summon in. And is that the end of days? Yeah, I think it's the end of days here. Boris is going to be able to heal, but how much really? Healing cap coming through. Yeah, it's looking pretty bleak here. Spirit Tepok is going absolutely ham as well here. This bad boy's going to be chomping down on the Royal Outdoor Gryphites. So in the middle here, we can see Boris is doing the big juicy work. He's going to be wavering, and if he breaks, yeah, which I think he will here, he's going to be losing combat pretty hard. That is going to be army losses, I'm pretty sure. Is that army losses? Yeah, it's army losses. GG's well played. GG's well played. I mean, New Alliance's outpost, you can do it in campaign now at least. Yeah, to be fair, Thrak does make a very good point. Welcome, my friend. Thrak does make a good point. Yeah, you can actually technically do that yourself, where you could become an alliance of a team of 4, and then maybe go up against the 4 Demons of Chaos, perhaps in when Mortal Empires comes out. So that could be really fun. You bring up maybe the Empire, the Dwarfs, the Lizardmen, and maybe another one, maybe like Bretonia or something like that, and you bring together the forces of the Order, and then you certainly use those to fight up against the Chaos Gods. That could be pretty fun. That could be pretty fun indeed. So we are going to have 408 there for the Boris, 1.3 there for the Bright Wizard, 308 and 480 for the Huntsman, with 150 there for the Sterling's Revenge. So 1,800 there for the Royal Aldolf Gratified. So imagine what sort of value you could get from them if you just brought a bit of healing. Even just Earthblood would be juicy indeed. 200, 150, 180 and 86 there for the Spearman. 640, 220, 380 there for the Great Swords, and 150 for the Great Cannon. 950 there for the Tic-Tac-Toe with 0 for the Skink Priest, 205 there for the Skink Gohorts, but 720, 800 from the Chameleon Stalkers. Very nice stuff indeed. With 420, 420, 660 and 320. 1050 there for the Cohort of Sotek. So, you know, of course, very strong. Especially when you partner this bad boy here with healing, Apotheosis, Earthblood, you name it. These bad boys really, really thump. So you get them straight into combat, and then the best way I find to use them is you get them straight into combat and pop Refuse to Die, keep them at 90 models, and when they take a bucket load of damage by whatever, Earthblood. Heal them, heal them, heal them, heal them, and then just keep healing, and then you can even pull them out of combat, and then you can even bring them back in when you need them there with the Refuse to Die again, and you just keep fighting and keep healing them, and just keep that juicy, juicy stuff going for them. It's very, very strong indeed. 113.98 and 160 for the Feral Cold ones, with 1.2, 600 and 230 for the Pterodons, with 1,255 there for the Spirit of Tepok. Roger that, so just quickly do the translation. GG's well played. Of course, the man, yet again, offset again. It's not playing with a keyboard, so it's only playing with the mouse here, so I'm sure you can only expect so much here from him. So Beastman, Chaos, Norska. Okay, you couldn't get 3 factions that play any similar. And we're going to ban High Elves. Okay. Yeah. I just, you know, Ardstein could go Dark Elves here. Dark Elves would be pretty good. Wood Elves would be pretty good. I don't know, Chaos into Wood Elves is quite nice, actually. Let's have a think. Let's thinky here. Thinky. VP could be quite nice. What do Chaos really suffer against? Vampire Counts. Yeah, Vampire Counts could be good. Vampire Counts. And then you go, say... If you go Vampire Counts and you ban, what, Norska? It's probably their best matchup there. Oh, so it's going to be Dwarfs ban Chaos. It's probably what I would expect. Kazook! Pick Dowie, no ban. Okay. Alright, so for the it looks like here for the Ancestor Gods, we're going to be fighting with the Dwarven Forces. 4v4 in multiplayer in campaign, 4 Demon factions and 4 Order Tide factions, each sharing units with outposts. Yeah, it should be really fun. I'm sorry, I missed quite a bit from you gents. Oh no, I mean there are new outposts you can set up with factions you have an alliance with, and let you recruit some of their units. Ooh, that's kind of juicy. I like that. I didn't even know that. So for you guys that don't know, so for you Thrak and for you Eldrin and a few others here that may be a little bit late to the party, I will be getting my early access on the 10th. So in 5 days' time, I will be getting my early access at 2 PM, which means I'll be doing videos and live streams on YouTube, and then I'll be doing Twitch as well in the evening. So I'll have a EU stream and then what I call the NA stream on Twitch. The EU stream will be videos, will be live streams for multiplayer and domination, and then I'll also be doing, probably in the evening, some point of view battles with myself against others, or I'll be doing, you know, some maybe single player. So if there's anything you want to see, do feel free to let me know, and then we can, you know, always pop on. I'm sure me and Ducky have got some things we're going to be doing and all that. I basically have unlimited access to do whatever the hell I like for as long as I like, so that's going to be absolutely fantastic. So we'll be popping on and doing some good stuff there for sure. So, you know, most days it'll be sort of a video or a live stream at 5 on YouTube. And if it's just a video, then we'll be going live at 7, 8 o'clock on Twitch. If it's a live stream, then we'll see when the live stream finishes. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what we want to do. We'll see what we want to do. But yes, if you guys have any suggestions, do feel free just to drop them below, and we can go over that for sure. So for the final game, we are going to be having Oakenhammer. So Oakenhammer, yeah. So with the Dowie up against Chaos yet again. We've had 2 mirror matches here from the first game, so it should be interesting. Should be interesting to see here what's going to happen. So if I was to do a campaign first, what would you guys like to see? Correct. Alright, so they're both ready, so let's jump in for the good old juicy battle. You taught your shortbeards the recommended starting factions too well. Indeed, I did. Indeed, I did. You know, with the shortbeards, tried to make sure that we, you know, get the good old coaching in, eh, Mr. Bowmore? Get the good old coaching in. You know, Dowie, Chaos, and Dark Elves certainly are the favoured factions, I think, for any starting player in Warhammer 2. In Warhammer 2, for sure. They certainly are the very, very good starting factions, I would say. Yeah, they're very, very strong indeed. So, here for the Chaos, we are going to have the double Ferromanticores. And for the main battle line here, we also have a Gorby's Chariot. Gorby's here, 130 armor. You can see anti-infantry armor piercing, 80 charge bonus. These bad boys, oh my god, they thump. Very good indeed, and they just look absolutely sick. Look at these things. I don't know what that is, but it looks sick. So we are going to have Chaos Warriors with great weapons here throughout the front. So quite a lot of those. Backed up here by the Chaos Marauder great weapons. The Firecaster here with exactly the same, but it's also going to have the Strokey Rod of Corruption here for the extra mana. And we're also going to have the Chaos Sorcerer with the same thing, and Spirit Leech. So Sigvald, the Magnificent with Slippery and Auric Armor. I think that's quite a nice combination there between these two. Slippery with the extra speed and the melee defense is pretty nice, and it's about 20-something seconds, whilst it's only about 16 seconds there for the other one. But you do get a bonus to leadership. So we are going to have, oh my god, so 1, 2, 3 units of cannons backed up by double Thunderers and a shag ton of frontline. Thoric Eyebrow backed up by double Thanes. A bucket load of miners and blasting charges, bucket load of Dwarf Warrior great weapons, and an extra unit of Thunderers. We'll see. We will see. Those cannons are going to eat the Gorbies for breakfast. That there is an interesting start. Cannons actually could see this. You can see the line of sight does exist. That is a shot and a half, but these ones here can certainly shoot here. It's not entirely covered. You have to be at least where this Gorbeast is here to get the cover. This one is pretty much covered. This one here is going to get hit for sure. This one here on the floor. This one here is going to get hit. The other two, they should be fine. But you can see it's minuscule, but you could shoot around the corner. So you are going to be able to see. You are going to be able to get visuals on the Gorbeasts. Trees, you know, of course, they're going to protect a little bit here of the incoming fire from these kind of directions. But apart from that, yeah, you got this rock here as well, so you can actually move up. And actually, what I've been trying to do with my casters is move these bad boys over to like sort of here, and then, you know, sort of push them up into and sort of behind this big juicy rock, and then, you know, sort of have them here, casting all sorts of wild crap in the middle. You know what I mean? Of course, the old The old Kardashian chariot. As a true Dowie logic, are you excited for the eventual coming of the Chaos Dwarfs, or sworn never to play them as the heretics that they are? They are true heretics, but no, I will be looking to play them for sure. I will be looking to play them. Yeah, I'll be super excited if they did come. Kazakan, Kaza hit. Ha! Indeed. Dwarfs on the warpath. Can't the player see your lines? No. I could do this, and I can write this. And you'd have no idea that Artisan thinks that I think he's sus. Absolutely no idea. Completely sus. He'd have no idea. He'd have no idea. No, they can't see my lines. The only other time you can see my lines is if someone else is also spectating. So if I do this, the other spectators in the lobby will be able to see this, but the players can't see it. Yeah. But yeah, no, good question, Aldamo. Yeah, for sure. I will be looking forward to playing Chaos Dwarfs, assuming they come in. I've heard nothing as of yet, so we'll have to see what the future holds. But, you know, we've got so much juicy stuff to come in. You know, of course, the release of Boris, who's actually going to be the 10th Legendary Lord coming in. There'll be some other stuff as well to release. There's still stuff to come that you guys haven't seen yet, and there's a lot. There's actually quite a bit of stuff you haven't seen yet for Warhammer 3. There's a lot of stuff to come in. A lot of stuff I can't talk about, but you know, there's more to come, and you know, it's really exciting. It's really exciting. Yeah, for sure. Red player is always sus. No, not blue. Oh, sorry. There we go. Hang on, sorry. Sus. It's true. I mean, Artisan in general is just like a sus human being. Like, just in general. Like, I wouldn't have him on my admin team if he wasn't. Minimal requirement to be part of the Logicians. Alright. Double coffee down the drain, and you know what that means? That means we're now into Ultimate Gaming Zone, the Ultimate Gaming Mode. So let's get it on. So, here in the front here with the double Thanes. It looks like here they're going to be pretty naked as well. The bad boys, we're going to get one of the cool Thanes. Oh, we're going to get double cool Thanes. Yes, they got these wing tips on the top. Oh, how can you say that dwarves don't look cool? Look at these boys. Look at those shields. Look at the design. Look at those axes. God damn it. Well, this is how you treat an Ancestor on a chair with a big flip-off Rune of Doom. So yeah, it's going to be Rune of Speed, Rune of Doom there as the spell. So yeah, pretty nice stuff. Yeah, good stuff from Artisan. A Rune of Doom is just always worth paying for, in my opinion. Could you imagine trying to play and some lines are drawn all over the formations? It's like, yeah, it's just me low-key in the back. It's like, oh yeah, this caster's running away. And he goes, oh damn, yeah, the caster. Or like, you know, there's some horses hidden in behind, right? They're like hidden here, and like, and I'm just like pointing out these, and like Arsenal's like, oh god, yeah, there's clearly something there, you know. Yeah, that'd be funny. But no, yeah, good stuff. So Manticore's come around the outside. It's really nice here. We have what's called, what I like to call the field of vision. So sorry, this is from Nevermore. So nice play from Nevermore. Of course, these cannons here, you will actually be able to see the lines. So the lines come out like this, and they come out sort of, I believe it's sort of like this here for the cannon. You can see that sort of spread shot. So this Manticore can now push without the threat of it getting shot by the cannon. The cannon will have to rotate, which will take time, and then that time will translate to not being able to shoot the Manticore as well. And the more it pushes this way, the more it has to rotate, the more time it takes, and the less damage these big juicy elements are going to be getting away with. But cannon shooting at the front here, you can see a bucket of damage coming on the Chaos Warriors. In the middle, not quite so much as well. Blasted charges are going to be charging forward here. Looks like some of these bad boys are getting a little bit ahead of themselves. But here in the middle, we still, even with the triple threat, we don't really want to be taking on Sigvold, but we are going to be firing into the middle. Lots of AP damage here on Sigvold. People get really excited with Sigvold as the unbreakable man of Slaanesh, and actually, chill out. This man can die. He is mortal. He is mortal. Look at that. Look at the fire left behind here from the blasting charges. They are going to charge forward here. The Chaos Marauders. We got some big, big, beautiful blasting charges here in the front. We're certainly going to do some work. Bit of standstill here coming in for the Chaos player. Blasting charges here on the Marauders. And look at the damage. Done so much damage here before they've even hit the front line. More blasting charges are going to come in as well. We're going to see these boys just yeet them out of the back pocket. And yeah, they're going to be exploding here on the lightly armoured infantry. You can see these boys are just launching all over the battlefield, and we're going to be destroying this infantry force. They're down to half health, and now the miners can go in, and now they get the big axes, and they're going to go donk right on the forehead, and that's certainly going to give you a headache in the morning. So in the middle here, Thunder is going to be shooting up against the Chaos Marauders. You can see some of the great weapons are going to be forward, and the blasting charges, are they going to be ready? They are going to be ready. In the back here, we are going to get more coming around the flanks. We are actually going to get the Chaos Romantico on top of the cannon. He certainly wants to be compromising the Thunderers. Thunderers are going to be ripping apart. The cannons are not. The other one is on the cannon as well. Cannons at this range are like not that important, but certainly the Thunderers are. In the back, Flamestorm is going to rip the face off of these Thunderers. It's getting on the juicy action. Yeah, that's going to hurt. That's going to hurt. Down to half health just from one summon. Rune of Doom activated here. And that's going to be Matt Wide. Has plus 24 melee attack and Fear here going for all of the Dowie. Fear's going to be quite helpful here up against most of these Chaos Marauders and also the Warriors. They don't have immune to psychology. Even Chosen actually don't come here with immune to psychology. So very important indeed. Chaos Warrior great weapons following up here. Dwarf Warriors, Rune of Speed. Also an Overcast Martyr Rune of Speed. Which is going to be that plus 24 melee attack. It's actually going to give Dwarf Warrior 72 goddamn melee attack with armor piercing. These boys thump like lawnmowers in the front. In the back here, we are going to see the Gorby's Chariots charging in down to about a third health off of their maximum. I haven't seen too many Spirit Leeches here coming out so far. Thunderers should be able to shoot here into the flanks of the Chaos Warriors with the great weapons. Miners moving forwards. Could we get a? That's where a Rune of Slowness can come quite handy. Or also a Rune of Wrath and Ruin. If you've got a Rune of Wrath and Ruin here, about here, and they walk into it, it'll either stop him from walking in, or it'll explode them and break the ranks in their push. So, you know, you can certainly prevent that and kind of essentially use it as a Rune of Slowness. In the middle here, we are going to be breaking, actually terrifying here with the Ferromanticore. The Thunderers are going to get pushed off 2 units. And cannons here are going to be the big bonk on the Ferromanticores. In the front loaders, we are going to be holding for most of the infantry. The Thoric Double Thane combo here with the dual winged tips, just for the added speed and swagger, are going to be charging to the back of the Chaos Warriors with great weapons. These bad boys will thump pretty hard. They get the hammer, they get the bonk, and they get that splash damage. In the middle, we are going to have Sigvold the Magnificent pushing on to the Thunderers. Thunderers want to keep moving if at all possible. It would certainly be advised. In the back here, we are going to be shooting up against the Chaos Warrior great weapons. These Thunderers will do bits up against all this infantry. We are going to get a return here of the Chaos Ferromanticore, and now he's going to be charging down here on the Thunderers. Kind of cannon fire. Thunder fire coming in the sky here up against the Chaos Ferromanticore. Yeah, it'd be pretty good, but you know, of course, we are going to end their life there with a big juicy splash damage. Return of the Thunderers. It sounds a little bit like Return of the King, but it's going to be Return of the Juicy units indeed. Get a bit of distance, get the pop shots here. Actually shoot the Gorby's Chariots if you can early doors. These bad boys, these big monsters are about to take an absolute force to the face. Yeah, they're incoming indeed. And look at that charge bonus activated. They're actually going to be sliding here. They're actually going to get the good old MJ going. The animations aren't quite there for the Gorby's Chariots, but they certainly did a good old slide maneuver there into the battlefield. The Flamestorm coming down here on top of the Thunderers, and look at that. No care in the world here for the Thanes. They're going to charge through that ginormous Flamestorm like it doesn't even exist. And here they come after Prince Sigvold. Sigvold's going to be running away, and the Thane is in chase. He's like, get back here on my axe. As he runs away, the man of Slanesh is going to be healing. In the middle here, we see the Dwarf Warrior great weapons thumping up against the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire. These bad boys will chomp pretty hard. He has 100 armor, but these boys have big armor-piercing battle axes. Those great weapons will do the big juicy work. In the middle here, the Chaos Marauder great weapons are going to come forward, and there's not too much protection otherwise. In the back, the Ferromanticore is going to be falling here to the Thunderers, but a lot of range is going to be a lot to protect. Thunderers to return. We can certainly get the good spread shot here on the Gorby's Chariots. 3 models left for 965 HP. That's a lot indeed. Rampaging here for the Ferromanticore. Charging down here, Dwarf Warriors do not have immune to psychology, but they can certainly fight pretty hard. They do have good leadership here. I think base in the 80s, I think. It's pretty goddamn strong. In the back here, Spirit Leech on top of the Thunderers. Yeah, pretty good stuff there. I like that from Nevermore. Just wither down those Thunderers. They certainly are juicy targets indeed. Thunderfire is going to be spreading all over the Gorby's Chariots. They need to kill a model here. They absolutely... There we go. One model falls. Can we see a second model falls? There's going to be one left here. It catches 3 models on the outside. That is going to break and a shatter from these boys. So, nice work there. It's going to be down just to 1 model. That is excellent work indeed. We got the 360 no-scopes, and there they did fall indeed. In the back here, the Chaos Warrior great weapon is going to be fighting up against the Thanes. Thanes will actually do the good juicy work indeed. These boys certainly thump very hard. Splash damage is in the middle. Look at that big axe in the middle, just splashing Chaos Warriors everywhere. The heavily armored men of the Chaos Realms are going to be coming. And look at that, a bonk right on top of the Dwarf Warrior. But he takes out like a champion, and his mate gives back the good old axe. So you've got to love that there. Big old axe action in the middle. Chasing in the back, the Thunderers are getting pushed on here by the Chaos Marauder great weapons, but for the most part, the Dowie are going to put in the front line. Balance of power, though, does favour the Dwarven forces. Mostly because the the double Thane hero, or Lord combo, is going to be pretty strong. The expensive Gore Beasts are going to be falling. This is going to be a sad day here. Yep, that's really unfortunate there for the cannon crew. Keep going, boys! Keep going! You can do it! You can do it! Looks like they're not going to be able to quite make it. Thunderers are going to hold. They really need to splatter here up against the Gore Beast chariot. That's what the boys are going to be moving over here and trying to remove that. On the back here, the Chaos Sorcerer, 100 armor. I think a lot of people forget that actually Chaos Sorcerers are really tanky on foot. They're like really tanky. 100 armor is going to be holding them together there on the floor. And that's just for a caster. Like, that's absurd value. Just coming with Spirit Leech, not even coming with anything else. They're uber cheap. Uber cheap. Cannon Crews are going to be ranking. 7 models should see a return there. There we go. We do see the return. Miners of Blast and Charge need to get forward here. And it looks like Sigvold is going to be doing Sigvoldy things and just kind of clearing up the rest of the forces. What sort of healing here we're looking for the bad boy? 1.6k here left on the cards for him. So he's going to be able to heal about half. About half. But, you know, the Thane's double Thoric, that'd be incredible. But Thoric double Thanes are going to be able to do quite nicely there. They should be able to clear out the rest. We just deal with this infantry here with the Dowie, and it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Here you can see the Chaos Marauders with great weapons. 23 models here. Breaking at the bottom here with the Warriors. We've got some more Warriors in the middle, but it's only going to be 17 models. Not going to be that healthy. They are going to be backed up by a bit of encourage here from the caster. Might be enough leadership just to keep them going for now. Cannon crews are returning. Look at this. The bad boys are hopping back. And they're like, it's good to be home, boys. It's good to be home. The cannon crews are ready to go. It looks like here we are going to get all 3 firing, apparently. It says all 3. This one certainly... this one should be moving, but it's like we're going to have enough for 2. I think you have to have 3... You need to have 3 models per cannon, I think. And just that one there, he's not going to be enough, unfortunately. So Sigvold here is going to be breaking apart the Thunderer forces, 17 models. Cannon looks like it's trying to shoot here. Yeah, both cannons are back on ground, and now we're going to shoot up against Sigvold. He took a cannon, and it certainly grazed his backside. He's going to be down to 3.6k. I think he tops out about 3,915, I believe. But Dwarf Warriors with great weapons, thumping up against Marauders. Marauders, there's a pretty even trade here, I think. Also going to be 20 melee defense up against 30. Yeah, it's pretty much a flip there. It's 34 on 20 and 20 on 34 there, so... pretty even stuff. Shutter there for the Chaos Marauders. And it looks like here we're also going to be seeing a break from the Dwarf Warriors. Cannons are going to be missing here against Sigvold, but any sort of damage is going to be very, very good indeed. I think here this is the win for the Dowie. I don't really see any way. We also have Thunderers here that, if they got in and did the good juicy damage, I just don't see a return. We're going to get the Dwarven forces here, the amazing cannon crews here, chasing off the forces of the Chaos Warriors. Look at the boys! Axes high, ready to go. You destroyed our cannons, and we're going to come here, and we're now going to destroy your face. We're actually going to be catching.
Such unholy resilience.
They've only got 20 speed. That seems a bit harsh.
On our mountains and expect us to do nothing.
I love it. They trespass on the mountains, indeed. They came here to Oakenhammer to have a good, juicy fight. The Dwarven forces, they're going to be having a good old Dwarven meeting, a good old Dwarven grumble here, I think. And it's like here we're just going to be popping shots up against the Chaos. Forbidden Roll at this point is a bold move, Cotton, for sure. Balance Power is not in your favour, and causing damage here up against your own Sorcerer, considering they're the only 2 entities left on the field. That's a bold one. That's a bold one. Not even one I'd recommend, I don't think. But if it's going to be worth it here to get at least 1 Spirit Leech, possibly. 22 models. We're also going to be seeing 17 here, but this has certainly got more health. So 780. If we get 1 Spirit Leech here on the Thunderer, I think that could be worth it. Cannons are going to be firing. Are we going to hit here? Doesn't look like it. We do hit. We do hit. That's going to be down to -6. He's going to break, so it doesn't even matter that we use the Forbidden Rod, because he's going to cause damage to himself. And of course, that's going to be under artillery fire as well, so it's going to be -10 leadership. Very tired. There's also going to be -2 for him, so he's going to be about 0. But yeah, it's going to be a pull-up. Yeah, sweet. Arzan pulled off the gunline build very well. Yeah, GG's indeed. GG's indeed. Very good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Sigvold, you can see 802, he just got ignored, and he couldn't really challenge Thoric, because the double Thanes were nice and close by, but 350, 200, and 680 for Doric. 580, 400, 440, 570, and 370. Great weapons, 440, 500, 1,280. If you want to know just how well Dwarf Warriors can perform with Rune of Speed and Rune of Doom, that's a good example. That's a good example. 500 and 445. 400 and 380 there for the Thunderers, with 840 and 917. 800, 650 and 540 for the Cannons. So, yeah, pretty good stuff. 802 there. We see 150 and 1,060 for the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire, with 360, 380. We also have 315, 320, and 230. So, for the Chaos Warriors, we've got 500, 280, 260, 220, and 430. And that's where you can sort of, you know, go behind and look at a build, and you can go, yeah, the fact that my Chaos Warriors with great weapons got less value here than my Chaos Marauders just shows that this build, it didn't work. It's, you know, it did not work. I think the Gorby's Chariots are lovely. You got 1,200 for them, but you needed some more mobility. You needed more mobility to shut down these Thunderers. Thunderers are so goddamn key. Like, they're so goddamn good. Manticore's 580, 760. I think you need to be 20 stack in this force. You need to be 20 stack if you can. I think you just drop the Spirit Leech, and I think you bring some skirmish and you drop the Gore Beasts. I think is probably the way you go with that. It would be my recommendation. So, GG's well played here, indeed. It is going to be the man here with, of course, playing with no keyboard. He's going to make the final. Let's have a look here. So, scores on the doors. It is going to be 2-1 to Artisan. And we'll be going up against Tids. So, let's change that there. It's going to be up against Tids. So, Artisan the Mima himself, he's going to be making it through to the final. We Tids here from RTK, and up against Sinva with Artisan, so that should be pretty good. So it's going to be a Neil Poit and Neil Poit. But thank you very much to Nevermore. He's an absolute champion. Played super well in my Short Bids League. It was an absolute honour to host him yet again here today. A super good gentleman. Same for Mr. JP from RTK. Both of those guys came through the ranks for Short Bids. So did Mr. Artisan. I wasn't fortunate enough to get Tids into the Short Bids, but I certainly know the discussion was there for that to happen. But, you know, still a great player coming through the ranks at this moment. Alrighty, so Nevermore is going in the book. Well, I don't know. I think Nevermore has been stricken from the book. He's managed to get away with it here. So that's Tids, you're up. Let's see if we can get hold of Tids on the Enticity ladder. General. At Tids, you are up in the final. You're up in the final, my friend. You're up in the final. Beaumont is a gentleman and a scholar. Indeed, Mr. Murphalef. Indeed he is. So for those guys, and for those of you that don't know, and I don't know how you don't know. Because, where have you been? But if you don't know Murphalef, this gentleman is a very nice man indeed. He does some awesome streaming here on Twitch. Offering an extra Thank you very much, Mr. Adverts. But we're going here, we'll be copying that. For those that don't know Mr. Murphalef, welcome to the stream, my friend. There is a link to his channel. So there'll be a link there as well. I also dropped a link earlier to Contend Day, so do go check both of those gentlemen out. And the final here between these guys will be with Human Boy. So bear with me. I'll put Human Boy's channel up after this. So you guys can jump over there, and do feel free to give these guys a bit of support, please, guys, because it really does help. It really does help. If you guys in the community here don't know these gentlemen, they're still going to be putting on a lot of. They put on a lot of content here on a daily basis and a weekly basis. So do go check them out. Logic's Hunt and Peck. Typing noises. Yeah, sorry, I didn't say. I'm on my backup mic. This one here, this lovely mic was Ducky's old one. So a rubber duck came downstairs and saved me. I did have this one, but I don't know what happened to it. I accidentally took out the cord that goes into the top of the mic, and then when I plugged it back in and recorded, it just sounded like I was screaming into the mic, and I couldn't get the settings, and I don't know what I've done, but the mic just doesn't work anymore properly. So I need to work out how to fix it. But essentially, I'm using a backup mic. So yeah, that's that. So sorry for that. Mostly check out Contender. He's a poggy woggy doggy. Indeed, he is. Indeed, he is the poggiest of woggiest of doggiest. It's true. Murph Bro is a legend and a mensch. I don't really know what that means, Bowmore. Who is Thomas? I don't know what that question means, Mr. Aldomo. I don't know what that question means. Is it Thomas? Ah. Bye. All right. I have to put up a screen blocker now. I'm waiting for Tids to join here. So, let's see what we got here. There we go. That'll do. By the way, every single best of 3 in the playoffs went to game 3. And so I know, yeah. So for those that don't know, I haven't seen the link. Every single game today has gone to best of 3. So all 4 of the quarterfinals went to best of 4. All semi-finals, sorry, best of 4 went to best of 3, and then all semi-finals have gone to best of 3. So everything today has gone to best of 3. Depending on what these guys want to do, I might offer a best of 3 here to finish off. If they want, we're already 2 hours into the stream. The best thing you could do is ask. The best thing you could ask for. I know, Beth. I know. Yeah, super close games. Super close games. I don't know who this Thomas guy is. All right. I don't know them. Thomas, go away. Yeah, I'm just waiting here for Tids to join up. Ah, welcome. Yeah, so I don't actually have a password on this at the moment because Artisan can't join because he doesn't have a keyboard. So he can't join the lobby with a password. That's why that keeps happening. Thomas is blocking Tids hard. I know. The good old fashioned cop block is real, right? So we're in. I will be typing for him. So the first game here, we can get a good old juicy look. The first game here should be Tower of Hoeth. Very good. So the Tower of Hoeth, ready to rumble. All right, we're going to be in. So. So the map is set. It should be pick and ban. Best of 3 or best of 5 here, gents. I'm happy with either. Cool, man. Alrighty. I think that was the first time I ever heard Logic say a naughty word. Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't say them very often, to be fair. LMAO. I'm sorry. Dry Aldi bread. Hey, Jamie. Wait, no keyboard. Yes, Arzan is using no keyboard. He doesn't have one. It broke, I believe. I believe it needs to charge. I was just joining random lobbies without really looking at the name. Yeah, no problem, dude. No problem, Adil. No problem at all. I assume you are Thomas. Cool. Cool. So this is going to be the final, guys. This is going to be the final between Artisan and Tids. The winner here, I believe, taking $50, and then they'll be moving on with the Human Boy there in the final, or the grand final, as we'd like to say. And they'll be playing for the big, I think it's $360 or something like that. There's a big prize, which will be happening, I believe, next weekend. So that'll be pretty fun there. So... can't seem to find the pick and ban rules for best of 5 and challenge. Same as best of 3, mate. It's not changed. Yeah, they're not in here. Mr. Bowmore, you left out the pick and ban for the best of 5. But I think the whole idea is that yeah, it's just pick 2. Yeah, there doesn't need to be. He's explained it all here. To be fair, I didn't read this, but yeah, it explains it all here. It's just round 2, round 1, and then repeat until you get to the tiebreaker. Yeah, it's fine. There is no. Then I'll go Chaos and Hiles. Cool. Chaos and Hiles. That'll certainly prevent the Dwarven pick. But Chaos and Hiles, let's have a little think. It's an interesting one. Certainly an interesting one. Chaos and Hiles. You could see a Dark Elf pick here, which would be shock horror. Well, let's see what Arsan has to say. Whoops, same as best of 3. Pick 2 there. Yeah. Yeah, just waiting on Artisan. We are just waiting for Artisan. Take Priest West. We'll see what he has to say. But as we're in the final, guys, for those that don't know, this is part of the Enticity ladder event. So if you guys do want to get involved with some games like this, with some players like these as well, you can join the Enticity ladder. I'm sure here Bowman will be able to leave a link there for the Enticity ladder. You guys can join up, and what it does, it basically gives you a best of 3, where you can. You can join up and play in a sort of a competitive setting. It gives you maps, it gives you rules, and it tells you the maps you're going to be playing on, rather than doing quick battles where it's random, people trying to counterpick each other, and it's all kinds of silly things. So here is a nice way to play pitch battles and guarantee that they're going to be competitive against other competitive players. So it's a really nice way to get good competitive games in for sure. Boom. Right there, ladies and gentlemen. Right there. You see the link? Click it. Say wasabi to the end ladder, and then come join and play some nice games. Okay, this is going to be Chaos against Lizardmen. Slightly Chaos favoured, I would say. Slightly Chaos favoured. for sure. Certainly can be one. Hey, Logic, which matchups are you most excited for when the old world races make it to Warhammer 3? It's a good question. That's an awful lot of races, Thrak. You know, of course, if we take the current known factions, the current 7 of them, and add them to the current 15 we have, that's 22 different matchups. Or sorry, 22 different factions. Let's have a thinky here. Let's have a thinky. I'm not too sure what I'd be most looking forward to. What's currently... Let's go with my current favourite matchup. What is my current favourite matchup? My current favourite faction that I like playing with is probably Ogres and Khorne. I like playing Ogres and Khorne and Kislev. They're kind of my 3 favourite. So I think my favourite is probably going to be like Kislev. I don't know. Because the thing is, there's going to be so many changes that I don't know how, like, for example, I don't know how the dwarfs are going to be. I don't know how anything's going to be, really. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of changes, like, you know, the amount that we've seen. So, like, for example, with the new game, it hasn't been balanced for pitch battles. It's been balanced for domination, which means you'll now need to grab all of these 15 factions and then balance them for dominations, which means a lot of these factions are going to change. They're going to change a considerable amount as well. So, you know, all factions are going to change a considerable amount. So we'll have to be, you know, my opinions are probably going to sway, but what am I most looking forward to? Damn, that's a good question. Dwarves against everything, I guess, probably. Yeah, you'd think so, Rusty. You'd think so. But actually, it's not my best one. My best ones are Khorne and Ogres. Yeah, they're by far my best at the moment. Yeah, they're my best at the moment. Actually, Kislev, I'm not that strong with. I'm actually not that strong with Kislev. You'd think I'd be quite good with Nurgle and Kislev. I'm actually not that good with them. Kislev, I'd say, is probably my 3rd. But I've definitely played the most with Khorne. Yeah, Khorne is good. Slaanesh is strong. I want to get good with them. Looking forward to dunking on Beastmen with Khorne. Ooh. That'll be an interesting matchup. But as I said, it really depends how the old factions are going to, like, sort of integrate with the new ones. You know, sort of what we're going to be seeing, the changes here from the Warhammer 2 races. You know, obviously when we're also talking about scaling, when we talk about Warhammer 1 to Warhammer 2, you know, some of the Warhammer 1 factions were kind of lacking. And then when we saw from 2 to 3, we're also going to be probably seeing that level as well, where we see Warhammer 1 and Warhammer 2, you know, kind of lacking in a few departments. So we'll be seeing some big changes, I think. You know, I can't confirm that, but I'm assuming there's going to be some big changes coming. Yeah, maybe some pricing changes, maybe just a few unit changes on stats and numbers, and you know how it is. But yes, there's going to be some changes for sure. That sweet Dwarf vs Nurgle. Dwarf vs Nurgle will be the slowest matchup going. God, yeah, that is the literal match of attrition. God damn it. Nurgle are so goddamn tanky. They are so goddamn tanky. The healing is absurd. I'd actually really like to see how dwarves... I'll tell you what, here you go. Dwarves against Cathay. I'd like to see how the dwarves are going to trade against Cathay. That is the one matchup I'm interested in. I'd love to see dwarves against Cathay in a pitch battle. How would they work in a pitch battle? That'd be interesting. That's the one pitch battle I'm interested in. Muckluck, what's up, my friend? Dowie Goat Riders confirmed. See, Eldomo, I'd love that to be the case, but I've been looking in lore trying to find some of these elements, and I haven't found anything. So, for the chaos here in the back, we are going to see Tids hiding around the corner here with a cannon. Sorry, I just got a quick message from somebody. I think we're all good. Yep, sweet. Cool, so we have Tids here with the Soul of Damnation. Obviously the Chaos Dwarfs here in the back, ready to go. These bad boys are going to be doing the good old juicy stuff. Look at the brains there on the outside of these cannons. Look at these things. Oh, weird, aren't they? They're weird. Anyway, Chaos Warriors here throughout the front. Forsaken. Chaos Warrior Great Weapons, more Forsaken. Chaos Warrior Great Weapons. Firecaster here, Burning Head, Fireball, Kindle Flame. Deathcaster with just Spirit Leech. Prince Sigvold the Magnificent as well here for Tids. And yeah, pretty good otherwise. Double Manticore. And yeah, it's going to force the Lisman to them for sure. Not certainly the build I was expecting. Certainly wasn't the build I was expecting. I was expecting Archeon the Everchosen. Good old Archie. Anyway, Sora Spears here in the front. Bucket of those bad boys. The Bastiladon Solar Engine backed up by the cohort of Sotek. Here with the Pterodon Riders, the Pohawk. Ooh. The Pocket Pocker. We are going to have the Pock Hapak cohort. Try and say that 4 times faster. But we are going to have these bad boys here on the side. The Red Legion of the Regiment of Renown of the Coldwell Spear Riders. These bad boys do have immune psychology. They're also going to have Vanguard deployments. It's one of their key attributes. But they're pretty goddamn good, actually. I never see them, so I'm very excited to see how they perform. Krogar alongside the Skink Oracle here, Earthblood, and it looks like Harmonic Convergence as the activatables. Alongside here, Skink Cohort Javelins in the back to add a little bit of extra meaty chaff. Let's have a look what this is. Thank you very much there, Bowmore. Yeah, it looks like you are going to be crushing the Slanesh bots. Of course, they'll be coming into the realms a little bit more frequently at the moment due to the Warhammer 3 release. Alright, so we're going to kick off in the final. So if anybody here that has enjoyed today, do feel free to, of course, smash that like button. Of course, do feel free to subscribe and get ready for the Warhammer 3 to come this coming Thursday. It's going to be super exciting. Can't wait. Can't wait. So, let's get these forces going. Right, so both forces coming forward here. Terran Riders can be an absolute ginormous nuisance, and there's not a lot to stop them. So we're going to be shooting in the sky. These boys just need to Foxtrot Oscar. They need to get out of there. It's going to be a miss there in the sky, and that's going to hit into the floor. No, he's going to come here after the Sora Spears. Get the Sora Spears out of the way of the Bastiladon. This thing does have armor piercing, pretty good missile strength. Is that going to be popping anything here? Can't see anything. It's going to get a nice big bonus there to its armor piercing. I don't really know why it's going to get a bonus there. I don't know why it's getting a bonus. You do actually have, I believe, Boom. That just increases the explosive damage. That's interesting to see. So the Pock Hopak cohorts are coming around the back here. We are going to see Terran Riders here with the good old-fashioned Spirit Leech in the sky. Devil Manticore coming forward, but we just want to kite. We don't really want to get in range of Spirit Leech. We don't want to get kind of doomed on the door here. We just want to be able to kite up against the Manticores. Burning Head. Fireball coming out here is going to be charging into the sky up against the good old Terran Riders. And the boys are coming forward. So it looks like it's going to be hitting the front here up against the Skink Oracle. Skink Oracle here can fire in the front up against the Chaos Sorcerers and do some good work indeed. Damage on the front, lovely work there on the Skink Oracle. He's going to be down to 3,900 HP, so he's going to get hit pretty hard. We could do the good old scoot and shoot here in the front though up against the Ferromanticores. You can see the artillery piece here doing some nice work, and the cohort, this thing's got to be careful. Earthblood right now, Earthblood will be pretty key here. Depends if Artisan's going to see that or not really, or kind of expect, feel like he needs to play this way. So Thwap in the back is actually going to be a shot and a miss here. I think we get a little bit of damage on the Chaos Sorcerer. Maybe that's just an overcast, not really too sure. Just like no, is it Earthblood? We are going to see an Earthblood here coming out, so nice healing there in the middle. We certainly want to get some shots here. Don't really want to be shooting in the front up against the Chaos Warrior Great Weapons. We do want to be shooting the scooting here on the Ferromanticore. It's going to be another Spirit Leech here with the Pterodons nice and close. We want to be getting these bad boys over here. It's going to be a Hand of the Gods coming out. Hand of the Gods! We'll move over that one, shall we? That's gonna go away for sure. Hand of the Gods there was a bit of an unfortunate scenario. That certainly would have slapped the Chaos Romantical pretty hard. We are going to be shooting here. Are we just hitting the Hell Cannon? I think we must just be hitting the Hell Cannon. And there we go. We do get an explosion of the Soul of Damnation. The big bad boy is going to fall. And now it comes down to the juicy good stuff. So now we are going to have to move forward here as the Chaos. Where is that? Oh, so looks like the Pock are in the back. The Pock are going to come through. Turn Riders do return. And we do now have the Bastillon Solar Engine probably in range. And he wants to be shooting here up against the good old juicy Chaos Warriors. Fireball at the front up against the Skink Cohort. Can we slap and butter the bread here as Prince Sigvold? Probably. That'd be a pretty nice one indeed if we could do that. Maybe even shoot here up against the Ferrum Manticores wouldn't be too bad of an idea either. It's like a bit of a shot and a miss there in the front. Looks like a bit of an Earthblood in the middle here as well. Is going to be catching on the Saurus Spears. Saurus Spears have pretty good armor piercing, about 12 to 13 per model. We should do some nice work up against the Chaos Warrior. Great weapon. Stand or Die has been activated. Plus 24 melee defense. Can we get the big boy out though? He doesn't really want to be fighting here up against Prince Sigvold. Sigvold charges in. 70 melee attack is going to be a hit and a miss. Swiftness of Itzel is activated for added speed. 98 is certainly going to get him out of there pretty quick. Spirit Age casting here could be dealt with. You can see Stand or Die has been activated. Arrow Fire here coming over from those javelins. They're certainly going to be shooting to the front, doing some good work here up against the Forsaken. No shields for them. In the middle, Skink Oracle, he's going to be getting ready to do another shot here. Thwap here is going to come out. Are we going to get the hit here? We are going to get hit right to the face there. The Sorcerer of Death has been broken. There's a lot of shots though coming out of the Skink Oracle. I'd like to see the Skink Oracle here shooting up against the Ferrum Manticores. I think that's where the damage is needed to be done. So, Harmonic Conversion is activated in the back there for Krogar. He's anti-large, armor piercing, and an absolute beast. And that, I think, is going to be a bit of a waste of mana. We should be able to charge. He's going to be having the added speed here from the swiftness. And he's not actually going to get a hit at all here on the Manticore. Bit of a shame. The other Manticore in the back, we could turn and burn here with the Javelins. Javelins will do a lot of work up against the Chaos Manticore. Of course, only 45 armor is not that huge. Here in the middle is going to catch the Skink Oracle. Open Amulet activated. We can now pull this out, move Krogar in. And do a bit of a bait and switch. In the front, Rampage and the Saurus Spears are going to hold, but not for long. Fireball is going to come out. Fireball's probably going to donk on the door there of the Skink Oracle. Indeed, that is going to be the location. Now we get him with Krogar. Krogar can do the big juicy damage indeed. We are going to see some shots coming over. Ferrum Manticore is going to be pretty healthy. Looks like this one is going to have a triple bronze chevron from the beginning. The other one here also going to be triple bronze chevron, so doing pretty nicely indeed. Krogar is going to be fighting the Sacred Spawning of Exosso activated to try and get that good damage. Ferrum Manticore does break, and we are going to see some good juicy damage for the Bastillon Solar Engine. Certainly wants to get on the front here of the Chaos Sorcerer of Death. Removing the death there could be pretty nice. Burning Head hasn't been seen too much either. Burning Head could come down the line here of the Saurus Spears. So the Chaos Manticore is going to be getting away. Looks like the Pterodons here are going to be in charge. Cold-Blooded activated to make sure we keep that leadership nice and tip-top shape. We are going to shoot, and we're going to miss here up against the Chaos Sorcerer. In the middle here, where is Sigvold? There's Sigvold. He's going to be running away. He's in a little bit of middle of nowhere. Would like to see him kind of getting in and fighting just a little bit more. It's going to be a bit of an Earthblood here, catching both the Bastillon and the Skink Oracle, so nice bit of healing there. Pterodon's 90 speed, also going to be poisoning here up against the Ferrum Manticore, and that should be a clear up there for the nice juicy monster. In the middle, we can see the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire. He's going to be pretty healthy here, of course 100 armor, 2.4k on the floor, but the Chaos Sorcerer of Death, you know, he's one that could certainly be taken down here pretty quickly. Manticore in the back gets cleared out by here Krogar. Krogar can now come around the floor. We can actually see that the Pock has done pretty well, 35 kills. Not sure what sort of damage here. Yeah, 890, not too bad indeed. And in the middle here, we are going to have Forsaken probably charging forward here to meet the Skink Cohort Javelins. The Javelins here haven't been fired whatsoever, so certainly want to be seeing that getting activated here. They are going to be in range of the Warriors. So the Great Weapons here are going to get some missiles in from behind. Great Weapons, of course, do have 100 armor, but they don't have any shields to negate the incoming Javelins. Poison also going to be pretty nice for the slower rotation of 24 speed. We did get a nice big hit there on the Chaos Sorcerer. He's down to 255, and that's probably going to be a break. Artillery, -10, so -19. Probably not going to be seen him back anytime soon. Krogar in the back, sorry, actually, the Skink Oracle in the back doing all the good stuff. Looks like he's going to be shooting up against the Ferrum Manticore. Looks like we do get a return there. Looks like the Pterodon Riders are going to scoot and shoot. They'll finish off the Manticore pretty quickly. Fireball into the back of the Skink Oracle. Now, if we could see some shots here on... I'd like to see some shots really on Sigvold. Or maybe here just hitting the Chaos Sorcerer wouldn't be too bad either. A heal on the Pock is going to be pretty nice here. Still pretty juicy. 22 models can do some big barrely damage. And looks like here we're going to be firing and catching a few of the Forsaken. Forsaken charging here up against the Bastiladon. They really just don't have the AP values. They are actually going to be chasing down the skin cohorts, but they're not going to do too well here up against the Bastiladon. Bastiladon is just excellently designed. Shots in the middle. Looks like we're going to be going after the Chaos Warriors. Stand or die there. Going to be activated 24-minute defense and leadership. It's going to try and hold the forces, but it's not going to do too well, unfortunately. You can see here, still broken, is going to be the Chaos Sorcerer. Negative 16 leadership, even with artillery fire off. It's not going to be enough. We're going to be routing here as well with the Forsaken, which is going to push him off even further. Ferromanticore, you know, looks like it's going to be stopping chasing here on the Pterodon Riders. In the middle here, we have Saurus Spears and Skin Cohort Javelins. Javelins aren't going to come back through. We could see some Javelins on the back here of the Forsaken. Only 85 armor for these bad boys. They're also going to be very tired, so you will get a reduction on that armor there. Yeah, pretty decent damage coming out. Like, nothing too much to write home about, but, you know, all damage is good damage. Bastiladon here going to be firing in the pocket. I'd like to see it hitting here up against the it's Chosen Great Weapons. I didn't even see it was Chosen Great Weapons. My bad, I missed out that one, but the Chosen Great Weapons are in the middle, but of course no ITP for them. So the POC move in. Brilliant armor piercing here for these boys. They can really thump quite hard. 48 weapon strength indeed with armor piercing and bonus first large with a beautiful charge bonus of 32. Is going to get in and do all the good work up against the Chosen. As like here, we are going to be shooting in behind up against the Forsaken. This bad boy here will certainly kill models here pretty nicely. Could we shoot, though, the Chaos Ferromanticore? I think that is probably the thing that needs to be done here, I think. We do shoot here at the front. I think the idea was to hit Sigvold. I think we might have hit Kroggar there. Kroggar took a lot of damage. Fireball coming at the front. Looks like it is going to slap here up against the Skink Oracle. Earthbrand in the middle is going to be healing the cohort Sotek. That's going to keep these boys nice and juicy high. 17 models here. You know, going pretty strong. They are going to get a couple of bonuses here to their melee stats. Not too sure why. Oh, of course, they're unbreakable, so they always get, yeah, they always get Frenzy. I forgot Frenzy. Frenzy's not health based, it's leadership based. That's why it's really nice having an unbreakable unit with Frenzy. It just makes them super strong. Super strong. Punching in the middle here, we could see the Skink Oracle. He has good armor piercing. He's anti-large as well. Oh no, it's just armor piercing. I thought it was anti-large, but he can fight pretty hard here up against the Chaos Ferromanticore. No ammo left for him, so he's not going to shoot in the sky here and take these off. One Pterodon left. He's been terror routed, but we'll certainly see him back pretty soon. Kroggar here will have Hand of the Gods, but both the Manticores are back. This is what I kind of want to see. We could get the Arc here, maybe shooting in the sky up against the Manticores. Yeah, for sure. So the Pock could do quite nicely. We do actually see here over here some Forsaken charging around. Go clear those up. You've got the mobility. Use it. And certainly finish off these units. We see a shatter on the back there for the Chaos Warriors. Shatter there for the Forsaken. And the Chaos Sorcerer is still broken. Chaos Sorcerer goes off. I think you're going to see a little bit of a change in the balance of power. Probably not too much. Manticore in the back here. It should be, yeah, ITP here for the Pock. They can turn around and they can burn pretty hard. Anti-large, armor piercing. They'll do all the good work here up against. Not too sure what sort of bonus first large we're talking. Bonus first large is going to come in at 14. It's pretty good. That's Spearman level. So, you know, it's pretty decent. These bad boys, those 7 models, they should be able to finish off the Manticore here. 7 leadership. Is he considered winning? Lord nearby, winning in combat. Now winning in combat 6. That is going to be a break. That should be winning in combat now. No, it looks like it's going to be gone. Let's have a look here in the middle. So, healing here on Kroggar and the Skink Oracle. But the late stage is going to favour Sigvold. Got to be careful. Fireball coming out the back here. Bastiladon is going to be charging away. Could we get Kroggar in for a charge up against Prince Sigvold, maybe? Doesn't look to be the case. We need to get this boy out of here, really, but we don't have any infantry to chase. We do actually have 2 cohorts Sotek in from behind. Yeah, so he's going to be getting out of there. Pohawk do return. Maybe get them over here dealing with the Forsaken. It's a bit of a shoot and a miss there from the Bastiladon. Bastiladon, yeah, it's really hard for him, actually. You can see the Manticores. These Manticores have certainly broken twice each now, so another break and they will shatter. So, you know, just a quick... I don't think this one's going to be able to get into combat. It's going to get close to combat, and it's going to be faster and stronger enemies nearby, and it's just going to break, I think. Fireball down the line. It's actually going to hit here against the Skink Oracle. Skink Oracle's going to charge in the back and now finish off the Chaos Sorcerer. So it looks like we do shatter there with the Skink Javelins. We're going to move in the back here. The Skink... it is the Skink Oracle. Skink Oracle slaps up against the Chaos Sorcerer. With, it's like the refuse to die there for the cohort. Get out of there, you don't really want the Chaos Warrior Great Weapons fighting here up against your juicy Skink Oracle. And in the middle here, we are going to have the Pohawk breaking up against the Forsaken. Manticore in doing the big pressure here up against the Bastiladon. Not ideal, really. We do get the cohort in. We are going to get a charge on the side. We do kill the Manticore. And now we kind of want to get the Bastiladon out if we can. Prince Sigvold can fight pretty well here. And he could bust the bread here with Crocodile. Crocodile can do the same, though. Crocodile can do some lovely work. As we can see here, Prince Sigvold, 2,300 HP. He'll heal throughout everywhere. I think you just need to finish off the remainder of the forces, get him out, get the Bastiladon out, and then just fight where you can. Because he's taking a lot of damage right here. He's taking a lot of damage indeed. Chaos Warrior is going to do some nice work. You can see here putting away Sigvold. Just get him out. He doesn't need to be here. Lovely charge there from the Bastiladon. That's actually going to clear out a lot of damage here. It's going to be an Earthblood. That's going to heal out these boys pretty nicely. We should be able to finish off the Chaos Sorcerer. And yeah, nice charge in there from the Skink Oracle. Get the Skink Oracle out. Don't keep him here up against Sigvold. Sigvold is now going to be fighting with Slippery. He's now going to charge and get some good damage on the Skink Oracle. We don't break down with the Chaos Sorcerer. I don't know why we didn't finish the Chaos Sorcerer off there as Alpharus. Now they're going to be ganging up here on the Bastiladon. Looks like here the Pohawk are going to be charging in up against the Chaos Sorcerer. They should be able to break him here. Negative 18, he is going to be broken. I think you're going to be losing your Bastiladon here for this work. And I like leaving Sigvold to the end, but he could slap all of this force. Yeah, it's going to be pretty close here, I think. So Chaos Warrior Great Ones, they have been terrified. Crocodile and the crew should be to clear up. Just keep the cavalry here on the Chaos Warriors. Kill the Chaos Sorcerer. Just keep cycle charging here with the Skink Oracle. Opal Amulet has been activated. He's going to get pushed away, and then Tids is going to pull out. Yeah, there we go. Hey, Maiden, how you doing, my friend? Got to use it at mid-range for most position. I like it as a high-risk, high-reward. Should they, Washing Hand of the Gods RNG is the definition of this thing. I don't know what that means, Bowmore, but I agree. I agree. Crocky and Oracle got this. Yeah, 100%. Crocky and Oracle could have cycle charged Sigvold to death here. But yeah, 933 for Sigvold, and that is the problem with Sigvold. He is like click and delete and pretty easy, but he is also easy to just ignore at the sort of higher level of the game. Yep, he's certainly very easy to ignore. 185, 208 kills, 917, 126 for 880. Fireballs, 870 there for the Chaos Sorcerer, with 320 there for the Chaos Sorcerer of Death. 1.5k there for the Solid Damnation, pays for itself. Manticores, 818, 424, they didn't pay for themselves. Chosen 1.6, so yeah, they'll pay for themselves. 1.2 there for the Chaos Warriors, 900, and of course they're 408. So Crocky G, 1.4, we got 3,100 for the Skink Ori, so he's just about going to pay for himself, because he's an expensive dude for sure. 990 there for the Bastiladon, with the 1,268 there from the Pohawk. So the Hopak cohort. Christ, that is a name, isn't it? That is a name. 280 there for the Pterodons, and then you can see a bucket of javelins here. Sword Spears, 350, 320, and 470. Yeah, GG's. So let's see the picks here for Mr. Alpharus. See what he wants to do. I don't know, mate. Yes. So I just see what Artisan. I'm having to read what Artisan's saying and then change it all and. Just want to see what he says. I think like Dwarfs for Empire or something like that, or like maybe like Greenskin's Dowie or something like that. Greenskins and Skaven. Cool. When did they restrict chariots to 3? I missed a bit. Oh, they did it not too long ago. It was pretty recently. I don't know the exact date, but it was pretty recently. Yeah, it was the Fruit Rules 2.4 that got a bit of a change. Yeah, as JP said, yeah, the last Fruit Rules update. So yeah, so for those who don't understand, I'm kind of talking for Alpharus because he doesn't have a keyboard. He's playing without a keyboard right now. So, yeah, he's just, I'm having to type for him. Yeah, something like that. Something like what JP said about a month back, something like that. Rib high health cheese. Essentially, yeah. That's predominantly what it was for. I mean, I personally think that they should have just nerfed the high health chariots and just left it at that. Like, I didn't see the necessary need to nerf everything else, but yeah, I think, you know, just nerfing that is pretty good. Maybe we could have said war wagons maybe as well, like, but apart from that, nah. I think war wagon cheese and the high health chariot cheese was just, yeah, it was a lot. Those two specifically were a lot in specific matchups, yeah. I'm rooting for Asan, so I don't feel so embarrassed losing to a man with no keyboard. I feel for you, Nevermore. I feel for you. Yeah, I mean, he's playing really well considering he has no keyboard. More like Dark Elf Cheese. Yeah, Dark Elf Cheese was also a lot. Yeah, the fact, I mean, they're still restricted to 3 chariots, and then also like the regular Colbon chariots now too, but nobody really cares about that. And I think anything more than 3 chariots anyway, Colbon chariots is probably a bit too much. You can go 4 in some matchups. You know, you can certainly bring 4 in, say, like the Norska matchup, but I probably wouldn't. I just think 3's fine. I've never seen 4 lion chariots ever. Maximum's always been 3. Maiden, yeah, Maximum's always been 3. It's always been 3 max for lion chariots, and then it's now been nerfed down to 2, so you can only bring 2 now. RIP, lovely Dark Elf Chariots. Yeah, I love Dark Elf Chariots. It does make some games a little bit more on the boring side, but you know, they are very good for what they do. Like, there's no doubt that Dark Elves are infinitely stronger for having them, and reducing them by 1 isn't the end of the world. Like, going from 4 to 3, like, oh no, never mind. Yeah, just pin the challenge post where rule classification, and if you want to check it out, yeah. Yeah, Maiden. Yeah, it's always been 3 chariots just because of the cost. Yeah. Yeah. So the lion chariots, like just 3 lion chariots with just like the healing and missile resistance and all that. You just yeah, it was oppressive. Like, it was just like, it wasn't even like necessarily like super hard to deal with, but it was really bad for new players. Like, the triple chariot cheese with the lion chariots was just really hard for new players to deal with. Sort of like new to mid-tier players that maybe haven't seen this kind of build before. Like, if you don't know how to deal with heavily armored chariots with massive sort of resistances, it's really, really tough. So if you take a L'Ariel with also her magic passive, it gives sort of 20% physical resistance, but then it also gave something absurd like 60 to 70 missile resistance as well. So with 80 armor, they just became absurdly tanky, and due to their armor piercing stats, they could just stand and fight in combat, and the monsters have just been 3 single entities that were just fighting it at absurd levels, and they just chewed through infantry, they chewed up against big monsters, and it was just oppressive. And then you could heal them as well with Star of Avalon, Earth Blood, and you also had Shield of Thorns that also gave more physical resistance, and therefore more missile resistance. Yeah, it was just absurd. Raven's Heralds are low-key pretty decent in a lot of matchups. Yeah, I think they're a key component in the Beastmen matchup. The Raven's Heralds, yeah, for sure. No, I think they're a key component. I think they're also really good. I think they're also a key component to pretty much any of the Chaos matchups. Actually, I would take them against Chaos, Norska, and Chaos, Norska, and Beastmen. Yeah, I'll take them all. Yeah. We're going to the Bone Zone, baby! bring on the Bone Zone. I can't wait to bring the Bone Zone into... the Bone Zone currently isn't a map in... definitely my favourite map. Definitely my favourite map. But, yeah, it's not in Warhammer 3 right now. Although some of the maps in Warhammer 3... Oh, mate, they're so cool. They're so cool. There's one of them that's like a galleon... and you can see like heads and skulls and treasure and boats. It just looks like a pirate cove. It looks absolutely sick. Hey, Jack, how you doing? Hey there, from Mercy the Lance chat. Hey, Mercy, thank you for the raid, my friend. How you doing, Jack? Hope you're doing well, my friend. Also got Jackson as well. How you doing, Jackson? Pettit. Hey, Mercy, how you doing, my friend? Hey, how are you? How was your stream? What did you do today? What did you get up to? Also, Mercy, you and I need to play some domination on and off stream. I need some practice. So for those who don't know, Mercy and I worked together for the Teach Me Total War. He was the student, I was the teacher, and he played absolutely exceptional. So if you guys haven't seen that series, do go check it out on his channel, where you can see his point of view. And if you want to see more of the coaching side of things, you can see a little bit of that on mine as well. Briefly brought Bone Zone was some. Briefly thought the Bone Zone was something else. Yeah, the Bone Zone was Pillar of Bone. Yeah. What we're doing, just waiting for guys to really up for a battle. Yes, we are, yes. So at the moment, so for those who don't know that maybe have joined, I go live with Warhammer 3 on the 10th. My name's Logic. I do multiplayer mostly. I do a lot of single player on Twitch. So I'll do like a stream here, and then I'll go off and do a stream on Twitch where I do sort of like single player and like come at me's and stuff like that. But on the 10th of February, I go live with my content for Warhammer 3. So on YouTube, I'm going to be doing some multiplayer, and then on Twitch, I'll be doing some single-player live streams and maybe mixing with Mercy and a few others. Yeah. Dude, I was so proud of you, man. I was so proud of you when you got your win on live stream, on Ducky's live stream. That was so nice, man. It was so nice to see when you got the win with Khorne. Such a fun game, man. I think it was Khorne against... Oh, you were Khorne against Zinch, if I remember. That was super cool. Yeah, we're just waiting for a battle here. So this is actually going to be Inticity's ladder event. So Enticity has his own ladder, for those that don't know. And so Enticity does a ladder on Discord, where essentially for Warhammer 2, you could come together, you'd sign yourself up for the ladder, you'd play against somebody that has also signed up at the same time. It would give you maps, rules, and then you just go ahead and play. So instead of being on quick battles where you get a random map, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. People don't really play to the rules or don't really play fair. They kind of cheese it quite heavily. You know, there's rules here that make it less cheesy and these kind of things. So at the end of each sort of season, we come together, and this is the playoffs here for the bronze silver section of the ranked ladder. And then we'll be doing the gold plus finals, which will be gold round, diamond, platinum, diamond, masters with Human Boy. So yeah. But yeah, it's nice to see you here, dude. I hope you're doing very well. What did you do today for the Warhammer 3 stream, Mercy? What did you do today? I didn't manage to catch it, unfortunately. I've just been so busy. So here for the Empire, we have double Empire Knights. Yeah, pretty good there, heavily armoured, good roadblocks. They're very good at pinning stuff in. We are going to have some Huntsman Archers as well here in the back. And for those who don't know as well, going up against the Tide is going to be Artisan. He's just playing with a mouse at the moment. He doesn't have a keyboard, so he's having to play just with the mouse, and that's also a multiplayer, so that's extra Chad points. So we are going to have Swordsman here in the front, including the Sigmar Suns, Unbreakable, of course, they're pretty good indeed. We are going to have the Bright Wizard here, Burning Head and Fireball, no Kindle Flame, bit of a shame. Here with the Amber Wizard here with the Amber Spear, and then also going to be here for the extra mana with the Wild Heart. A couple of good halberds there in the middle, backed up by Huntsman. And it's like here we are going to have Boris Toddbringer on foot. So the old school Boris here with the blue hair. Where did he go? Good old Boris. He's going to be... Where's Boris? Oh, there's Boris. So Boris is going to be on the... Oh, wow. We are going to see the double Helmstorm rocket batteries. Very interesting. So we are going to have Boris here with the Midland Runefang, the White Cloak Vorik, and Crush the Weak. Yeah, it's very strong. And Hold the Line. Yeah, nice. In the back here, we are going to have the Viscerin's Death Squad. We're also going to have some of the Wolf Rats here from Artisan. Let's have a look here. So in the front, we are going to have Skaven Slaves. Bucket load of them as well. Clan Rats in behind as well. In the back, we are going to have Doomwheels. Interesting. Backed up here by Double Assassins and the Grey Seer Plague. He's going to be here on a bell. Very nice, very competitive indeed. Can we actually see him? I don't actually know where he is here on the bell. Oh, he's on the top. He's going to be here with the Arcane Conduit, Vermintide, the Dreaded 13th Spell, the Unholy Clamour, Scorch, as well as the Plague Rash, and the Wall of Unholy Sound. Both of these heroes, both of the assassins are super strong. So Rivalhide Talisman, Assassin's Trophy, Concealment Bombs, and Slippery. And everything else here really for the Force, or is it just mass infantry? It looks like it's just going to be mass infantry. Yeah, with double Doom Wheels. Okay. Yeah, you got to respect it, I guess. You got to respect it. Yeah, these Vishkan's Death Squad might get noticed immediately here by the cavalry, but triple Helmstorm rocket batteries. Oh, this is a play. This is a play. Double Mage is crazy. Do we double mages on this side? Let's have a look. So we've got one Burning Head Caster. Yeah, so double mages can be quite nice. Of course, if one gets sniped, you can still use mana on the other. And the nice thing here is like Fireball and then also Amber Spear. You can use it to snipe quite a few things. So you can fire Fireball and then Amber Spear up against the Gracier Plague. He doesn't heal, so you can just keep smashing on his front door until he kind of falls. You can do some good work there indeed. Hey, do they kiss in Kislev? Stay tuned. Wait, what? I'd be up for some domination battles. Want to play Kislev multiplayer also. Nice, awesome. Yeah, I love Kislev. Yeah, man, I'd be certainly down to play some games on and off stream, man. I'm super loving domination at the moment. So you can see lovely damage in the beginning here. The Helmstorm rocket batteries are ripping apart the front line. Happy Gracie Plague. Happy builds are wild. Yeah, these builds are super wild. So Skaven going massed infantry and Empire is running heavy metal anti-chaff. Do I have that right? Yeah, pretty much. They've got a lot of chaff as well, so swordsmen are considered chaff here for the Empire. Just cheap state troops coming at about 400 gold cost. And you can see in the back here, oh my god. So here we have the Vishkan's Death Squad. They're going to be deleting the Helmstorm rocket batteries. In the back as well, Wolf Rats are going to be shutting down the very expensive Helmstorm rocket batteries. These bad boys certainly cost a pinch. So you can see the Vishkan's Death Squad, they do have concealment bombs. They've got right up close. They have shattered both artillery pieces. And that's going to be a lot of gold down the drain. I believe Helmstorm rocket batteries are over 1,000 gold each. I got that right? It's at least over 1,000 gold, I think. So that's a lot of money down the drain there. And that's about 12,000 gold in an army. So you're looking at about a sixth of your army already down the drain. And these are shattered, so they're not coming back. That's it. So here in the middle, we are going to see Amber Spear. Amber Spear actually misses the Doom Wheel. Doom Wheel's going to come forward. This bad boy can shoot as well. Range is only 60 meters on this thing. I believe it's random as well. And I believe if you bring Ikit Claw, this boy just shoots everything. All over the place. We have the Vishkan's Death Squadron in the back. They actually have this lovely ability, which is the Weeping Blades. Comes in for negative 50% armor, so you know, it can really reduce the armor here of the Empire Knights. So you're still going to be having the Helmstorm rocket battery firing in the front, just trying to see if we can delete a bucket load of the cheap chaff. So Empire Knight's going to charge to the front line. We do see the Doom Wheel, and you can see just knife and butter comes to mind. But we charge through the front here with the Doom Wheel, just deleting all this infantry. Now what you want these heavily armoured knights to get in and just kind of pin in the big Doom Wheel, and then get some big anti-large spears like the halberds here, and certainly do the big juicy chomp here up against all these nice Doom Wheels. So the assassins coming forward here, they'll certainly do very well here up against the Bright Wizard. Luckily he's on horseback, both of these bad boys, so they are going to be charging away. It's quite an investment cost here. That's 400 gold just for horses here for your double casters. It's quite a bit of investment. You can basically get an extra unit of swordsmen here for that cost. So nice explosion spell on the back here with the Vermintide Halberds. It's a summon that also comes with an explosion. You're limited to 2 per game, but here there's a lot of damage in the pockets. You can see brilliant work here up against the Halberds. Certainly a big threat indeed. You can see the Vishkan's Death Squad are moving forward here to go deal with the last Helmstorm rocket battery. Now when these do pull off, you actually lose balance of power by the amount of ammunition left. So for example, the infantry is not worth that, but the ammunition is worth 1,000 gold. The actual units are probably worth about 100. So if they do come off of the crew, if they actually come off of the artillery piece, you lose a lot of value here on balance of power. So in the back here, Empire Knights getting chased down. It looks like here the Skaven Slaves are charging in the back. 55 armor as they're reduced there by the Vishkan's Death Squad. I believe that lasts up to 30 seconds. And yeah, it's pretty scary indeed. You can see here the Bright Wizard fighting up against the summon of the Storm Vermin Halberds. In the back, we are going to get Boris on foot fighting up against the Vishkan's Death Squad. We are actually going to break the Helmstorm rocket battery. These are anti-infantry armor piercing, Weeping Blades. And there we go, we get a shatter there for the Helmstorm rocket battery. Think about them as state troops, but even cheaper and even chaffier units. In the back here, Skaven Slave's now going to be pouring into every single orifice possible here, all over the front line of the archers. We're going to see summons of Vermintide. We're also going to see some more summons here of the Storm Vermin just all over the back. And look at that Scorch down the line here. Scorch is a free ability, but can cause overcast damage here to the Grayseer. The same here as well for the Unholy Clamour. That's going to be a map-wide ability, giving plus 16 leadership and vigor increases. So all these little cheap Skaven Slaves coming in with an extra 16 leadership, which is pretty much for most of them going to be at least 50% of their base leadership values. So in the middle here, the Viscount Death Squad fighting up against Boris. Boris will get reduced down to 42 armor. These boys are anti-infantry, armor piercing, and of course, Boris here is an infantry unit at the moment. He's not even really fighting, but he is now going to be getting pretty much brought down here. What you want to do is also kind of push through with the models. Push through and then get a good, juicy surround here. You can see actually a lot of these units here from behind aren't actually, it looks like it's going to be a fireball through the lines of the Viscounts, but you can see a lot of them in the back here aren't going to be fighting up against Boris. A lot of these units are going to be kind of cop-blocking each other and like not getting in and around Boris. So they need to get pushed through so they can get onto the back there and fully surround Boris and get as many models attacking as possible. Balance of power here is going to be heavily into the Skaven favour. This is predominantly an Empire-favoured matchup. But you can see here in the middle, Archers and the Empire Knights. The big roadblocks here going to shut down. This is pretty much going to be army losses, I think. It's just going to be Boris left here on the front. I'm so surprised this is not army losses, because Boris here is getting taken down pretty quickly. But you can see breaking here from all the state troops. Empire are going to be holding here at the front pretty much just with the Sigma Suns and one relatively healthy unit of swordsmen. In the back here, Assassins are going to charge forward. We could be seeing here the Assassin's Trophy getting activated here for Boris. But you can see here we are going to be activating with the ability which is the Rifle Hide Talisman. 31 seconds and negative 40 melee attack. It's going to be huge here. Which is actually going to bring Boris down to 0 melee attack for 30 seconds. It's absolutely ginormous. Don't know what this is. Don't know what that is. That's going to be a summon. So it looks like it's going to be a summon explosion here. It looks like it was held back a little bit, just so that explosion there didn't do damage on the Viscount's Death Squad, because it will do friendly fire if you're not careful. So Rifle High Talisman is still activated. Also here as well with the Assassin's Trophies. That's negative 64 melee attack, negative 24 melee defense. Only 31 melee defense of Boris. Boris is getting ripped apart. Rat Ogres here, the Pit Fighters, are going to come forward, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late here for them to do any sort of real damage in the middle. But they will come in, they will give that fear, and that's going to be army losses. Yeah, so GG's well played here to Artisan with a fantastic push build here with some sneaky plays in the back for sure. That was a brutal start with the 3 rocket batteries going down straight away. Yeah, 100% Mercy. And this is the nice thing as well about Viscount Death Squad. You know, having concealment bombs that give them unspottable, that also have Vanguard deployment, and the fact that they're anti-infantry armor piercing with Weeping Blades, and they're just anti-infantry specialists. They just deleted that cannon crew before the Empire player could even react. It's so goddamn juicy, and some of these plays are going to be really important. Like the Viscount's Death Squad on an objective, especially with concealment bombs moving around the map on, say, domination. They're going to be unspottable. They're going to be really good at removing infantry. We know how strong infantry is at taking domination points. They're just going to carve through everything. If you think like chaos, like Khorne infantry from the they're from the Chaos roster, like the Khorne infantry, where it plays for a lot of armor. Like we're gonna have like you know, the ones with the silver shields. Yeah, they're gonna get ripped apart by Viscount Death Squad. Absolutely torn at new one. But really well played. 880 there for the Grayseer Plague, 204, 380 there for the Assassins, 125, 480 there for the Doom Wheels. Didn't really do too much, but 67, 27, 31, and 160 there for the Skaven Slaves. 217, 120 there for the Clam Rats, with 64, 150, 170, 160, and 190 there for the Clam Rats. 500 for the Pit Fighters, and 1,179 there for the Wolf Rats. And what's really nice about Wolf Rats, if you haven't seen Enticity stuff, you'll know from his live streams, if you have seen it, you know that Wolf Rats can pull through almost anything. A little bit harder in the new game. Wolf Rats don't pull through infantry quite so easily, but in this game, if you keep just spamming and clicking, you can pull through cavalry, you can pull through infantry. It's really hard to stop Wolf Rats and stuff, especially with the mobility that they have, and yeah, they can be absolute nightmares. But they pulled here onto the artillery crews. You can see 122, 26, and 390 there. That was the one that stayed the longest. And you can see even for 71 kills, 390 damage value, yeah, you're just not going to see that return in value there. And the Weeping Blades on the Empire Knights, armor is pretty much predominantly what they pay for, and that charge bonus. So losing that armor with one of their 2 key values, yeah, it's painful. Really well played. A great example of certainly how to bring down the Empire. So sorry, just to let you know as well, Artisan here, or Alpharus, who you'll see on the screen, is also not going to be using a keyboard. Put that in your brain and go, hang on, he's not using a keyboard. He's only using a mouse. He doesn't have a keyboard right now. So, yes. Yes, and he's still pulling off plays like that. Absolutely incredible. All right, so Tid's now to pick and ban, and that's going to be a 2-0 advantage here for Alpharus. Yes, it is a best of 5 for sure, yeah. Does summoning a unit cause explosive damage? Yes, so for specifically the way that I would explain the Storm Vermin Halberds, when you get that summon, think of it as a 50-50 element. Think about it as an explosion spell and then a summon of the Storm Vermin. So if you've got a nice expensive unit of infantry there in the middle, and you go, there's some Halberds there that I really just want to delete, put the Storm Vermin summon on it. It will do a nice, ginormous explosion, and it does really well against lowly armored infantry. So, you know, Halberd's only 30 armor, so you get that juicy explosion there, and it will just delete those models, and then the Storm Vermin will come through with the Halberds. And if you didn't know, you can overcast it just for regular Storm Vermin Sword and Shield as well. So if you don't want Halberds and you want Sword and Shield, you can get that variety as well if you want them to fight up against infantry instead. So you don't have to come through with the Halberd variety, you can come with either or. He keeps asking me how does the map look, and I'm going to keep saying good. The map looks good always. Karak Ungor is going to be the next one. We are going to go here to the Dwarven Holds of Karak Ungor. Karak Ungor is going to be the one. The spell of the dreaded 13th. The spell is the dreaded 13th. Yes. Keep them coming. You are at the right place. Yeah, this is the best of 3, Jack. Yeah. By the way, anybody that's come here from Mercy Stream, and thank you yet again, Mercy, for the raid as well, and from Human Boy from earlier. If anybody has any questions here that are new to the multiplayer scene, do feel free to ask. I'll be happy to answer any questions you guys possibly have. This is what's going to be pitch battles. This is not what's going to be in multiplayer for Warhammer 3. This element will exist, for sure. It will exist. I'm sure there will be some people that are looking to push this as well. But we will be moving to the domination mode, for sure. At least for the foreseeable future. We'll be moving to the domination mode. So it looks like Dwarfs and Dark Elves are going to be the selection choice here for TIDS. The way it works here at the current moment, we're using what's called the fruit rules. They're the rules that are, I don't really understand the name, but we're going to be using those rules that it's going to be a pick 2, ban none system. So I might go, let's say it's game 1 between me and you guys. I might go, let's say, Dwarfs and Greenskins. You can pick any of the 15 factions, and then I'll either pick Dwarfs or Greenskins depending on your pick. So if I say Dwarf Greenskins, and you guys go, okay, I want to play Dark Elves. Cool. I'll now play the Dowie into your Dark Elves. And that's how we decide to match up. Thanks. I'm sorry I'm asking so many questions. No, Jack, please ask as many questions as you possibly can. I will answer all of them as often as I can. I'm curious to see what the current matchups and metas are for Warhammer 2 because it's going to influence how people play Warhammer 3. So I would say, I'd actually say no to that answer, Jack. I think the reason that's going to be is because this is a pitch battle. And things like skirmish are not looking so hot in the domination battles. They just don't have a quick enough punch. It's not like they don't have a place, but skirmish, kite, which you certainly see dominate here in the pitch battles because it's open and you don't have to sit on a point. Skirmish doesn't quite have the same effect. So factions that heavily rely on skirmish, let's say the Wood Elves, and you can certainly see a lot from the Dark Elves as well, especially the Elven factions. So it looks like here we are just going to go Dark Elves from TIDS. So this is also another common strategy and a bit of a flaw in my opinion from the pick 2 system. If you don't know how to play them, join them. TIDS has done this twice now, so he's very clearly happy with the Dark Elf mirror match. So he's going, cool, I'm happy with my Dark Elves into Dwarfs, but I'm also happy with my Dark Elves into Dark Elves. So at worst case scenario, if Alfred doesn't want to do a mirror match, he will get the Dwarfs, which it looks like TIDS will be happy with. So I think there's also going to be a revamp, right? So the current factions in Warhammer 3 are going to be kind of changed and built to fit the domination mode, whilst this was all balanced more towards a pitch battle sense. So when these 15 factions come to Warhammer 3, there's going to be some alterations to all of these factions. There's going to be changes so that they can fit in better to the domination mode, because otherwise you might see some very lopsided, heavy and overpowered elements towards certain factions. Crikey, I learn something every time I watch you. No problem, dude. No problem, Clock. I'm glad you learned something new, yeah. Does that happen with zombies? No. So the Dreaded 13th is its own unique spell that is the only one that causes explosive damage. So Vermintide doesn't do it, zombie summons don't do it as well. And, you know, for summons as well, it's good for you to learn. I don't have a little... normally on the units here, you'll see, if you've got a spellcaster at the very end on the corner, if you can see my mouse is on the screen, there's normally a little spell icon. If you click on the spell icon, it'll actually come up with... I can't see right now without actually going on somebody. It'll actually come up with a spell page, and you can see what happens with spells if you also overcast them. So there's a little spell thing. I'll go over it at the end, and then we'll jump through it, and I'll show you a quick way of seeing what spells do. That also kind of translates onto Warhammer 3 as well. It's pretty much exactly the same system. But yes, like for example, with zombie summons, if you overcast them, you actually get skeleton summons. So you can overcast them, and you can upgrade them. Overcasting, I guess, is the same way of upgrading them, but of course, the trade-off is you can do explosive damage and you can cause damage yourself for overcasting. Now, that's has a much bigger presence on a multiplayer compared to single player, because a lot of single player elements have items and stuff that give reduction to casters on their overcast percentage. For sure. Do you think that the familiarity with skirmish meta influences the high opinion people have on Siege? Mobility still dominates in Warhammer 3. But I actually don't think Cathay is looked on as poorly anymore. I think Nurgle still is looked more negatively upon. But essentially, yes and no, Jack, I think. For what you guys have seen, I have to be careful what I say here, because I can't really say too much, because I've played all the factions. I've seen all the factions. I know what I think is strong and I know what I think is weak. I think it's mobility. I think the fact that, like, if Nurgle get behind, it is so difficult for you to get on because your mobility is so slow. Like, we can summon units from either side with, say, Slaanesh and then Nurgle. I can get there twice as quick with Slaanesh as you can get there. So even if I'm pushed further in the battlefield, I can be pushed twice as further forward compared to you and still be able to support myself as much. So I'm just going to be getting mass map control. But if Nurgle get on the point, it's almost impossible to get them off. But if they get behind, Nurgle really struggle. They really struggle. I think they're looked on less favourably because they have less mobility. Rather than actually their skirmish capability. I actually don't think skirmish has enough punch in the domination game mode. But anyway, so Devil Fairy Manticores here in the sky, backed up here by the Dark Riders. Great mobility, 92 speed, shielded as well. So they're going to have some great ideas there to get around the flank to do some good work. Double K-Knight Assassins, these bad boys can certainly be very strong in Warhammer 3 if they have a similar idea. Web of Shadows, of course, really, really strong as well. So Malekith here is going to be on a cold one. I do quite like Malekith. Malekith here with the Gaze of Malice, as well as Stand Your Ground, Soul Stealer, and the Murderous Prowess. So Tid's here going to be coming with the Hellebronai for the nice big Dread Spears, with double Shades here, and it looks like we are going to have a bucket load of front line here for the Bleak Swords. Oh, Chaos was the pick. Oh, I see. Sorry. I read Dark Elves, and I assumed that was... I was surprised when I saw Chaos, because I was like, this should be Dark Elves Dowie or Dark Elves Dark Elves. It wasn't. It was the fact he went Chaos, and it did said Dark Elves. Oh, my bad, my bad. Okay, so there's going to be Chaos. I do apologise. So Chaos here with the double Hell Cannons. Yeah, pretty good pick here up against the boys in purple. We are going to have Marauders in the front, buckloads of Marauders, very cheap, very cost efficient. Chaos Warriors here with the Silver Shields, 100 armour, double Manticore, as well as the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire. The big, bad, juicy Chaos Dragon in the sky. Super strong breath attacks, Burning Head, Fireball, And then also Kindle Flame here with the Arcane Conduit and also Evasion, giving melee defense and speed, which is actually low-key quite important here for the Chaos Dragon. Throwing axes here at the front, backed up by the double Marauder Horseman here, just regular javelins. It's going to be pretty strong. Hey, Michael, how are you? Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Makes sense. Yes, I think it's just mobility, Jack. Yeah, I think it's just mobility. It's why Nurgle and Cathay. I think Cathay, there's a couple of strategies with... Oh, no. Sorry, I'm going in between games here, and there's so many names and things I'm having to remember. It's the double big SEMs from Cathay, the sugar. I forget. The double Sentinels, the Terracotta Knights. The double Terracotta Knights are really strong with Miao Ying, because Miao Ying has regen, and the double Terracottas are unbreakable. So you get them on the post, and they're unbreakable, big terror-causing SEM models. So yeah, good luck dealing with that. And then they've also got some ability, right? They've got cheap peasant horsemen. They've got good cavalry like Jade Lancers and stuff like that. They can work well, but a lot of the build is quite slow. But I think people were working them out. Initially, like Turin and stuff said it was pretty bad to begin with, but like people like Enticity and Ducky, like a Republic of War, came into the game, and they certainly changed the meta and the ideology behind Cathay. And like, for example, Miao Ying with regrowth and in the double Terracotta Sentinels weren't used previous to these boys coming into the game. Yeah, Enticity certainly had a big hand in certainly improving that ideology. So, here in the front, we are going to be having Dark Riders. They are going to be charging forward. It looks like here... I think we were going after the Friend Manticores. They have too much mobility. I say don't shoot them here with the Hell Cannons. Actually, I just go after this infantry. Shoot here a lot of the Bleak Swords. Really wither down this infantry. Because if the infantry can't punch through the force, we're really going to struggle with the Dark Riders. So we are going to be charging. We do get a hit on the Manticore. And it's not too bad. It's interesting to see no Marathi. It is interesting. Double K-Knights are coming forward, but they're a bit slow to the battlefield. We could actually put one K-Knight come around this way and then in, and the other one coming through this way and in. You know, get Web of Shadows in there and doing all the good work as well. But Manticores over the top, here the Chaos Sorcerer. They are going to come to the left-hand side. Manticores charging up against the Chaos Marauders. Everything up to Chaos Marauders, Warriors, and also Chosen do not have immune to Psychology, which means they don't have protection against the Terror here from the Ferret Manticores. So we should get a Breath Attack here for the Chaos Sorcerer. I think he's going to get caught up here by his Manticores, I think. Manticores charging down. It is going to be a Breath Attack. Breath Attack actually misses up against the Manticore just due to the animation. So yes, very good stuff there indeed. We are going to see the Manticore charging over to the left. We are going to see a bolt here coming out of the cannon. And we're going to smash here. I think the intended target was the Shades. Shoot the Shades and... Oh, this could be beautiful. This is going to be a Burning Head here. Shades, of course, only have 30 armor. This is going to be through the line. This is going to be so much value. Oh, no! So much value. Oh... That's also negative 8 leadership there due to the discourage ability. Burning Head also does negative 8 leadership due to burnt. And, it's terrible. So double Manticore here, going to be fighting in the sky up against the Manticores here of Tids. And of course, no Marathi means no debuffs. And no Marathi, these Manticores just suck. So unfortunately, they're going to fall. And I think here the Chaos Sorcerer on a Dragon was brought in case Marathi was brought. You know, Breath Attack, etc. can do all the business. Manakif in the middle. Wouldn't mind seeing him get a bit of a Soul Stealer here. Soul Stealer here could wither down the Manticores for sure and give them a little bit more of a fighting chance. But, you know, hard to be said. Bleaks are fighting in the front here up against the Chaos Warriors. 100 armor. Bleak Swords just do not have enough AP to fight hard. But Dark Riders, good mobility. They're going to move in the back here, shutting down both the cannons, doing all the good work. But we also have Chaos Warriors and Marauders and throwing axes to do all the other good juicy work that needs to be done. Here, Dark Riders going to be chasing off Marauders, doing the good old chase off that needs to be done. And it looks like here in the back we are going to be having a Web of Shadows. Okay, interesting. Looks like here we are going to bully one of the heroes here. The K-Knight Assassin is going to fall under the pressure. And the other one here is going to be going relatively strong. We can see, actually it's going to be a bit of nice armor-piercing pressure here from the Greatswords. It's actually going to be Greatsword infantry as well, so yeah, pretty good. Burning Head coming through. Are we going to be able to catch here as well? We are going to catch. Unfortunately, Tids didn't see this. That Burning Head there is going to just finish off this unit. That's going to finish it. It's also even going to catch the next unit as well. That actually walks into the Burning Head. That is so unfortunate. God, that's so much Burning Head value there. It's unbelievable. Burning Head is so strong. In the middle here, it's going to be Web of Shadows yet again. Rampage on top of the Manticores. They'll finish off this K-Knight pretty quickly. He does have 88 melee attack thanks to the Murderous Prowess being popped. He actually has the Murderous Mastery, which gets him 2 minutes of bonuses. I think it's 25% melee attack and like 15 leadership, etc. It's some pretty strong stuff. Soul Stealer activated here. Arcane Conduit also for the Chaos Sorcerer. So damage coming up against the Chaos Sorcerer. Definitely want to get a breath attack here down the lines of Malekith. This game's certainly not over for the Druchii. They've certainly got a lot of stuff that can be done here. We should be getting a breath attack here on Malekith. Yeah, breath attack goes down. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. That's Malekith there with certainly a scorched backside. We are going to see the Hell Cannon down to 2 models. That's not going to be able to fire the piece. I think it needs a minimum of 3. It's 2 or 3 models, I think. 2 or 3 models to fire. So we can see this one is going to be firing. You can certainly turn and burn here up against these units here in the back. Fireball. Looks like it's going to be coming after the K-Knight. He's actually going to be 360 no-scoping here on the Ferromanticore in the back. Fireball. Oh, that's a hit. That's a nice hit there. It's a fire and a hit. Negative 48 leadership. 87 health. I'm surprised that's not a shatter. So the Gaze of Malice here should be popped on the Chaos Warriors. That's actually going to break up their sort of attack animations. But the rest of the unit is now going to pull through and kind of support fighting the other Chaos Warriors. Manticore here with the Terror is going to be fighting in the back here. Should be able to do some good work up against the Dark Riders. Kind of the splash animation should kill quite a few of the horses in one nice big juicy hit. Dark Riders are used really well. They're really clearing up the backside. Tids is going to be taking the advantage. I solely think just due to how healthy Malekith is, not the fact they've actually got good battlefield prowess. Now the shades in the back. These are problematic. These are problematic. What do we have to deal with these? Probably just the Chaos Sorcerer of Fire. He needs to juke and juke and juke. Burning Head in the back. Are we going to catch this here from Tids? We are going to catch it. That is going to force them forward, and then we are now going to get in here with the Chaos Sorcerer. So then they have to come forward. It just kind of brings them closer to the dragon. So he's going to charge down. He's probably going to instantly cause a terror rout here. These do not have immune to psychology. Pretty much the only thing here from the infantry basis is probably going to be Blackguard of Nagron. I think they're the only ones that have immune to psychology. So terror out there in for the Shades. Could be very similar story here for the Shades over here as well. Dark Riders are going to get instantly terror routed as well up against this big juicy dragon. And it's pretty much just going to be Malekith versus the world. Stand your ground, melee attack, melee defense of 24. They're bringing it up to 79. It does have 110 armor. Of course, the Chaos Warriors don't have the greatest of APs. They're a bit more defensive and infantry based. In the front here, certainly want to see these Dark Riders rear charging the infantry. If you remove the infantry, you can certainly take down this Chaos Sorcerer. Can we get a... It looks like we're going to go in for the breath attack here, I think. We are certainly going to go for the breath attack here on Malekith. And Malekith is pinned in. If we get a breath attack here and do some juicy damage... oh, Soul Stealer. Oh, this is going to be juicy. We are going to get a breath attack. Breath attack does a lovely amount of work, but he is going to certainly get pulled down here with the Soul Stealer. Arcane Conduit activated. That is a lovely breath attack. Fireball. Fireball, I think that hit. But of course, Soul Stealer is going to be healing Malekith. I think this could be a win here for the Druchii. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty confident the Druchii are going to come through. We see Great Swords are returning. Tids has to be attacked. Oh, he is attacking over here. Cool. Sorry, I didn't see this attack here. So, just like here, Chaos Warriors still fighting up against the... Oh, fighting up against the Helibron Eye. So, Helibron Eye will, of course, with the Poison Tip Spears, they'll be poisoning up against the Chaos Warriors and giving all those debuffs you can see to weapon strength, speed, and, you know, all the good stuff. So, Burning Head in the back here is going to catch the remainder there of the Great Swords. That's going to do some lovely damage there in the middle. That's also going to be -8 leadership, just due to the burnt mechanic. And Fireball, Burning Head should be able to come up against the Dark Riders. Balance of Power is going to be heavily favouring the Druchii now. You can see here in the sky, the Chaos Sorcerer is not that happy. In the front here, he's going to be a rear charge from the Dark Riders. This is predominantly a favoured matchup here for the Druchii. Fireball does catch, I think, actually some of the Dark Rider models rather than Malekith himself. We need to get the Sorcerer in the back here dealing with the great weaponed Shades. Wavering, we are on army lossing territory. That is going to be army losses. Yeah, GG's well played. The Shades came through at the end. Arzan has gotten so good. Dude, it's blown my mind. Skill compared to 3 months ago. Yeah, also, JP, think about this as well, right? Like, not only is he playing super, super well, like, obviously this guy memes incredibly hard, right? But he's also only playing with a mouse. He's not playing with a keyboard right now. He's not playing with a keyboard. Imagine this man with a keyboard. Wow, scary stuff. 2.9k for the Chaos Sorcerer 5, very nice stuff. 906, 802 there for the Ferromanticores, with 730 and 860 for the Hell Cannons. 450, 440, and 800 there for the Chaos Warriors, with 113 and 300 there for the Marauders. 300, 400, and 180. pardon me, with 109 and 101 there from the Marauder Horseman. 390 there from the Marauder Horseman with the throwing axes. Yeah, and a very nice performance overall. This is a tough matchup for the Warriors of Chaos. 1.3k there for Malekith with 625 and 700 for the Knight Assassins. 400, 200 with 275, 360 and 320 there for the Bleak Swords. And a Broad Eye coming in at 260, so pretty under par there, with 520 and 1,160 for the Great Swords. So we are going to have 1,100, 600, 500, and also 470 for the Dark Riders. Very strong there, of course, 500 gold each. You know, you can see all going to be paying for themselves, and this one coming in at double. We're also going to have 177 and 800 there for the Ferromanticores. Yeah, strong stuff. Only 1.3k for Malekith. I do wonder if Marathi was just, you know, inevitably just stronger there. Perhaps. Yeah, Tid's really scrapped this one. Yeah, so GG ball play to Tid's. Nice coming through there. So that's gonna be a score on the door there for the big man. Yeah, that's gonna be him there going pretty strong. So we'll look here. Awesome stuff. Just going to save that replay there. I do have a couple of replays left to come from casting some multiplayer battles. I'm doing a tournament on Wednesday. I've got a tournament tomorrow, which is in my short bid league. So for those who don't know as well that are brand new here from Mercy Stream, I should have said I actually host a short bid tournament. So that's basically a new player tournament where only other new players can play against other new players of the same ability level. So what you do is you come play against myself, or you come play up against another admin on the Discord, and then we put you in groups of, say, between 5 and 7 players, and you play in your respective leagues. So it starts at the bottom with the Urkram Miners. We then move up to the Warrior to Dragonfire Pass, the Grumbling Guard, the Pig Gate Guard, and then we also have the Norgrimling Iron Breakers. And if you win your bracket in the season, you'll move up to the next one, and you move up like a conveyor belt through the ranks. If you get promoted at the very top level, you actually progress out of the short bid league and you join the wider community. And at that point, you should be good enough to go play in sort of other tournaments, and you should be good enough at that point to kind of, join, the remainder of the community. So that will be continuing in Warhammer 3. That will not stop. I will continue there with the short bid tournaments and the short bid leagues. So I do a league, which is basically where you guys join a group and you play against everyone, plays everyone in a best of 3, and you put the replays on and you get some experience, and casters and coaches on my Discord will help you get better essentially and play more multiplayer. And at the end of every league, which is about 2 or 3 weeks in the month, I normally give you about 3 weeks in the month, so we start on the 1st, you'll finish on the end of the 3rd week on that Sunday, and then we'll play the tournament for the last week. So it's just a one-day tournament where everybody plays everybody, and the winner goes with a nice juicy prize. Normally some donations come in from some people. We normally put a nice good juicy prize there for only short bid players, or in this case newbies to play up against each other for nice juicy prizes. So. So if you guys are interested in joining that, or that's something that appeals to you, maybe you're like, hey, listen, I've been thinking about playing multiplayer for a while, but I've just been, scared of joining, because, there's all these amazing players like Falcon and Enticity and all these really scary guys. Come join my Discord. It's about 500 of us in there, and I'd say at least there's currently 120 signed up short bids, I think, roughly. And then there's also going to be like sort of 20 potential short bids. So there's a bucket load of people in there that, there's a good chunk of them that are short bids, that also look for games, look for practice, look to have some fun. So do feel free to jump on in there and come get involved. And then hopefully we'll then, progress you to enough that you come and join the End Ladder and you can play some cool games, and then we'll see you on live stream like this and playing some awesome stuff. So dwarfs and greenskins, nice. Dwarfs and greenskins. The map here is going to be Summer Song. Yeah, pretty nice map, Summer Song. I think it's an elven map, Summer Song. Well, I think Summer Song is quite a northern map in the actual area of Warhammer. So I think I pressed S, I'm pretty sure. Is it Summer Song that's like a Kislevite map, possibly? Potentially. But yeah, GG's well played. GG's well played. Yeah, Enticity about countering Sentinels, and he said basically target them and win the points. Yeah, so you say that, Jack, but I was playing with Ducky yesterday, and what if you target, like I played Khorne against Gafay, I targeted them with Khorne halberds, and Miao Ying, she has also an ability which is a bit like a Pit of Shades. So she has regrowth and Pit of Shades, so if you just get a bunch of infantry around, she just Pit of Shades it, and then you're like, ah, oh, damn. And then she also has like breath attacks and stuff like that that can just deal with this mass infantry. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this, but okay, it looks like that is going to be it. So it's going against all dwarfs. Alright, looks like it's going to be the greenskins. Alrighty. So yeah, feel free, guys. I know maybe some of you are hanging around, but if anybody has any questions, feel free to keep asking, and I'll try to keep answering as much as possible once we're in these breaks. But we're going to be using the greenskins going up against the Dowie. So I'm sure Thoric Ironbrow and Grom will be available to play. They'll be out here doing all the good juicy things. Aha. We do have a text from Mrs. Logic, so I have to see if Mr. Logic is in trouble. Maybe I forgot something. Cool. Well, looks like Mr. Logic is okay today. Looks like I will survive another day. Looks like Alphas is ready. Oh, wow, yeah, Ducky bought a Fire Stick today, so we can watch a whole bunch of things in the front room, which is really awesome. Yeah, I think we're going to be watching the new Boba Fett series, which will be really cool. Greenskin's favoured in this matchup, yeah? I'd say these days, no, actually. I'd say actually it's probably Dowie favoured, especially with the presence of Thoric Ironbrow. I think it is favoured for the Dwarven forces. It's only used to be Greenskin favoured. So this is a really old school traditional matchup where this used to be dead square even, which was really cool, like thematically as well, like lore wise, it was really cool. It used to be dead square even between these two, you know, in the old days, certainly before the Logic streams. But since the Logic streams, it certainly did take on the favour, with Grom certainly took the lead here. He sort of took the lead for the Greenskins, you know, with some extra elements coming in as well. You know, you saw the Greenskins sort of pulling ahead, But now with Thoric coming back, there's a bit more of a balance in the tide, and Greenskins certainly got some nice buffs coming in for the most recent patch. So I'd say it's an even affair. It's an even affair. Yeah, it's even affair. Gyrocopters with the brimstone guns, they can certainly do quite well in this matchup. Certainly, it's a big roll risk, I think. You can bring a couple of brimstone guns, and they can do some nice work for sure. If you don't bring skirmish cavalry, it can be a bit of a hellish nightmare. Although a lot of people don't quite risk the gyrocopters. There's a lot of micro. You've got to be very good. I think tides could sit. We could sit here. Bit of a dice roll. I'd say it's a coin flip, actually, 50-50. But if you go all in, you're all in. There's no kind of dipping your toe in. It's sort of you're all in or you're all out. There's no messing about. There's no hokey pokey in all of this. So guys, we are going to be in Game 4, of course, in this best of 5. So the first 3 does win. So if Arslan wins here, we will be finishing out the series. But if you guys have enjoyed today, of course, do feel free to like and subscribe. Really helps here on the channel. All the likes do count as interactions on YouTube, and it spreads that out to the wider, basically the wider audience of YouTube. YouTube goes, oh, look, people seem to be liking this. Cool. We'll flood this out to the wider community and see if more people want to watch it, which helps out me, so it's a good way to support me. And of course, subscribing really helps as well. We do have early access coming out this Thursday on the 10th, so 5 days time. So it'll be 4 days very shortly for me in about an hour's time. But in 4 or 5 days time, I'll be kicking off with a lot of Warhammer 2. You'll be getting 2-3 videos / live streams every single day, and we'll be going through all of the details, multiplayer, single player, and every single element that we can possibly think of. I think the nerf to the Fanatics really helped this matchup. Yeah, nerf to the Fanatics really did help as well, but also Blasting Chargers were always a good key counter. Blasting Chargers really dealt with Fanatics. I actually think keeping a couple in reserve was always quite key. I don't think Fanatics were game-changing, but I think also having Fanatics with those changes certainly have nerfed them. So yeah, that's a really good point, Bowmore. Yeah, so the changes with Fanatics is Fanatics could used to use their little swirlies, their little mushrooms of doom, so you can see the nice spell. So you essentially, let's say we got an infantry unit here, you then get an ability where you can send 3 or 4 of them out in like a sort of a swirly spell, and they come out like this, and they sort of go through an infantry unit, and they did a lot of damage regardless of how elite the unit was. And they now have to have 15 seconds of combat before you can use those swirls. And if they drop below 25% HP, they can't use them anymore. But yeah, Blasting Charges certainly dealt with the majority of the threats that the greenskins and those swirls of death certainly did bring to the table. So it looks like we're not going to be having a risk here, so it looks like no coin flip here today, unfortunately. It looks like it's going to be heads, not tails, because tails never fails. But we are going to have minus some Blasting Charges here in the pocket, backed up by the Grumbling Guard and some Longbeards. The boys here coming with the pure Grumbles. None of those weak Grumbles here from these Longbeards. We are going to have Dwarf Warriors here in the middle, backed up by the Warriors of Dragonfire part here, the Elite Men of Fire and pure Gingerbread Beard. Here going to be with the anti-infantry. So the bonus here is going to be about 6, so it's not huge, but it certainly does help. 5 damage as well, but we do have a little bit of regen here on the greenskin roster, so these bad boys certainly can do some good work. But 50 melee defense, 85 armor, and then of course a charge defense against large with magic resistance makes these boys pretty tanky indeed. The Grumbling Guard here, the big bad boys with the armor piercing battle axes, coming in here with the old Grumblers. Increase the vigor, as well as of course the ITP, encourage, and all the 8 great stats. So if you actually combine Longbeards and Longbeard Great Weapons, you pretty much get the Grumbling Guard. So Longbeards without the Great Weapons have 48 melee defense, but Longbeards also with Great Weapons actually have 38 melee attack. So you have all the good components here without the shield, but you have bucket loads of armor piercing. So actually Longbeards pretty damn good for 1,000 gold cost. Dwarf Warriors here in the front as well as the Miners, so no Blasting Charges here. Miners, not a big fan of them. Certainly would pay 125 to get myself some Dwarf Warriors, but it seems to be these are inbound. But the Blasting Charges for 100 gold, yeah, very strong, very strong. Thunderers in the back here, backed up by more Miners and more Dwarf Warrior Great Weapons here with a cannon alongside Thoric Ironbrow on foot. I'm bemused as to why Thoric Ironbrow's on foot. Here on his anvil with the Anvil of Doom, makes him with physical resistance, more missile resistance, better magic resistance. He also comes in with the Rune of Doom for free. I wouldn't. It also makes him just incredibly tanky. Yeah, I love him on his anvil. But yeah, 3 units of the Blasting Charges. Sorry, 3 units of the Thunderers, which are also, it's definitely up there for the top 3 most cost-efficient range tools in the game. So for the Gromskins, we are going to have the Night Goblin Fanatics here at the front. The loony boys indeed, they take these mushrooms. They certainly will explode, but these boys go absolutely berserk for a good matter of seconds, and they'll rip any level of infantry apart. Goblins in the front, some of the most cost-efficient infantry in the game. Silver Shield, brilliant stats. You make these things triple gold chevron and watch them go berserk against most infantry. War Fanatics here on the right flank, we are going to have the Black Chalks in the middle. The Rusty Arrows as well, coming in with the Armor Sundering. Negative 30 armor there for, I believe it's about 10 seconds. It's not a huge amount of time, but it's certainly a good amount. Yeah, 10 seconds on the dot, actually. So we're also going to have the Crimson Killers, the big chads in the Crimson Red. These boys certainly are used to butchering dwarfs by the many. Black Orcs here, they're not quite the Immortals. The Immortals are a hilarious story, but we are going to have Grimgor, Ironhide. We'll talk about the Immortals in a minute then, but the boy here with Gitsnick, you're next. Get back here and best of the best. So anything in a 30-meter radius here, you're going to be getting damage resistance and melee defense. Yeah, pretty good stuff, pretty good stuff. In the back here, we are going to have a Goblin Rock Lobber. It lobs all the rocks, and it does all the damage. The double rock lobbers in the back here, the Giant River Troll Hag, Spirit Leech, Overcast, it will certainly take down the Cannon Crews. Good to have fun here, and you'd like to see that. I did get a DM, but we didn't quite go through it. No Slayers, it would appear not. It would appear not. Slayers actually get taken down quite easily, Jack, by a lot of Spider Riders. So, Goblin Wolf Riders and Spider Riders, pretty damn cheap skirmish cavalry. They could do some really, really good damage here up against Slayers. But of course here, I understand only playing on a mouse. I don't think that was thought about here, or brought into consideration for Tids and the Dowie. So it's going to be an Overcast Spirit Leech here, that's 400 meters range there, and that's going to be taking down models here of the Cannon Crews. It's going to do some good damage, and the artillery pieces. Negative 10 there from that damage as well, so it'll actually give some good negatives to leadership. But damage sustained, negative 6. You can see currently winning in combat. I don't know what they're currently winning in combat against. I don't know how that mechanic works, but apparently they're currently winning in combat. Seems a bit broken if you ask me. If I shoot something, I'm winning, I guess. Yeah, you can see Spider Riders in the back. They'll just shoot pretty cheaply here up against any other sort of elements. But you are going to see a slow here in the back. The Death Creepers here actually have... I don't know how these are being seen, actually. They actually come in with Stalk and Regeneration. So it gives these models nice and in tip-top shape. The boys of War are moving forward. Blasting charges here are going to rip apart the Goblin forces. Shields are going to be high, but they're not going to help against explosion damage. And they are going to get torn apart. But Slayers are good for sure. Yeah, I think always one unit of Slayers is pretty nice in this matchup. But you don't always need them. You don't always need them. Grimgor is going to punch way above his weight. He doesn't really want to be coming in here. He kind of wants to be coming in here and then getting through and challenging Thoric. You can see here in the back the Goblobbers are taking down on the Thunderer Crews. Very nice stuff here. Artsign is actually a Dwarven main. So he's going to very much know how to take apart the Dwarven forces. Rusty Arrows here, I'm going to shoot into the front. They're actually going to fire up against the Longbeards, reducing them down to 70 armor from 100. So they're not going to be able to fight just as efficiently. Thunderer shooting in the back here. They are going to do a lot of spread shot here on the Death Group. As we can see, they take a lot of damage, but they are going to be regenerating here on those models. So we will be seeing some healing. They are going to compromise the Cannon Crews. And that is probably going to be a break there for the Thunderers. That is going to be 6 leadership. I have no idea how they're holding on. Currently losing, apparently, in combat. Pretty sure that should only really apply in melee combat, not really anything else, but there we go. You can see the Goblin Big Boss in here as well. He's going to have, they need stabbing and slippery. And you can see the Fanatics down the line here of the Thunderers. Look at these lunatics on the ball and chain, just going bloody berserk here in the back. They're just going to be ripping apart the Thunderer unit. You can see, look how much damage, half health there on the Thunderers. They've certainly ripped them a new one. And these bad boys now have to fight for another 45 seconds in combat before they can get more Fanatics out. And they do get 3 maximum, but here, of course, you do have to make sure that you are, keeping on top of their health. They drop below 25%, no more Fanatics. So shooting in the middle here, Rusty Arrow is going to be firing up against the Longbeards, and also the Dwarf Warriors coming forward. You see just the mass cheap arrows that come in, like Slayers can just get donked on really quickly. Looks like the Warlord boys with more armor sundering going to be fighting here. Spirit Leech as well for the Giant River Troll Hag. Also the Purple Son of Zexrus, actually. Power Stone, Mither as well. And also Overwhelming Odor can really help in the front. Dwarves don't have the best melee attack, so the fact you're coming in with more negative melee attack from the Giant River Troll Hag is huge. It's huge. So you can see the Death Creepers and Spider Riders not really using much ammunition, but kind of just shutting down the Thunderers. They actually want to get out of here. They don't really want to fight this. I just need to get back on this Cannon Crew and start shutting that down. In the back here, you can see 14 kills on this one. We are going to be having 32 on the other. Goblins need to get back to the front line and start fighting here. They are going to be betraying the Overlord. Oh, that's actually triple Goblin Rock Lobbers. Didn't realize there was triple Goblin Rock Lobbers. That's quite interesting. Didn't realize the triple there. This one got a little bit under my field of view. Blackhawks here fighting in the middle. They're going to be fighting up against the Longbeards. And yeah, they're going to do pretty well here. The bad boys in the middle, Blackhawks, they certainly thump hard. These boys with the Ardor armor are certainly going to get in and do all the good work here. Dwarf and Longbeards should do pretty well with the great weapons, but it's still going to be pretty hard indeed. I haven't seen too many buffs here from Thoric Ironbrow. Where is Thoric? It looks like here we are going to see a spell for sure, because they're going to be wrapping around both these single entities. So it looks like here it's going to be Purple Sun as Extras in the middle. So Purple Sun is actually going to kind of suck in the forces and do some good damage. Just Grom break here. Grom does break here. Very interesting to see Grom breaking. Maybe just under Thunderer pressure, he's actually going to be breaking there. There's nothing to stop these Thunderers from just pouring damage up against Grimgor. You need to get the Goblin Big Boss in, fighting here up against the Juicy Thunderers. The Giant Withdrawal needs to take on this one and just needs to shut them down and stop them from doing all the juicy work. In the back, Dwarf Warriors are going to be fighting here up against the Goblin Rock Clobbers. Drop those back, keep the Goblins here, keep the Spears fighting. The Rusty Arrows need to keep shooting into the Dwarf Warriors as well. Reduce that armor, give the Goblins the best fight possible. In the middle here, Goblins fighting alongside Blackhawks here, going to do some nice work. Miners as well as Dwarf Warriors might struggle, but you are going to see the Rock Clobbers firing over the top here up against this nice big mass force. In the back here, you can see the Death Creepers still regenning, fighting here up against the Thunderers. They need to get in the back here and do some more work. I don't know where Grimgor is. Grimgor's in the back here. He's broken. A negative 20 line leadership. The wire is activated, but still getting poured fire here by the Thunderers. Balance of power here is going to be favouring slightly on the Dowie favour, but it's not huge. It's not huge. We haven't taken on Thoric. Sneaky Stabbing has been activated. So negative melee defense here as well as negative armour. He's going to be going down here to 105. Goblin Big Boss moves in. I don't know if he's going to be able to kill him, but 45. He's going to have 45 melee attacks, so we can thump back. Longbeard's in as well. It's not looking good here. It's not looking good for the Greenskins. They're getting ripped apart here by Thunderers. It's definitely some of the top tier, definitely top 3 ranged units in the game for sure. They're very strong indeed. Spider Riders compromised the cannon, but yeah, I don't know. Morgur's Mangin Marauders would have been nice here for sure. Morgur's Mangin Marauders. Need more cavalry here to shut down the Thunderers for sure. Infantry is going to be falling apart. Blackhawks aren't even getting shot. You see the Withdrawal Hag falls. We also lose the Goblin Big Boss. We've also lost Grimgor. I think this is the end of the Greenskins. It's the end of the Greenskins. Oh, sorry, my hands are getting a bit tired here, and so's my voice actually. But yeah, arrows shooting over the top here from the Rusty Arrows. They're going to be firing here up against the Miners. Miners don't have any shields, so just reducing the armor is just going to be exponential growth in value here for the Rusty Arrows. You can see Balance of Power putting here for the side of the red, which are going to be here for the Dowie. Thoric Ironbrow's going to be chasing here up against the Goblin Big Boss. What's that, 35 speed? There's 32 there for Thoric Ironbrow, so we might be able to get away here. Sneaky Stabbing, maybe fight back, possibly. He's going to have Thoric's Rune Armor. He's going to put him up to 135 armor there for Thoric. So Miners are blasting charges here, moving forward. They're taking on the Goblins. Arrows are firing here from the Rusty Arrows. They're going to be doing some good damage in the front here up against the Miners. We are going to move forward here with Goblins, but I think they're going to break before they even get in combat. We can see at the back, Goblins fighting up against Miners. Dwarf Warriors are breaking as well. More Goblins coming through to fight in the back. We just need to get maximum value here of the Goblin Rock Clobbers. I just don't know if we're going to see enough here. Blackhawks are wavering. There's just enough Dwarf Warriors here and Longbeards just to chew apart the Blackhawks. And this here is going to be a nice Dwarven win. I think you can see on the battlefield just there's just blue everywhere, and if it's not wavering, it's green. Yeah, it looks like the Dwarf Warriors do break under the Greenskin pressure. Rusty Arrows do run out of ammunition pretty much. Mine's going to engage there at 2,300 HP. I don't know how well these fight in combat. Rusty Arrows, 27 melee defense, 20 melee attack, but they also have poison. Yeah, so they should be able to fight pretty well. Only 50 armor. These guys don't have great stats. So yeah, the Rusty Arrows should be able to do some nice work indeed. Yeah, it should be pretty interesting. Only 18 armor piercing weapon strength here, so not too much. Most of the pickaxes actually pay for armor piercing rather than actually melee stats. So, interesting one indeed. Goblins moving over, so we did shatter the Miners. Yeah, they had a pretty bad day getting just stabbed here by Goblins. It's certainly not the end of days yet. Blackhawks are going to get pushed away. They should be relatively quick. What's that? 29 speed? Yeah, 29 speed. It's 26 there for Longbeards. And in the back here, we are going to get the Night Goblin Fanatics. We could actually get Fanatics through here. I don't know how close these are to, I don't know how close these are to be able to get more fanatics, but we are going to break with the Longbeards. 2 Longbeards break, the third could break as well. This could be some juicy value indeed. Lovely stuff there from the Night Goblins. Night Goblins coming through with a big juicy victory. In the back here, the Warlord boys, they are going to be getting the armor sundering here on the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass, but the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass are anti-infantry, and, you know, they'll cleave apart the Warlord's boys pretty quickly. Goblin Rock Lobbers are going to get pushed off the cannons, or should we say actually the Lobbers, and yeah, that's looking pretty decisive here, I think. The Greenskins are holding on. I don't know how they're holding on here, but yeah. Also, 2 expensive units, not too wide enough build. Not enough cow flanking for the Thunderers. Yeah, pretty much. Just not enough compromisation for the Thunderers, pretty much. Thunderers were just able to... Yeah, there's army losses. You saw the big drop in leadership. There's army losses. Yeah, essentially, they weren't able to compromise the Thunderers, and they just pack a bunch of AP. And the River Patrol Hag pays for armor, so does Gringor, so does the... You know, they just snipe their entities, and Greenskins just really rely on that leadership, and the fact that when that was gone, it just suffered. Crimson Killers here, yeah, you can see Crimson Killers coming in at 1,450, and they get 600 value. It's just not enough, really. 977 for the Black Hawks, they cost 1,100? No, 1,150. So they're also coming in under value, and they're triple gold chevron, so they're going to be more than that. They'll be about 1,250. 121, 138, 250 for the Goblins, with 140 and 380. So 655 for the Death Creepers, they just about pay for themselves. 723 there for the Rusty Arrows, with 690, 650, and 317 for the Warlords. 517 there for the Giant River Patrol Hag, 320 for the Goblin Big Boss, and only 515 for Grimgor. They weren't able to get on top here with Thoric Eyebrow, and he just did the business. 125, 228, and 250 for the Miners. They were just chucking bodies forward there and doing all the good blocking work. 450 and 240 there for the Miners. 430, 220, and 290 for the Dwarf Warriors. Great weapons coming in at 330. 100 kills there for 511 for the Warriors of Dragonfire Pass. 420, 380, and 313 there for the Longbeards. And here for the Grumbling Guard, we got 612. So 350, 1,300, 2,300 there for the Thunderers. Yeah, so there you go. These two coming in at 3,600, which, you know, yeah. Including 350, you know, looking at nearly doubling the value of all 3 Thunderers. Nearly. 560 there for the cannons. So yeah, very good stuff. Thunderers certainly thump very hard. Yeah, very, very hard. GG, every game to the ace game. Yep, every single game has been to the ace game. Reason, pick Grimgor, not Grom. So what was the mistakes from the Greenskins? Yeah, pretty much, Jack. Yeah, just not shutting down those Thunderers. As you saw the value on the Thunderers, they were just ripping apart the single entities. And there wasn't enough to get in and compromise the Thunderers. Was this build optimal? No. But it's Artisan. Artisan is known as the memester. And he likes to bring in the good memes. Grom is normally one that's brought, and Grom on his chariot is just super good against the Dowie. Yes. Correct. Yes, that's correct, Tids, yeah. So now what we do, now we're going to be in the game 5. You can see Artisan has played Greenskin, Skaven, Lizardman, and Chaos. So he can't play those again, and neither can Tids. He can't replay Dwarves, Dark Elves, Empire, and Chaos. So he has to pick 3 factions that he hasn't already played, Tids, and then he has to ban 1 faction. So it should be interesting to see what Tids does here. Sorry, I've got 3 mics over here, just in the way. So this will be the final game of tonight. It looks like here Arslan is not going to be able to take the victory straight out the hands of Tids. Yeah, 100% Jack. Yeah, 100%. Two of the boar chariots plus Grom would have equaled flattened dwarves. Yeah, that's for sure. I will go high elves, wood elves, banning high elves, wood elves, and Brett banning dark elves. Alright, so it's going to be dwarfs, and then he gets to ban 1, which is going to be high elves. And it's like Tids is going to pick Wood Elves. It's going to be Wood Elves against Dowie. I think this is Wood Elf favoured. This certainly is Wood Elf favoured, but the Dowie can do very well here, for sure. So, Galbaraz is the map. So we'll have to find Galbaraz. So Galbaraz has put a nice wide map, so the Wood Elves can certainly get some good skirmish in there. So it should be interesting to see. So just to let you guys know for tonight, once we finish up here, I'm going to be leaving a... if you haven't already, do feel free to subscribe. It really does help. But then when you have subscribed, you'll get a notice after this that will... it will discuss... basically, you'll get the option of what content you want to see first. I obviously get access in 4 days. What Warhammer 3 stuff do you want to see? Do you want to see 5 videos, streams, a bit of both? What do you want from me, essentially, coming forward? And then also, I'll be asking you guys to vote for what factions you want to see in single player, you want to see me play, you want to see me give a reflect on. I know what I would like to play first, but I will also offer you guys to see if we have similar opinions. Obviously, when I go live with my embargo on the 10th, also Slanesh becomes available. So, interesting one. The only one we cannot do is Ogres. Ogres is not available to the 14th. But then we'll also be doing the Warhammer 3 tournament. Oh, I actually can't talk about that. But you'll be hearing from Turin soon, I'm sure. I don't know if Turin's announced it yet or not, actually. Let me check. But Turin's going to be doing a tournament, essentially. Has he announced it? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. Essentially, no, we're going to have a tournament soon. Just know that. For the content creators, there's going to be like a content creators tournament, essentially, coming up soon. So, Galbaraz, final map. Sorry, Mrs. Logic sent me a quick message. Your boy hasn't eaten yet this evening. We started this at 5 and I haven't eaten since. So, yeah, I need to get on and get some grub. Your boy Logic's getting a bit hungry. Alright, so, for the Wodelgi. Hopefully we're going to be seeing a Dwarven victory here for Mr. Alpharus, but we are going to have Glade Riders in the back, mixing in here with the Gladegar Starfire Shafts. Now, nice changes here. These bad boys used to be magic and fire damage, but now they're going to be actually AP and fire. So big changes here up against the Dwarves. Firewalls moving. They can firewalls moving forward, but that's it. Nothing else. Wild Ragers, these bad boys get shot pretty hard, backed up here by Eternal Guards with Silver Shields, I'm sure. Also going to be having here Dredger, who's going to be, the top tier pick for this one, with Rouse Wrath alongside the Penumbral Pendulum. She's also going to be having the Blessings of the Ancient, which is a mistake here. There are no trees on this map. There are some, but like... you only get the Blessings of the Ancients if you're in the trees. You only get the extra mana. So, for the Dwarven forces, we are going to see Organ Guns. Backed up here by Slayers. Here with more Slayers. Slayers is a very interesting one against a heavily ranged faction. With more non-shielded Dwarven Miners. And then a bucketload of Rangers. I'll be shocked if this works. But we can give it a go. Rune of Speed and Rune of Doom. So, of course, you come here with extra physical resistance on top of your anvil. And the good missile magic and etc. This bad boy also comes with the Rune of Doom, which is a map-wide plus 24 melee attack. This is not normally the way I play with it with the dwarves. You normally go Dwarven Warriors in the front line with shields, Longbeards with shields, and then some Rangers mixing in with Quarrelers. You have 8 max, and then you also go here with a cannon for the range. And then you have like normally 1 unit of Slayers at the back with Thoric Ironbrow and then double Engineer. That's normally the way I play it. For sure. Yeah, that's the way I normally play it. This should be interesting. It's going to be good luck, have fun. I think it doesn't look like. I'll let him know. Pretty sure that is Artisan saying good luck, ready, have fun. Yep. Alright, underway. The series was too good to end on this match. Yeah, hey, Kulacha, how you doing, man? Actually, I need to speak to you after. Yeah, I have several questions, but I would think I'm just let this one play out right now. Yeah. There's some interesting stuff with this matchup for sure. Yes, I'll have to speak to you afterwards, Mr. Cool HR. I'll have to speak to you. So we're shooting in the front here. Organ Gun's going to be firing pretty heavy into the front line. Starfire Shaft's now going to be pouring into the front. Yeah, good micro there in the front. Miners are going to be dropping back. We are going to move forward here with Rangers. Rangers will be able to shoot here pretty efficiently up against the Glade Guard Starfire Shafts. Organ Guns here going to be firing in the front. They should be doing some good work here up against the Rangers. Organ Guns, they certainly pack a punch. 334 armor piercing weapon strength per 1. It's going to be about, about an extra third value compared to, an extra 50% value, sorry, compared to just regular cannons. And I believe it's about 213, 216. Shooting at the front, we're going to try and see if we break as many of these Glade Guard as possible, as quickly as possible. On the flanks here, we can see Glade Riders. In the middle here, we are going to get a Penumbral Pendulum. Actually, misses quite a lot. There, you can see it's actually going to come through the gap between the Miners and then also the Rangers. Going on the front, they do compromise the Rangers. We are going to move in with Slayers. Slayers should be able to finish them off pretty nicely. Organ Guns are going to be ripping apart here up against the Glade Guard. In the back, we do have Glade Riders. They're going to be charging here, trying to see if we can take down maybe some of the blasting charges. It's pretty hard to say. It's going to be a bit of a skirmish off here, but now we're going to be still firing in the front here, trying to see. You can see both on top of each other here. You can see the Eternal Guards also on top of the Starfire Shafts. Glade Riders in the back. Nice charge here up against the Miners. We are going to move in here with Thoric Ironbrow. He's going to be clearing out a lot of these units. Slayer's moving in as well. And it's going to be hard for them to push out this direction. So they're going to kind of cut off the retreat of the Glade Riders. Blasting charges on the front. They're going to get compromised here by the Glade Riders. And now we're going to be shooting here, breaking a lot of the Starfire Shafts. 1, 2, 3 have been broken. We can now fire this cannon over here on top of this Glade Guard. And we now get this cannon shooting over here, finishing off the last unit. So it looks like here it could be the Malevolent Dryad summon. Yes, it is. It is going to be the Malevolent Dryads here in the front. We are going to retreat of the Rangers. These Rangers are going to struggle to retreat through the Malevolent Dryads, but now we are going to get an activation here. Oh, this could be very interesting. Are we going to catch it? I don't think we are. It's going to be just a miss. Really unfortunate here. A little bit laggy, but we are going to see Rune of Doom going down here. Plus 24 melee attack here throughout the realms. And we do actually have some Glade Riders that could get in the back here and do some juicy damage. Glade Riders do fall. Arrows here from the Glade Guards are still going to be pouring into the front. Certainly could get these boys shooting over the top though. You can see the cannons here are going to be firing downtown on the Starfire Shafts. This one here down to half health. We can see the Rangers are pouring over the top. Blasting charges clear out the Eternal Guards. Same can be said here as well for the Wild Rangers. You certainly want to get this one here fighting up against this one, and then we want to get it shooting over the top as well from this unit of the Rangers. Blasting charges clear out the Eternal Guards. We can see, do see Rangers here. Ruinous Speed has been activated in this pocket, giving plus 24 melee attack and speed. And of course here, Droid plays with physical resistance, but you do have magic damage here from Thoric, so we will circumvent the physical resistance. Slayers are going to move forward. They're going to come fight here against Eternal Guards. They pay for anti-large and armor piercing. Considering that Slayers are neither, that's not particularly good for them. Starfire Shafts will shoot over the top here and try and do some good damage here up against the Slayers, but in return we do see the Organ Guns firing here, and they are going to take down the Glade Guard pretty quickly. This is a very interesting game here coming in from the Dawi. Certainly not one I've seen for a while. We're actually going to see the Dragonback Slayers. Quite like these. These bad boys in the green trousers come with the power of the Dragonback. Quite nice ability. Brave charge here up against the Rangers for sure. We'll see a bit of a sandwich effect here. We'll see a bit of a Ranger sandwich here, which is, you know, pretty common here in the LG ranks. They're used to the Dwarven sandwich pretty commonly. Starfire Shafts breaking, you are going to see a couple returning here. Balance of power is going to be favouring the Dawi here with Artisan. Looks like another Dwarven sandwich here, this time of Wild Rangers and Glade Guard, so you've got to be careful there. A different type of sandwich coming forward. We are going to be seeing Dragonbacks moving forward. We can actually move the Dragonbacks and the Slayers off the cannons now, because there's going to be nothing here pressuring the backside, except just this one unit over here on the side of the Wildwood. But the Wildwood here aren't anti-infantry. They actually pay for armor piercing. These glaives are not going to do too much better up against Slayers than they will here up against just any sort of other lightly armored infantry. So the glaives here, they are damage dealers. They will get in and they will certainly strike the face of the Slayers, but the Slayers will do the same. They're actually one of the few units in the Dwarven rosters that do have better melee attack than they do melee defense. In the middle though, we are going to get the Glade Guard shooting over the top here up against the Dragonback Slayers. We do see Organ Guns firing here into the face of the Glade Guard, doing some nice damage indeed. Miners will be returning, but of course they got pulled apart pretty quickly. Slayers ripping apart Wildwoods, Wildwoods ripping apart Slayers as well. Shots coming over the top here from the Rangers. Rangers also only 40 armor, so yeah, you know, we're going to be able to do some nice work there indeed. In the middle, Thoric Ironbrow, bucketloads of armor piercing here coming in from the Wildwood. That's why sometimes having the Rune of Wrath and Ruin can be quite nice. But we do have the cannon crew shooting here into the back. That should do some nice work indeed. We do actually see that the Glade Riders do actually get on top here of the Organ Guns. They still have 40 armor, so they can fight pretty strong here up against Glade Guard. They only have 15 armor, and you know, they don't need too much armor piercing to do well. But this unit here is looking pretty scary. Quite a good unit of Glade Riders here in the back. They could certainly come in the back here and clear out the Rangers. Looking pretty bleak here for the Wood Elgie for sure. We are going to see a lot of breaking units here coming out of the Elgie. We can see miners coming forward here to compromise the Starfire Shafts. A couple of close range fires, and now we're going to get the nice charge bonus here as we move in. We're going to be fighting pretty hard. Maybe taking down a couple of models here in combat. What are they going to be fighting here? 20 on 27 with 20 on 18. So we should be able to see a break here from the Miners, but obviously they're going to do quite well here up against the Glade Guard as well. So it's going to be a break. Actually, the Miners are going to win in combat. Very nice indeed. Wavering here are going to be the Starfire Shafts. They're going to be kind of expelling ammunition here into the Dragonback Slayers, but I don't think there's going to be enough here. Oh, actually, shatter! God damn it. So these Slayers now need to come over here and compromise this Glade Guard. I think here this is going to be the win for the Dow. We can see Fear going down map wide. And I think here is going to be Drycha. And if she's going to fight here up against Thoric, yeah, it's going to be the end of days there for her, I'm pretty sure. We can get back on here on top of the Organ Guns. We are going to see a Penumbral Pendulum here coming down the flanks, but I don't think it's going to be enough here to stop. We get some damage, but not too much. Not going to be enough here to write home about, and that's going to be shatter. Army losses, and GG's well played here to Artisan and the Dwarven forces. God damn, what a game. What a game. I did not think this could work. Did not think this could work. However, I am so happy to be proved wrong. So happy to be proved wrong. GG's well played. 660 there for Thoric Ironbrow. 155, 400, 420, 420, and 560. 280, 500, as well as 325, 413, and 280 for the Rangers, with 1,100, 1,130 for the Organ Guns, 140 kills and 117. God damn, that's a lot of LK kills. 1,000, 650, 350, and 1,300 for the Slayers. Very strong. 650 for Drycha, 160, 108, 370, 360, and 314 for the Eternal Guard. 550, 560, 666 from the Wildwood Rangers, with here with the Starfire Shafts coming in at 312, 160, 320, 180, 400. A lot of punch was packed here in these 5 units, and sadly, it certainly wasn't packaged towards Alfarius. 560, 180, 530, and 330 there for the Glade Riders, and a very nice valiant effort from Mr. Tids. Yeah, Artisan as well. What have we learned from today? It is basically don't use a keyboard, just use mouse, because you win tournaments that way. And Artisan says, I guess keyboards aren't that important after all. I guess they're not. I guess they're not. Yeah, one epic playoff. Yeah, what a Chad winning the whole tournament without a keyboard, I know. So, what an amazing tournament, guys. What an amazing tournament. Every single game went to the maximal amount of games we could have. All of the best of 3s went to best of 3, went to game 3. And the best of 5 went to the ace match. So, what more could we ask for? We can't ask for any more here from an amazing tournament. So, thank you very much to Bowmore. Thank you very much to AC Maiden for really helping out here with the tournament coming in as the rules. And then also kind of helping out on the organisational point of things. So, thank you so much for all your help. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. Ruben, welcome, my friend. Nice to see you here as well. Nice to see you here. Yeah, so, yeah, thank you very much for helping out. Thank you very much for Tids for playing. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Alfarius, otherwise known as Artisan Tech Priest West. So, GG's to him. And thank you very much for all of the other players that played today in the tournament and came onto live stream. So, thank you so much. I hope you guys all enjoyed this. If you did, of course, smash that like button. Really helps. Of course, feel free to subscribe as well for all the Warhammer 3 content coming in just a few days' time. And then, of course, we're going to have a bunch more stuff coming for Warhammer 2 until that point. So we've got 4 more days of Warhammer 2 from me. So we'll be certainly getting forward and putting some more on. We're having 2 more videos, 2 more tournaments. Another tournament tomorrow, which will be the new player tournament for the Shortbeard League. So it'll be the final Shortbeard League, or sorry, be the final Shortbeard tournament for Warhammer 2. So if you want to get involved and you are a new player, feel free to sign up. Join here on the Discord and come get involved. So, GG's. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate all of you. Just going to quickly check online, see if there's anybody streaming, and see if we can give them a nice little juicy raid. Let's have a little look. I can't see anybody that I follow. Total Warhammer. Let's see if we've got anybody here. Live now is me. Huh. I've also just seen a video in which somebody has used my content without my permission. That's really interesting. I reacted to something and someone's used my face. That's hilarious. Yeah, I can't see anybody here, so what I will do, I'll pop on here to Twitch and see if we've got anybody on here. So it looks like we have Curved Bubbles and we have Prophet Oreo. So let's grab both of these guys. 2 amazing streamers. One's going to be a little bit here more on the quiet side, and one's going to be more on the explosive side of life. So if you like big, loud, exciting single player, go join here with Curved Bubbles. He's absolute legend here. If you like a bit more of a quiet, fun sort of experience here for single player, feel free to go join Prophet Oreo. So if you prefer it more relaxed, join Prophet Oreo. If you prefer it more excitable, go join here with Curved Bubbles. But both here, great content creators. They predominantly play, I don't actually know what they're doing today. I didn't actually double check. Prophet Oreo, oh, he is doing Warhammer. He is doing Warhammer. And Curved Bubbles is doing, oh, he's doing Total War League. So he's doing Rome 2. So he's actually not doing, he does do Total War as well. So feel free to go check him out as well. So you got those 2 guys. So thank you very much today for everybody. I'm going to head out and enjoy some food. So enjoy yourselves, and I'll see you all tomorrow for another tournament here on YouTube. See you then. Take care.